Imagine signing up for a summer martial arts camp, expecting cool kung fu moves, and instead, you're handed a hoe and told to farm under the blazing sun. That's exactly what happens to Su Jie, a top student who joins Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. For days, he's stuck digging dirt, blistered hands, aching back, wondering, how the heck is this martial arts? But then he notices something. The coach, Guyang, moves like a machine. Every strike of the hoe is smooth, powerful, almost like a hidden technique. Su Jie copies him, and little by little, he realizes farming isn't just farming. It's secret training, building strength, balance, and flow. Alongside him is Josh, a bald foreigner dressed like a monk, obsessed with Chinese martial arts. He's trained in every style, judo, Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, but still believes true martial arts power lies in China. To him, farming is the ultimate hidden drill, like flipping tires in the West, but way more unpredictable. Then comes the turning point. Su Jie, beaten down as Josh's punching bag, suddenly discovers that the same hoeing motion works in combat. For the first time, he lands a hit. His eyes open. This boring farm work might actually be the foundation of something insane. And just when he thinks he's figuring it out, he meets Odell, a mysterious foreigner who knows Chinese martial arts better than locals. Odell reveals the true secret. It's not just about strength, it's about intent. Hate the sky, hate the earth, fight with fierceness. With his guidance, Su Jie's simple hoe swing transforms into a deadly martial move that shakes the ground. This is just the beginning of Su Jie's journey, from clueless student to someone standing on the path of true martial cultivation.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
How it hurts. Su Jie dropped the hoe, staring at his blistered palms. Every time he tried to stretch his back, sharp pains stabbed through his waist and spine, leaving his muscles screaming. For a city kid, working in the fields had felt fresh at first. But half a day of digging turned his arms into dead weight, and the blisters burned with every touch as if ants were crawling under his skin. It had only been 2 days since he enrolled in the short-term summer program at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Yet instead of learning flashy moves, their coach, Guyang, had marched the class straight into the countryside to plow fields for elderly farmers. No punches, no kicks, just hose, dirt, and sweat. 2 whole days. All Su Jie learned was how to lift, dig, and turn the soil until it loosened enough for planting. He never realized farming could be this brutal. Only now did he understand the meaning of the old line. Each drop of sweat under the scorching sun sinks into the soil as food. I swear, I'll never waste rice again, he muttered. But as miserable as he was, Su Jie couldn't ignore the way Coach Guyang worked. Each swing of the hoe was effortless, his body moving like a lever, precise and fluid. He wasn't just farming, he was performing an art. With a single pull and twist, clumps of soil broke apart into fine, soft dirt, as if crushed by invisible springs. At first, Su Jie struggled to make even a dent, but by watching and imitating, he began to see the difference. When Guyang taught, he emphasized every detail. Twist your waist, align your shoulders. Use your core, not just your arms. Lean in like a cat pouncing. Press, scoop, flip, all in one motion. Patiently, he corrected their movements. But no matter how hard Su Jie tried, he couldn't match that spring-like resilience, that endless energy hidden in the coach's body. There must be some secret behind it, he thought. Hey, Su Jie, tired? Want some water? The voice came from beside him. Josh, a tall British guy with hands just as torn up. Unlike Su Jie, Josh's precision was sharper, his swings cleaner. Clearly, years in the gym paid off. Josh wasn't here for fun. He'd traveled across the world, chasing the truth of Chinese martial arts after dabbling in judo, Muay Thai, Krav Maga, stick fighting, even Russian Sambo. His favorite was Jeet Kune Do, Bruce Lee style, but he still felt something was missing. So he came here. He stood out, bald head, gray monk's robe, yellow sash, like a Western monk playing martial artist. "Thanks," Su Jie said, gulping down the water Josh offered. Switching to English, he teased, "Why do you always dress like a monk?" Josh grinned. "Mindset. Back when I did karate, I couldn't focus without the GI and belt. Clothes clear the mind." "Then, do you really think farming counts as martial arts?" "Of course," Josh replied without hesitation. "In combat, we hit tires with sledgehammers or flip them to build strength. Farming is the same, but better. The earth is unpredictable. A rock, hard clay, you can't just use brute force. You probe, you judge, you adapt. The ground is like an opponent. You never know what it's hiding until you dig it out." Su Jie stared, shocked. He hadn't expected a foreigner to pull out such deep philosophy from simple farm work. Josh smirked, showing off his snake fist and crane fist motions. Su Jie almost laughed until his sore abs flared with pain. Still, he couldn't shake the thought. If even Josh believes this training has value, maybe there's more to it than it seems. "Practice real fights," Josh said firmly. "Not the safe sparring you do in a ring, but chaotic, unpredictable street fights. When someone comes at you with intent to hurt, all your fancy techniques vanish. Your brain freezes, and it turns into wild swings and grappling. Only when you've faced that kind of danger can your skills actually work. In Chinese martial arts, don't you say, courage first, strength second, skill third? Without courage, nothing else matters." Su Jie frowned. "But I've only got 2 months before school starts. What can I possibly achieve?" Josh almost laughed. 2 months? You can't even build proper muscle in that time. I've been training for years. Unless you pick up a gun, there's no shortcut." Su Jie stayed quiet, knowing Josh was right. Reality wasn't like the novels where a single pill or secret manual turned someone into a master overnight. Still, he couldn't let that guy keep harassing his sister. That's why he chose this path. Not kickboxing or MMA, but traditional martial arts, something different, something with hidden depth. At Mingluan Academy, combat classes were packed, but the traditional program was nearly empty, mostly foreigners chasing ancient secrets. Funny how outsiders value what locals ignore, Su Jie thought. The day's training ended like every other. Hours of hoeing, flipping, pounding, and digging. One student finally asked, "Coach, when do we learn real fighting?" Gu Yang's cold reply silenced him. "I've shown you how to earn money. Must I also teach you how to spend it?" Su Jie understood then. The coach was only giving them raw strength, the rest was up to them. Exhausted, the students jogged several kilometers back to the academy. Dinner was simple unless you paid extra for medicinal meals. Su Jie glanced at his balance and stuck to basics. He'd paid nearly his entire savings, 30,000 yuan, for this course, money earned tutoring kids. His mother was a professor, his sister an AI researcher, but his father barely scraped by as a security team leader. Asking for more money wasn't an option. Meanwhile, Josh strolled into the VIP area and ordered ginseng milk chicken. He waved Su Jie over with a grin. "This would be better with century-old wild ginseng and human milk," Josh muttered, shaking his head. Even the chef raised an eyebrow. "What do you think this is, the Qing dynasty?" Su Jie chuckled. "Actually, 6-year-old ginseng is strongest. Old roots lose potency. But you're right about one thing. Breast milk is richer than cows. Science proves it." His knowledge surprised the chef, but it was typical Su Jie. Book smart, well-rounded, yet hungry for something beyond academics. As they ate, Su Jie teased, "You're treating me to a meal. What's the catch?" Josh smirked. "Simple. I need a punching bag. Tonight we train." "Why me?" "Because you're weaker. If I fight someone on my level, we'll both get hurt. With you, I can control myself. And remember this, injuries in training ruin careers. You never fight through pain. Ever." Su Jie nodded seriously, storing every word. Josh cursed at his chopsticks, fumbling and dropping food, until Su Jie handed him a fork. "You Chinese amaze me," Josh sighed. "Even your utensils require skill, not power." That struck Su Jie. "We're weaker," so we rely on finesse. They're stronger, so they use force. Even eating habits reflect martial arts. Later, back in their cramped dorm, Josh crashed on his bed while Su Jie opened his diary. July 2nd. Learn new digging techniques. Farming is tougher than I imagined. Maybe Josh is right. This training builds the foundation of martial arts. In history, farmers needed strength to survive and defend their homes. Courage decides victory, just like exams. If you panic, you lose. My goals: master the hoeing technique, learn to fight, and overcome fear. Su Jie, don't quit. He added one last note: practice more English with Josh. Closing the diary, Su Jie felt drained but alive. The journey was only beginning. Mingluan Martial Arts Academy had decent training facilities available for rent, similar to a gym. After dinner and an hour of rest in the dorm, Su Jie and Josh headed to an empty ring for training. It was Su Jie's first time in the ring, and he felt nervous. Josh reassured him, "Don't worry, this is just training. You're wearing 3 layers of protective gear. It's completely safe." Su Jie was fully covered in protective equipment, including a helmet, chest armor, and padding for his legs. The layers of foam and leather absorbed most impacts. The triple-layered armor made him resemble a wrapped dumpling or mummy. Fortunately, the gear was lightweight and didn't hinder movement, allowing him to jump and run easily. "So I just dodge your attacks?" Su Jie asked. "Exactly," Josh replied in English, their usual mode of communication. This simulates a street fight. In real street fights, people don't engage directly. They move unpredictably, making it hard to land a hit. It often turns into a game of chase, completely different from the ring. Now imagine I'm a dangerous thug attacking you. "Got it," Su Jie nodded. Bam! Before Su Jie could react, a punch landed on his helmet. Ow! His vision blurred, and he lost his balance, stumbling to the ground. Without the 3 layers of protective gear, he would have been knocked out cold. He couldn't even see how Josh had moved. His brain and eyes failed to keep up. Is this what fighting an expert feels like? Just like that despicable person, the thought reignited Su Jie's courage, and he scrambled back to his feet. All right, Josh initially wanted to help Su Jie up, but was surprised when Su Jie climbed to his feet on his own. "Can you keep going?" Josh asked. "Bring it on." Su Jie carefully observed Josh's movements this time. Josh suddenly threw a punch, prompting Su Jie to dodge to the side. However, he didn't anticipate it being a feint. The real attack came with a spinning kick that landed squarely on Su Jie's chest, sending him flying. Su Jie fell to the ground again. The 3-layer protective gear proved its worth. This time, Su Jie only felt a dull ache in his chest. After taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he resumed studying Josh's movements. Again and again, Su Jie was knocked down and got back up. After over 10 rounds, he gained some insight. As long as he didn't think about counterattacking and focused on keeping his distance from Josh while running around the arena, the chances of getting hit decreased significantly. If this were a street fight in a larger area, I could run far enough to make it hard for my opponent to catch me. But in the ring, the space is limited, so I have to prepare for being cornered, Su Jie mused, gradually summarizing his experiences. For Josh, Su Jie was like a living punching bag that could dodge, which was much more effective than practicing against an immobile target. The combination of punches and kicks was exhilarating. As time passed, both of them got into the groove of their training. Every 5 minutes, they rested briefly and continued their sparring for 2 hours. Su Jie lost count of how many punches and kicks he endured. However, he felt he had gained a lot. His fear of being attacked was gradually diminishing. Unlike at the start, his mind no longer went blank. Josh threw another straight punch aimed at Su Jie's head. The punch wasn't heavy, as Josh was now slacking a bit after such a long session. It was more playful than serious. Finally, Su Jie felt confident enough to block the punch. A flash of inspiration struck him, reminding him of the posture he used while hoeing and digging soil. Imagining he was holding a hoe, he instinctively raised his hands, bent his waist, crouched slightly, and blocked Josh's punch. He then stepped forward and mimicked a digging motion. Smack! The motion landed squarely on Josh's chest. Startled, Josh instinctively retreated and countered with a kick, launching Su Jie into the air. Su Jie flew 5 steps away and landed hard on the ring. Although Josh had been hit, he wasn't hurt because Su Jie's attack lacked penetrating power. "I actually hit you," Su Jie exclaimed as he climbed back up, unharmed thanks to the protective gear. Excitedly, he said, "So, this hoeing move can be used like this. I finally understand. Coach Guyong told us how to earn money, but figuring out how to spend it is up to us." "Not bad, not bad." Josh nodded approvingly and decided to stop for the day. "Let's go back to the dorm and get some sleep." After showering and doing their laundry, the two lay in bed at a reasonable hour, just 9 o'clock. However, Su Jie was already exhausted. He collapsed in a bed without even jotting down his reflections in his journal and soon fell asleep. His snores echoed loudly. He slept soundly until 6 in the morning and woke up feeling refreshed. Josh had already risen and was outside on the field practicing slow, deliberate moves that looked like the Tai Chi often performed by elderly people in parks. Su Jie hurriedly brushed his teeth and washed his face before heading to the field. He asked Josh, "Were you practicing? Tai Chi, does it even work?" Tai Chi was popular and had produced many masters in society, but these so-called masters were often beaten by professional fighters, or even ordinary people, until they were bruised and humiliated. To Su Jie, it seemed no better than square dancing. "It is Tai Chi," Josh replied, nodding. "It's very useful. It trains your flow, balance, and stability. It also helps transition between moves. When I first started learning martial arts, my movements were stiff. My coach taught me this Tai Chi routine and had me practice it every morning. After a year, my skills improved significantly. I could control the strength of my punches, straight punches, hooks, uppercuts more freely. It's truly incredible. The most fascinating things about your Chinese martial arts are its Jin, power, and Qi, energy. What exactly is Jin? That's why I'm here to learn. As for Qi, that's much deeper, like Qigong, monks, and Taoists. It's amazing. Really, Su Jie remained skeptical. Although he wanted to learn, he restrained himself. Having just gained some insights into his hoeing and digging technique yesterday, he decided to focus on refining it rather than spreading himself too thin. Josh practiced for a while longer and then stopped, looking relaxed and content. "I wonder what today's training will be. More hoeing and digging," Su Jie muttered, still reflecting on how he had managed to hit Josh the day before. Without a hoe, he practiced shadow movements, pretending to hold one, raising it, swinging it down. After a while, his muscles felt warmed up. Su Jie became fixated on this move. He practiced it obsessively, deciding to master it no matter what. Over and over, he repeated the motion until he was utterly exhausted, even dreaming about it in his sleep. The satisfaction of landing that hit on Josh fueled his determination. If his strength were sufficient, Josh might have been knocked down yesterday. At 6:30, the assembly whistle blew. "Time for breakfast. Get your gear ready. Today's training is more farm work," Coach Guyong said, his usual aloof demeanor unchanged. He rarely engaged in small talk and never spoke more than necessary. Taking a deep breath, Su Jie prepared for the 3rd day of training. Su Jie's journal entries reflected his mental state. July 3rd, more farm work all day. Combining yesterday's sparring experience, I finally grasped the basics of this move and practiced more diligently. I asked Coach Guyong about the finer points of hoeing and digging. While he didn't teach us fighting techniques, he explained how to hoe more efficiently and dig deeper. I think these are training techniques. Still, I'm utterly exhausted. On another note, the muscle relief oil provided by the Academy works wonders. Without it, I wouldn't have lasted. At dinner, Josh treated me again. He's really wealthy, but never talks about his family. Afterward, I resumed being his punching bag. I'm improving slightly, but still taking plenty of hits. Josh's punch-kick combos are faster now. Among the students, a girl named Zhang Man seems particularly tough. She's from abroad and knows Wing Chun. Interesting, but not my concern. July 4th, another day of farm work. My hoeing and digging techniques are much smoother now. I'm not as tired as I was in the first 3 days and have adapted to the rhythm. The intense sun has tanned me, though. Josh treated me to dinner again, and I continued being his punching bag. I took fewer hits today, and Josh even praised my progress. He shared a lot of fighting techniques and strategies, but it's too much to process all at once. July 5th. More farm work. 5 days of digging and hoeing. We've helped elderly farmers in rural areas with a lot of chores. It feels good to be doing something meaningful while training. I noticed some muscle definition in my forearms and core. The hoe feels lighter now. Coach Guyong taught us about combining breathing with movement, grounding our strength through our feet. At dinner, Josh remarked on my progress, though I'm still no match for him. Without protective gear, I doubt I'd last a minute. July 6th, another day of farm work. I feel like a seasoned farmer, wearing a straw hat and digging in the fields. I've mastered the hoeing move, at least the basics. At dinner, Josh seemed impatient to improve his martial arts, which was surprising given his existing skills. Back to being his punching bag in the evening, I focused solely on dodging and avoided most hits. July 7th. After a full day of farm work, Coach Guyong finally said we won't need a hoe and dig tomorrow. He called it a 7-day foundation building exercise. I do feel much stronger and have gained a lot, though Josh's generous meals likely helped too. Sparring with Josh in the evening, he noted my significant improvement. Still, without protective gear, I wouldn't last against him. Sujia's 7 days of training were straightforward but challenging. His journal revealed his evolving mindset. Though repetitive and tedious, the training brought him into a meditative state. He found himself fully immersed in the act of digging, gradually building both strength and focus. Sujia, could you help me buy a phone in town? My phone broke. On the 8th day, it was a rest day. Coach Guyong had told all the students in the training class to completely relax for a day. Rest and recovery were crucial after 7 days of intense farm work to replenish their energy. However, Josh had a different plan. He designed a physical training regimen for himself that included push-ups, squats, barbell lifts, sit-ups, and planks. He didn't want to waste time, but since his phone had broken, he asked Su Jie to go to town and buy one for him. No problem, Su Jie agreed. His training wasn't as complicated, and he realized that practicing digging and hoeing was something he could do anywhere. The school was 5 or 6 kilometers away from the town, with no buses or subways. Generally, students had to either hitch a ride on a local farmer's motorbike or run there themselves if they wanted to buy something. After eating, Su Jie decided to walk. On the way, he practiced the hoeing motion he had been working on recently. He had been contemplating the offensive and defensive potential of this move. Raising the hoe could be a blocking motion, while advancing and striking down could serve as an attack. When an opponent punched, raising your arm to block and then chopping forward could work as both defense and counterattack. The movements seemed simple, like the flailing punches of an untrained brawler. However, upon careful consideration, the technique embodied human instincts. Coach Guyong had thoroughly explained the principles of this move, emphasizing how to use spiraling force and leverage. Raising the hoe required an upward, corkscrew-like motion, while striking down had to be swift and powerful, akin to an eagle pouncing on a rabbit. Retracting the hoe required a grabbing and stomping action to flip the soil for deep tilling. These techniques, when applied to combat, could be highly effective. That said, Guyang's instructions were solely focused on improving efficiency and reducing effort in hoeing. He never mentioned combat applications. Fortunately, Su Jie was a keen learner. He gathered information online, watched videos of martial arts masters, and gained insights from being Josh's sparring partner. Over time, he gradually grasped the profound potential of this simple move. He yearned for a true expert to explain its intricacies, but he knew Guyang would never do so. Su Jie had figured out that Guyang's martial arts class only taught methods of practice, leaving actual combat application up to the students to discover for themselves. Step by step, Su Jie practiced his digging motion as he left the school and headed toward town, ignoring the curious glances of passersby. In this area, martial arts schools were everywhere, and martial culture thrived. It wasn't unusual to see people jogging, practicing kicks, boxing, or even performing somersaults on the streets. Su Jie's practice routine didn't stand out much in comparison. It took Su Jie a long time to reach town. The town was bustling, filled with shops, people, and even high-end hotels. Tourists, especially foreigners, were abundant. Su Jie had no intention of sightseeing. After buying a phone for Josh, he planned to head straight back. His summer break was only 2 months long, and he was determined to make significant progress in his martial arts training. Thirsty. "I'll grab a bottle of water first," he muttered. Covered in sweat from walking and training, he stopped by a small store, spent 3 yuan on a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down. It was a hot day, and dehydration was a real concern. "This, 10 yuan per bottle," the shopkeeper said to a foreigner who had also come to buy water. Su Jie overheard this and turned around, prepared to say something but held back. He knew that arguing with local shopkeepers might lead to trouble. The foreigner appeared to be a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, carrying a large backpack, a clear sign he was a tourist. He seemed unfamiliar with the language and pointed at the water instead of speaking. The shopkeeper gestured 10 with his fingers, and the man didn't haggle, paying the inflated price before walking away. Su Jie quickly followed him and, using fluent English, said, "Hi, sir. The shopkeeper made a mistake earlier. The water should only cost 3 yuan per bottle. Here, let me return the extra money for you." "How interesting," the man said, turning to Su Jie. His Chinese was unexpectedly fluent, with the precision of a professional broadcaster. "Young man, I bet that money came from your own pocket, not the shopkeeper's. Your English is quite good." Embarrassed, Su Jie's face turned red, but he quickly recovered. "I didn't expect you to speak such excellent Chinese, sir. Please don't think all Chinese people are like that shopkeeper. He might have just been tempted to make a quick buck. My name is Su Jie." The Su with the grass radical, and Jie as in strength. He gestured to explain his name. "Nice to meet you, Su Jie. My name is Odell. I'm from Ireland." The foreigner introduced himself. He was a tall, handsome man with blue eyes and a beard, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall. Su Jie, at 1.75 meters, had to look up to him. "China is a great country. I like it very, very much," Odell said with enthusiasm. "Are you here as a tourist, Mr. Odell?" Su Jie asked. "No, I came to China in search of something," Odell replied, his gaze growing serious. "Your name is interesting, Su Jie." The character Jie signifies calamity or tribulation in Chinese, often associated with disaster and destruction. In Buddhism, it refers to the 4 great kalpas of creation, existence, destruction, and void. In Taoism, there's the concept of heavenly tribulations. Your parents gave you quite a meaningful name. Odell's catchphrase seemed to be the word interesting. "Uncle, do you really know so much about Chinese culture?" Su Jie became interested. While chatting with Odell, he unconsciously mimed the action of digging soil and loosening dirt with a hoe. This was a recent obsession of his, thinking about how to apply this hoeing action all the time. "Kid, your gesture is correct, but your intention is off. This skill is called hoeing and clearing. It's a martial art developed by ancient monks who integrated qigong, yoga, soft arts, meditation, and combat into their farm work. The most important thing when practicing is intention. Without it, you can't cultivate this martial art," said Odell. Despite his foreign appearance, when he spoke, it was as though he were a native Chinese master. His Mandarin was far better than that of most native speakers. "An uncle who knows martial arts? This skill is called hoeing and clearing? What a rural name." Su Jie was overjoyed. It seemed that this foreigner, Odell, was truly a master. "I'm a fight coach," said Odell, stroking his beard. "But I'm out of work now. I see you're a student of a martial arts school too, right? I actually came to China looking for a mysterious power, qi. In Chinese culture, no matter which school you're from, you can't escape the importance of qi. Buddhist, Taoist, even Confucian, there's a focus on cultivating this grand qi. Really, there is such a thing as qi?" Su Jie thought that traditional martial arts, like Tai Chi, were just physical exercises relying on muscle and bone training. As for other mysterious powers, they were all just nonsense. He decided to redirect the conversation. "Uncle, what do you think I'm missing in this move? Can you give me some pointers?" "What you're missing is hatred and fierceness." Odell's Mandarin was fluent and unaccented. "Hate and fierceness." Su Jie was puzzled. "Why would you need that?" "Martial arts itself is for battle," Odell explained. "The earliest martial arts were the result of our ancestors fighting with wild beasts. Without hatred, without fierceness, they wouldn't have survived." Odell set down his backpack, lifted his hand as if to swing a hoe, then let it fall back down. The motion was ordinary, but when it fell, Odell let out a roar. "Yeah!" This roar was like a monster's growl, causing Su Jie to shudder all over and his teeth to chatter. He felt as though the other person had, in an instant, turned into a fierce tiger or a ghost, full of rage to tear everything apart. "Hate is the power born from the human heart when anger reaches its peak," Odell explained. "The more intense the hatred, the greater the martial arts skill." Odell put down his bag and demonstrated a simple two-line mantra. "When you raise your hands, imagine hating the earth for being without a ring. When you strike down, hate the heavens for being without a handle. Hate the heavens for being without a handle, and the earth for being without a ring." That's the heart method in martial arts. Without this intention, your martial arts training won't have any effect. Hate the heavens for being without a handle. Hate the earth for being without a ring. Su Jie seemed to understand. Imagine yourself as a giant with limitless power, unable to break free from the restrictions of the world. You want to unleash your strength, but can't. At this moment, you feel hatred for the sky because there's no handle and the earth because there's no ring. If you had these, you could tear the world apart. In Chinese mythology, there's the story of Pangu who opened the heavens for the same reason. He woke up in chaos, unable to break free until he felt such intense hatred that he tore the world apart. Odell said. Su Jie finally understood and immediately closed his eyes to concentrate on cultivating his emotions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, glaring with rage, his anger reaching its peak. He raised his arms and then struck down in a series of movements, lifting, digging, and striking all in one fluid motion. It was like a giant opening the heavens, a tiger pouncing, an elephant stomping, a shark fishing, and a giant with fierce eyes. The ground trembled under his feet, and there was a loud cracking sound all around him. After finishing the movement, he seemed completely exhausted, his vision blurry with stars, gasping for breath as if all his strength had been drained. Such innate talent. Now it was Odell's turn to be surprised. After a long while, Su Jie finally caught his breath. He didn't want to try again. It was so exhausting, more so than pulling an all-nighter to finish his homework. On the way, Su Jie chatted animatedly with Odell. Odell turned out to be quite knowledgeable about China, well-versed in many aspects, especially martial arts. He was an expert in countless techniques, and there seemed to be nothing he didn't know. Su Jie found this entirely unsurprising. Through their conversation, he learned that Odell was a combat coach, and not just any coach. He trained world-class professional fighters. However, Odell was currently unemployed. What made Su Jie both laugh and cry was that Odell's job had been snatched away by artificial intelligence. According to Odell, the top professional fighters today all trained with the assistance of AI. The technology could analyze even the smallest muscle movements, subtle changes in the skin, and even the undulations of internal organs, enabling it to design targeted training regimens every day. Moreover, AI could monitor fighters' physical conditions daily, devising meal plans and recommending specific trace elements for intake. With access to massive databases and the most advanced medical analytics, AI far surpassed any human coach. Su Jie knew how powerful AI had become. Years ago, it had completely defeated the world's top Go champions. What's more, its strategies were entirely different from human techniques, creating a new realm of Go that was not merely an extension of human intelligence, but a manifestation of its own innovative capacity. He had also read news about AI-assisted training in national sports teams, such as badminton, table tennis, basketball, and soccer. By analyzing videos, AI could correct every action and guide athletes to perfection. The same applied to combat sports. Su Jie's elder sister, Su Myukin, was involved in AI computer research at a major company after earning her PhD. Su Jie had read novels before where the protagonist acquired a super AI chip that corrected their martial arts movements, merging numerous techniques into an invincible skill set. While fictional, it wasn't entirely implausible. Nowadays, Go players and their coaches had largely been replaced by AI. Every move it made was the most accurate and flawless. In ancient times, Go players would exhaust themselves mentally and even spit blood to perfect a single move. In contrast, AI could calculate the optimal solution in just a fraction of a second. Years ago, Su Jie had seen the despair of the world's best Go masters facing AI, describing it as akin to the god of Go. Uncle Odell, do you think AI has figured out the ultimate training method for combat or determined the strongest fighting techniques? Su Jie asked, voicing a question he had long wondered about. Which martial art was the strongest in the world? There is no strongest martial art, only the strongest person, Odell replied. Training methods are not set in stone. Every individual has different physical and psychological traits. A method that works best for me might not suit you. As coaches, we design personalized training regimens for each person. Unfortunately, AI is superior in tailoring regimens for professional fighters. But I'm not willing to give up. That's why I've come to the mysterious East, to seek the legendary Qi, a supernatural power. Supernatural power? Is that even possible? Su Jie was skeptical. However, he could understand Odell's frustration. Losing his career to AI was undoubtedly disheartening, not to mention the significant financial loss. Professional combat coaches at Odell's level could earn tens of thousands of dollars per hour. Some even received shares of their fighters' prize money and endorsement earnings, as they often doubled as managers. As a diligent student of science, Su Jie didn't believe in supernatural powers. However, he knew little about the limits of martial arts and couldn't compare himself to someone like Odell, who stood at the pinnacle of the field. Criticizing or judging Odell would have been as foolish as an elementary school student telling a renowned professor that their research was worthless. As they chatted, Su Jie bought the phone Josh had requested. When they returned, he discovered that Odell lived near his school. Odell had rented a small farmhouse, which was quiet and adorned in an antique style. Once the gate was closed, it felt like a world of its own. The courtyard had stone vats filled with water, complete with lotus flowers and goldfish. The house itself featured pure wooden furnishings, as well as calligraphy, chessboards, and paintings, resembling the home of an ancient scholar or hermit. Su Jie continued to ponder Odell's words as they parted. While walking, he practiced digging and hoeing the soil. He repeatedly meditated on the sentiment of resenting the sky without a handle, resenting the earth without a loop, gradually beginning to grasp its essence. Seeing his expression, Odell nodded approvingly. Practicing in every action, whether standing, sitting, or lying down, is the best state for training. Your coach, Gu Yang, is actually a martial arts expert. Unfortunately, the regulations of the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy prevent him from teaching combat techniques to temporary class members. However, I can teach you. You're willing to teach me? Su Jie asked joyfully. I'll be here for another month before heading to Tibet and India to search for something I'm looking for, Odell said, nodding. Since I have free time, you can come to me whenever you're available to learn. This is what we call fate. Then could you take a look at this move of mine? What needs improvement, and how can it be applied in combat? Su Jie quickly asked. The technique I mentioned earlier, resent the sky without a handle, resent the earth without a loop, is a training mindset, Odell explained. For combat, there's a different mindset. Anger fills the chest, breaking the crown, flesh as hard as iron, bones as steel. Swift as a monkey, fierce as a tiger, refused to return without spilling the enemy's blood. As he spoke, Odell suddenly slid forward, pouncing right in front of Sujie. Sujie only felt a flash of darkness before his eyes, as if the entire world was shrouded, leaving him completely unaware of what was happening. Then his face, throat, chest, and abdomen were lightly tapped in quick succession. Though the strikes were soft and caused no harm, he found himself on the ground. Odell's speed was astonishing. Compared to him, Josh was like a child. So fast. Sujie's heart raced wildly. Just now, he felt as if a shadow of death had enveloped him. Odell had executed the move he referred to as hoeing the earth, advancing, lifting his hand, and striking as he descended. Anger fills the chest, breaking the crown, flesh as hard as iron, bones as steel. Swift as a monkey, fierce as a tiger, refused to return without spilling the enemy's blood. Sujie repeated the mantra, pondering it. Suddenly, clarity filled his mind. The essence of the mantra boiled down to one word: ruthlessness. Using this move in combat demanded an unyielding resolve. When pouncing forward, one must not retreat without drawing the enemy's blood. How fierce and unstoppable was that? This is a superior martial art that incorporates many elements. Hoeing the earth involves movements that are forward and back, up and down, left and right. Master this move, and many other techniques will become second nature. Odell explained, sharing extensive knowledge of traditional martial arts with Sujie. No matter how versatile your opponent, I'll rely on my trusty hoe. Farming techniques are invincible. A hoe can cultivate the land to feed people, defend oneself, and even ignite uprisings. Your execution of this move only scratches the surface of power application. You're far from mastery. To perfect it, you must start with stance training. Stance training? Sujie refrained from asking further and focused on learning. At this point, Odell positioned him in a forward-backward stance, one hand extended forward and the other pressed just below his abdomen, supporting himself left and right, pulling upwards and downwards. Once Sujie maintained the posture, Odell continued. This stance, when minimized, resembles a monkey. When expanded, it embodies a tiger. Pressing downward mimics an eagle, while hugging the head imitates a bear. Charging forward evokes a galloping horse, and light, nimble movements reflect a flying swallow. When you use a hoe to dig into the earth, pause and imagine yourself transitioning into any of these forms. Use your mind and intent to control the transformation of your muscles and tendons, generating power from the ground. As he spoke, Odell picked up a stick and struck Sujie's toes. Though painful, Sujie endured it without complaint. By striking your toes with a stick, you instinctively clench your teeth to endure the pain. Your toes tense up, gripping the ground firmly, and the pain lessens. This principle is also used in building resistance and in martial arts techniques that involve channeling energy throughout the body. However, what's commonly referred to as energy here isn't true energy, it's just the mind controlling the muscles. It's artificial energy, not true chi, nor is it a supernatural force. Then, Odell firmly pinched Sujie's calf muscle. Sujie felt an intense, stabbing pain and almost cried out. Being pinched with force, this was the sensation. When I pinch this muscle, you must tense it up. Tighten the muscle so that it pushes my fingers away. Odell's voice was loud and commanding. Sujie quickly focused his mind to control his calf muscle, making it tighten sharply and push Odell's fingers away. Odell continued to pinch along different parts of Sujie's body, instructing him to tense his muscles and push away each time. This form of training was grueling for Sujie, but gradually he noticed a slight improvement in his ability to control his body's sensitivity. This is the essence of martial arts training and the so-called truth behind Qigong. In every movement, you must imagine someone striking your body with a fist. For each part of your body, consider the state it should maintain upon impact to neutralize the opponent's force. This is true training, not merely posing or recklessly abusing your muscles. Odell methodically pinched, slapped, and struck Su Jie with his fingers, palms, and a stick, creating a rhythmic routine that forced Su Jie's body to tense in a coordinated manner. As you breathe, every muscle in your body should move, assisting your breathing. This is what martial artists call body breathing, rather than abdominal or dantian breathing. When your lungs breathe, every muscle should resonate with them. Only then will your breathing be perfect and your strength reach its peak. An hour later, Su Jie was covered in bruises from the pinching and slapping. At this point, Odell brought out some herbal oil, applying it to Su Jie's body and massaging away the bruises. He then said, "Now, immediately do 200 heel raises, 100 crunches, 30 push-ups, a 3-minute plank, and a 10-minute spinal activation routine." He demonstrated the exercises himself. Although Su Jie was utterly exhausted, like a beaten dog, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Odell's training plan was highly targeted and effective. His sharp eyes identified any imbalances in Su Jie's muscles or joints during the session, and he prescribed exercises to address them immediately. Moreover, Odell adjusted each exercise to ensure Su Jie wouldn't get injured while maximizing the effectiveness of the workout. This was the level of a world-class coach. Whether in sports or martial arts, having a good coach was critical. Without a professional and experienced coach, it was impossible to achieve meaningful results through blind practice. Gu Yang, Su Jie's previous coach, was overly conservative. His words were often vague, akin to the cryptic teachings of an old monk discussing Zen. In contrast, Odell explained everything in detail: principles, reasoning, and methodology. Odell's teachings incorporated elements of traditional martial arts, but also included modern training techniques, focusing on physical fitness and muscle and skeletal development. These were the same methods he used to train top-tier fighters worldwide. With just a glance, Odell could identify Su Jie's weaknesses and immediately create a training plan to address them. 3 hours later, Su Jie was completely drained. "All right, now relax, rest, take deep breaths, and imagine yourself lying in a forest with a gentle breeze and flowing streams. Let your mind completely unwind." At this point, Odell played some soothing music, and Su Jie nearly fell asleep. "Take a hot shower," Odell commanded as Su Jie was about to doze off. After the hot shower, Su Jie felt refreshed, and all his fatigue seemed to vanish. "Now, I'll teach you the true path of martial arts cultivation: eating and sleeping," Odell said once again. "How can eating and sleeping be part of cultivation?" Su Jie asked, puzzled. "The two most important things in life are eating and sleeping," Odell replied. Once someone asked an enlightened Zen master, "What is Zen?" The master answered, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." The person found it strange and asked, "But isn't that what everyone does? Why is it Zen for you, but not for others?" The Zen master explained, "Because when they eat, they are not truly eating, and when they sleep, they are not truly sleeping." Do you understand the meaning of this story? When eating, one is not truly eating. When sleeping, one is not truly sleeping, Su Jie repeated, pondering the profound philosophy. He vaguely understood, but couldn't quite grasp the specifics. As he was reflecting, the sound of a motorcycle came from outside the courtyard. Odell opened the gate, revealing a food delivery worker. Several large bags were brought in and placed on the table. The spread was extravagant: beef, chicken, fruits, dairy products, fish, and soup. It was clearly not ordinary takeout, but custom-made dishes. Once the delivery person had set everything up, Odell gestured to Su Jie, "Come and eat. This is private cuisine from the Nie family." It said their ancestors were imperial chefs. I tried it once before and found it incredibly delicious. It also nourishes the body and replenishes vitality, suitable for all ages. Su Jie's stomach was already growling, but a hint of embarrassment showed on his face. He felt like he was freeloading. Odell seemed to see through his thoughts. "I'm conducting a physical fitness training experiment. If you're willing to volunteer, I'll cover your meals and even pay you." "Of course, I'm willing." Su Jie nodded quickly. "Just covering my meals is enough. I don't even need the pay. Could you teach me more martial arts instead?" "Then let's eat first." Odell pointed with his chopsticks. Westerners are usually accustomed to eating with knives and forks, and many struggle to use chopsticks. Su Jie tried his best to handle the chopsticks, but failed every time. Odell, however, was entirely different. He wielded the chopsticks with fluid ease, even skillfully picking up difficult-to-grab peanuts, selecting precisely how many he wanted. Su Jie, famished, took a big bite. Odell immediately stopped him. Eating is your first lesson for me. You must chew thoroughly, breaking down the food completely before swallowing. While eating, don't think about anything else. Focus solely on the act of eating. But don't be too tense. Maintain a mindset of enjoyment and relaxation. Remember, eating is one of the most relaxing and enjoyable moments of life. Grasp this moment, and you grasp the essence of life. This is what the Zen master meant by when eat. Most people, 99%, in fact, aren't truly eating when they eat. Focus without distraction, yet enjoy and relax. Chew thoroughly, Su Jie muttered. He recalled what he had learned in biology class. Thorough chewing helps secrete more saliva, converting starches into maltose and reducing the digestive burden on the stomach. The more you chew, the more facial muscle movement stimulates the cerebral cortex, enhancing brain activity. Eating with the right mindset is crucial. If you think about other things while eating, blood circulation won't focus on your stomach and intestines, which weakens your digestion. At the same time, it reduces the brain's control over your taste buds. Over time, this can lead to mild anorexia. From an evolutionary perspective, this marks the beginning of species elimination, said Odell. In my research, even professional athletes who eat without thinking outperform those who think while eating. Don't underestimate this detail. True physical fitness and body quality stem from such strict self-discipline and mental control. The devil is often hidden in the details. The devil is hidden in the details. Hearing this, Su Jie seemed to grasp the concept. He wanted to think further, but stopped immediately, focusing on eating and enjoying the food. As he ate, he entered a state where he felt the aroma of the food spread throughout his body with each chew, leaving him slightly euphoric. The well-chewed food traveled down his esophagus into his stomach, bringing an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. During this, he felt nature's gift to life. Observing Su Jie's state and his expression change while eating, Odell looked as though he had discovered a treasure, like a teacher finding a highly perceptive student. After finishing his meal, Su Jie instinctively wanted to stand up. Don't stand yet. After eating, sit for a while because your stomach and intestines are still digesting. If you disrupt this process by standing, your stomach might sag. However, sitting for too long can lead to bloating. In this case, you should drink something to aid digestion. Odell continued to share his detailed knowledge. A drink. Su Jie didn't find any juices or similar beverages, but had eaten some fruit at the table. The best drink is your saliva, Odell said, gently massaging his abdomen in sync with his breathing. There are several points on the abdomen. In Chinese medicine, these points are unique and fascinating. In our scientific terms, they're called sensitive areas where neurons concentrate. Massage these points, such as Zhongwan, Daheng, Tianshu, Qihai, and Daimai, gently and in order. While doing this, stimulate saliva secretion and swallow it. This helps your stomach and intestines digest more efficiently. It's one of the small details in Chinese martial arts, and a health-preserving technique that aligns with scientific principles. Continue until you no longer feel bloated or sense any discomfort in your stomach and abdomen. Su Jie followed along, learning as he went. He hadn't expected something as simple as eating to involve so much knowledge. Instead of dismissing these details, he valued them deeply and resolved to implement them diligently. Once digestion was complete, Odell finally allowed him to stand and move. In the courtyard, Odell had Su Jie walk slowly around the yard. After an hour, when the food was thoroughly digested, he let Su Jie practice the halt-strike move again. This time, Odell gave meticulous guidance, correcting every incorrect detail on the spot. Only when Su Jie had mastered the move with precision and steadiness did he stop. It's time for a nap. Seeing that Su Jie was somewhat fatigued, Odell guided him on how to rest. The courtyard had annexed rooms, a traditional architectural style specifically for hosting guests. Odell instructed Su Jie to lie on the bed in a spread eagle position, stretching his head and limbs as if being pulled apart. What I'm teaching you now is derived from ancient Indian yoga and tantric life-death cessation methods, called the Great Corpse State. I've made minor adjustments to it. Lie flat on the bed with your head, hands, and feet stretched outward as much as possible. Imagine you're being torn apart by horses at your limits, struggling to resist, but eventually powerless. Imagine being quartered and feeling as though you've died. Though you're actually still alive, you'll feel an unparalleled calm. At this moment, you are like a corpse. Your senses remain, but you experience life anew. By dying once and still being alive, you can let go of everything. Everything becomes serene, and you'll achieve ultimate relaxation. Odell's voice seemed to carry a hypnotic quality. Following his rhythm, Su Jie stretched his limbs and head forcefully. Suddenly, it felt as though he had truly died. Yet, just like that, he fell into a peaceful sleep, breathing steadily and deeply. Among the students I've seen, this child has the best aptitude and intellect. He's calm, not impulsive, and has a strong sense of justice. But to get into the state so quickly, could he truly be a genius? Odell thought as he observed the sleeping Su Jie. The reason Su Jie had caught his attention was due to the small incident of buying water. This minor event fully showcased Su Jie's wisdom and sense of justice. In their subsequent conversations, Odell discerned Su Jie's persistence, strong will, and comprehension. Ordinary people would find it difficult to persevere, even with guidance. Moreover, during their discussion, he realized that Su Jie was a person with strong execution and planning skills. Most importantly, someone who can enter the state of the Great Corpse on their first try is 1 in a million. Yet he managed it. He directly understood how to live in the state of a corpse. At this rate, he might achieve a state of transcending life and death, an extraordinary spiritual condition. This kind of mental training isn't something artificial intelligence can replicate. A smile appeared on Odell's face. After 2 hours of sleep, Su Jie woke up naturally, feeling completely refreshed. He had never felt this comfortable before. His mind was light and carefree, as if he could let go of everything and be content with anything, enjoying a constant sense of ease and joy. "There's one thing I need you to promise me," Odell said. "Don't tell anyone about my training for now. Set aside time every day to train secretly. Also, if the opportunity arises in the future, I hope you'll participate in a few martial arts tournaments and acknowledge me as your coach." "Okay," Su Jie nodded after thinking about it. Odell seemed pleased, as if his plan had succeeded, smiling faintly. "What I taught you today, take your time to understand and digest. Following this training will benefit you for life. But to truly learn martial arts, this is far from enough. Here's the plan. Come here every day if you have time to train. I'll only be here for a month, and after that, I'll be leaving." Odell waved his hand dismissively. Su Jie didn't ask further about martial arts. The knowledge he had gained today was enough to keep him busy for days. July 8th. I had the fortune of meeting Odell, a coach of world-class martial artists. He shared with me a wealth of knowledge about traditional martial arts, opening up a completely new world for me. When practicing, one must cultivate the hatred of not having a weapon in hand or a ring underfoot and the fierce determination to fight without retreating until one's opponent bleeds. Even more fascinating is the mentality of the Great Corpse State, to live as though one were a corpse, finding one's truest self. I feel peaceful and content, as if I've discovered the true meaning of life through this training. Traditional martial arts and cultivation methods are truly miraculous. Whether or not they involve supernatural powers, they're undoubtedly a purification of the body and soul. It's no wonder that throughout history, many have retreated to deep mountains and forests to cultivate themselves. Tonight, I'll continue sparring with Josh. He still easily lands hits on me. Learning from Coach Odell hasn't instantly made me invincible. It seems martial arts requires steady progress rather than sudden leaps. Before bed, I'll continue practicing the Great Corpse state. From my online research, the Great Corpse state originates from esoteric Buddhist meditation, while the addition of the five-horse dismemberment concept by Coach Odell likely symbolizes a stretching and bone-strengthening practice. Another aspect he emphasized was that even eating should involve a set of digestive massages and swallowing techniques. By incorporating health-preserving details into every aspect of life, one's physical condition will improve significantly. Life's two most important activities, eating and sleeping, consume a vast amount of time. It's essential to master these details. Sujia. Remember, success is determined by the details. Never forget this. As per his daily routine, Sujia recorded everything in his diary, reflecting and summarizing his experiences. On the early morning of July 9th, at only 3 o'clock, Sujia was already up. He had gone to bed at 9 the previous night, falling asleep using the Great Corpse state of relaxation taught by Coach Odell. Gradually, he entered an extremely tranquil state. Though he had only slept for 6 hours, he felt more energized than when he usually slept for 10. When he woke up, Sujia felt completely refreshed. He quickly washed up and headed to the small courtyard outside the school, where Odell lived. Odell seemed to have anticipated his arrival. Reclining on a grand chair, he gazed at the clouds leisurely drifting across the sky. The summer dawn was truly pleasant. A cool breeze swept through, and the courtyard, likely treated with some insect repellent, was completely free of mosquitoes. "You're here earlier than I expected," Odell remarked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I assume you slept well last night." "I slept like a log," Sujia said, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. "Coach, what are we learning today?" "I'll start by teaching you a set of joint exercises." Odell stood up and demonstrated a few movements. Before any training, warming up is crucial. Among warm-ups, joint mobility is the most important. Of all the joints, the knees and wrists are the most fragile and prone to injury. Protecting them while strengthening them is essential. Boxers, for instance, always wrap their wrists to avoid wrist injuries while hitting the punching bag. They also use knee braces. Ideally, you should also apply a muscle-relaxing balm when doing joint exercises. The various medications from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy are quite effective. Sujia followed Odell in performing the joint exercises. The movements were smooth, gentle, and slow, resembling Tai Chi to some extent. "Coach, is this a new style of Tai Chi?" Sujia asked as he moved. Gradually, his entire body began to heat up, especially his joints, which felt exceptionally comfortable. His brain even experienced a subtle sense of exhilaration. All exercises share one fundamental benefit. They stimulate the release of dopamine and endorphins in the body, Odell explained. Dopamine excites and motivates, creating a sense of accomplishment, while endorphins act as natural painkillers. Dopamine is particularly significant, as it improves the body's endocrine system and keeps a person in a state of euphoria. It can treat depression, anxiety, and various mental illnesses. That's why exercise is the ultimate stress reliever. I've studied all forms of exercise, and I've found that the slow, continuous, and aerobic rhythm of Tai Chi generates more dopamine than any other activity. People who practice Tai Chi often feel a profound sense of comfort. Over time, this can lead to an irrational confidence in their abilities, which explains why some Tai Chi masters get defeated in real combat. This phenomenon, described in Zen Buddhism as an illusory state, must be overcome to recognize one's true self and reach a new level of understanding. So that's how it is. Sujia suddenly understood. Ever since I learned that digging in home movement, I've practiced it day and night, thinking I was invincible only to get beaten up by others. Is it because my brain produces too much dopamine during exercise, creating an illusion of omnipotence? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? It's definitely a good thing. The fact that you can quickly get into an excited state indicates your natural talent for physical activity, Odell replied. Many people feel more tired as they exercise, leading to a sense of laziness. But you get addicted to it, which shows your aptitude and understanding. Seeing how quickly Su Jie learned the joint exercises, Odell became even more pleased. This set of joint exercises combines modern combat training systems with traditional Chinese martial arts, including the Shaolin Muscle Tendon Change Classic, 5 Animal Frolics, Tai Chi, and Yoga. It's scientifically designed to maximize effectiveness, Odell continued. Traditional Chinese martial arts, in terms of their patterns of movement, produce unparalleled levels of dopamine compared to other forms of exercise. Coach, I feel really energized now, Su Jie said after an hour of gentle exercise that felt no different from seniors practicing Tai Chi in the park. Yet he felt as though he could take down a tiger, with his brain fully activated. That's exactly how a warm-up should feel, Odell nodded. When your brain is exhilarated from physical activity, that's when the warm-up ends. Next, we'll move on to real combat training and endurance training. Combat training, endurance training. It was the first time Su Jie had heard these terms. Martial arts training consists of 3 methods: internal training, combat training, and endurance training, Odell explained. Internal training focuses on nurturing the body, such as stretching, meditation, yoga, tai chi, and martial arts routines. It's relaxing, easy to pick up, and suitable for everyone. Combat training, on the other hand, involves activities like weightlifting, punching bags, sprinting, and target kicking to strengthen muscles and bones. Endurance training is the harshest. It includes sparring and actual combat, as well as grueling methods like stick beating and body conditioning to enhance toughness and endurance. However, this method is only suitable for young people. Overdoing it after 30 can lead to injuries. The process must be carefully managed to avoid permanent damage. Nutrition and medicinal support are essential to prevent hidden injuries. This type of endurance training yields results quickly. Examples include Muay Thai, traditional Japanese karate, and Chinese hardstyle practices like iron palm, iron finger, and hard qigong. Today, only elite combat athletes and special forces soldiers undergo such training. Of course, I've developed the most scientific approach to endurance training. At this point, Odell paused, his face showing an expression unique to a beast trainer. The upcoming training will be harsh, even brutal. If you can't endure it, you can quit. However, if you do, I won't teach you anything in the future. Think it through carefully. I'm willing to accept it, Su Jie agreed without hesitation. There's a hoe over there. Go get it, Odell said, pointing to the side. Su Jie quickly fetched the hoe and stood in position according to the stance he practiced yesterday. Holding the hoe in the middle, it seemed neither raised nor lowered. Yesterday, he stood empty-handed, but now, holding the hoe made it much more strenuous. Still, the days of practice had built some muscle on Su Jie. After all, he had spent several days digging soil before feasting with Josh. Stand properly. Imagine someone is pulling your hair upward, lifting your head. Your hips should sink as if sitting on a scorching piece of iron, too hot to stay still, making you constantly want to adjust. Your feet should root into the ground like a tree, planting its roots deep into the soil. The deeper the roots, the harder it is for the wind to topple you. Envision yourself as a tiger, with prey in front of you, gathering strength and ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. If you miss, you'll go hungry. After Su Jie assumed the stance, Odell gave constant instructions. Then, he picked up a rubber stick in his hand. Whack! Without warning, he struck Su Jie's calf. Su Jie couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, immediately focusing his strength in that area. The pain slightly subsided. Whap! Whap! Odell continued striking Su Jie's body with a rubber stick. Before long, Su Jie was covered in bruises. The intense pain was unbearable, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Now, start moving, Odell instructed. Attack me with the hoe. All right. Su Jie used a digging motion, swinging the hoe forcefully in a fierce attack. However, Odell's movements were too fast. No matter how much Su Jie tried, he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothing. Each of Su Jie's attacks was met with a strike from the rubber stick. Several times, Su Jie wanted to quit. The training was too hard and exhausting. He wanted to throw down the hoe and give up. But a deep-seated determination kept him going. Stop! Just as Su Jie felt like he was about to pass out, Odell called a halt. He applied liniment to the bruised areas of Su Jie's body and began massaging them. The massage felt like a knife slicing through his flesh, leaving him in excruciating pain. However, after half an hour of Odell's massage, much of the bruising dissipated. When my hand massages a spot, focus your strength there to alleviate the pain. That's the secret to hard body training. It's about channeling energy to withstand impacts. The principle is simple. Use your mind to control a specific body part and tense it up. Always stay alert. When anything touches a part of your body, that part should immediately tense up. Be ready to react to the slightest movement. This is what ancient martial arts manuals mean by a feather cannot land and a fly cannot settle. It's also called immediate response upon contact. I strike you to train this instinct, to enhance your sensitivity and resilience. The areas I strike are all nerve-sensitive spots. Remember, never train like this with someone else because they might not know how to control their strength and could seriously injure you. Only I, a world-class top-level martial arts coach, can precisely control the force. Odell's method of striking seemed scientifically designed to enhance certain circulatory functions in the body. All right, let's have breakfast now. Odell led Su Jie to the kitchen, where a hearty meal awaited. There was hot, steaming porridge, buns, milk, eggs, several plates of fruits, jam, fish, and more. Su Jie was famished, feeling like he could eat an entire cow. Even so, he ate slowly and deliberately. After finishing his meal, he followed Odell's digestion routine, massaging several acupuncture points on his abdomen and swallowing saliva. Half an hour later, he was full of energy again. Now we'll start strength and body training, Odell announced. Heel raises, planks, skipping rope, push-ups, crunches, leg kicks, and stretching exercises. Hearing this, Su Jie knew this was yet another grueling training session, focused on martial training. In the morning, joint exercises served as soft training. The rubber stick striking was for hard body training. What came next was martial training, aimed at building explosive power and physical strength. By the end of the morning, Su Jie had trained from 3 in the morning until 6. Only then did he rush back to the academy, just in time to join Gu Yang's training. Su Jie, where did you go this morning? You were up even earlier than me, Josh asked curiously. I went for a run, Su Jie replied, not intending to deceive, but simply following Odell's instructions to keep quiet. Today is the 9th day. Gu Yang gathered a group of people on the field and began his speech. You came here to learn traditional martial arts. For the past 7 days, I've had you dig soil, which you might think is useless. But in the future, you'll understand. This is the foundation of all martial arts. Today, I will teach you another genuine martial art. As he spoke, he pointed to a corner of the field where many baskets and carrying poles were placed. The baskets were filled with rice, cooking oil, and salt, all heavy items. Each basket weighed about 60 or 70 jin. These supplies are for elderly villagers in need, Gu Yang explained, gesturing to the baskets filled with essentials. Now, each of you will take a pole and follow me to the countryside. But carrying these loads requires skill. It's not just about brute strength. He demonstrated by walking over to the heaviest pair of baskets, setting the pole across them, and slipping under it. With a smooth motion, his body dipped, and then with a flick of his waist, the pole and baskets rose steadily, producing a creaking sound. He carried the load effortlessly. This dipping, lifting, and thrusting contains profound technique. It's similar to the force used in digging with a hoe, but with even greater upward strength, like a blade of grass breaking through the soil to overturn a stone, Su Jie observed, amazed. With his growing understanding of martial arts, he could see the deep martial technique embedded in the act of carrying a pole. An ordinary person, attempting this recklessly, might easily injure their back. I'll try, Josh, being tall and sturdy, stepped forward confidently. He positioned himself under the pole and lifted the baskets with effort. However, as soon as he took a few steps, the load became unbalanced. The pole tilted, one basket heavy, the other light, and everything slid off, spilling the contents. Fortunately, the rice was bagged, and the oil was sealed in plastic containers, so nothing was wasted. Josh stubbornly rearranged everything and tried again. He managed to lift the pole and baskets, but struggled to maintain balance. He resembled the central beam of a scale, desperately trying to keep both sides level, a nearly impossible task. Standing still was manageable, but moving was a different story. In the past, Sujia might have dismissed the idea that carrying a pole had any value. But now, with Odell's teachings, he realized that carrying poles and digging soil were both forms of martial arts. Guiyang was genuinely imparting advanced techniques. Odell's detailed explanation of the Ho technique had provided Sujia with many insights. He watched Guiyang's actions closely, comparing them to Josh's clumsy attempts. Despite Josh's physical strength, his lack of experience in farm labor showed. Tasks like carrying poles and digging soil seemed simple but were incredibly demanding over time. The students in the training program imitated Guiyang, picking up poles and following him out of the academy. After walking a kilometer, their faces twisted in pain, their shoulders rubbed raw, and their backs and spines ached unbearably under the weight. This was far more difficult than digging soil. When carrying the pole, match your steps to the rhythm of your breathing. Move in a rise and fall motion, coordinating your entire body to toss the load slightly off your shoulders. This allows temporary relaxation. As the load comes back down, use your shoulders to absorb the impact, transferring the force to your legs. Watch my movements, Guiyang instructed. He moved with ease, his steps light and quick. The heavy load swayed gently on his shoulders as if weightless, like a butterfly flitting about. Sujia, with his sharp understanding of martial arts, immediately grasped the secrets of the technique. This was indeed a martial art. First came the dipping motion to get under the pole. This move was highly strategic, resembling a boxer's lower dodge, but far more advanced. It could be used to attack an opponent's lower body while reducing one's vulnerability. Then came the upward lift to raise the heavy load. This upward thrust combined the strength of the waist, legs, and spine in a coordinated effort. While walking, the body adjusted to the swaying of the load. The technique relied on tension and relaxation to control the movement, akin to a parabolic toss rather than a steady carry. This method not only prevented muscle strain, but also stretched the tendons, trained balance, and enhanced physical resilience. Carrying a load of over 100 kg while keeping it steady required extraordinary balance. Without it, one would topple immediately. The wisdom of the ancients is truly astonishing. Their understanding of physical movement reached unparalleled heights. Even in farm labor, profound martial techniques can be discovered, Su Jie thought as he carried the pole. He gradually found his rhythm and, to his surprise, didn't feel as fatigued. I can't go on. I need a break. After walking out of the academy and covering about a kilometer, Josh was already exhausted like a dead dog. He walked up to Su Jie, dropped the load he was carrying, and panted heavily while rubbing his shoulders and waist. His gaze was peculiar as he asked, "Why aren't you tired? Have you done farm work before?" "No, I haven't, but I've used some techniques," Su Jie replied, demonstrating to Josh by shifting the load. The technique is about rhythm. When you lift the load slightly, there's a moment where your whole body can relax. During that brief second, you can regulate your breathing and relax your muscles. Once you master the rhythm, it feels like you're resting half the time. This skill was something he had learned from Odell about balancing relaxation and tension. It's only been a day, and you seem like a completely different person. Did you learn some martial arts from someone, or were you given decades worth of energy transfer? Josh asked in clumsy Chinese. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm in a novel where someone transfers decades of skills to me? Su Jie couldn't help but laugh at Josh. On the fighting stage, Su Jie wouldn't stand a chance against Josh, but when it came to farm work, he clearly had the upper hand. The training class participants spent the whole day carrying loads. Everyone's faces showed signs of agony. Even those with a martial arts foundation found it unbearable. However, Su Jie had mastered the up and down rhythm. While it was tiring at first, he eventually found carrying loads increasingly manageable. He felt that each time the load came down, it was like forging steel, toughening his muscles and bones. If you carry loads without proper technique, it's easy to injure your spine, strain your back muscles, or even damage your joints. But with the right method, it can train many parts of your body. Compared to weighted squats, deadlifts, or bench presses, this trains far more areas. Plus, while walking, you also develop balance. Imagine this. If you can carry heavy loads and still move swiftly, what would happen when you set the load down and face an opponent? Gu Yang explained to the group during the lesson. Don't be fooled by your good diet and rest. You're far weaker than the farmers of ancient times when it comes to hard labor like this. In the countryside, after delivering grains and oil to elderly villagers, everyone was completely exhausted, including Josh. Su Jie, however, had thoroughly mastered the rhythm of relaxation and tension. Though his shoulders were raw, he hadn't run out of stamina. He seemed to have grasped the essence of Gu Yang's method. Now gather the vegetables and carry them back too, Gu Yang instructed. The group was in the countryside delivering essentials to elderly villagers and collecting vegetables they had grown, which the academy's cafeteria had purchased. The elderly were deeply grateful. Normally, they had to carry the vegetables to town themselves, but with the students coming directly to collect them, it saved them a lot of effort. Watching the elders express their gratitude, Su Jie felt a warm sense of fulfillment. He believed he had done something meaningful, which made him feel content. On the way back, as they carried the heavy vegetables, a tall man suddenly lost his temper. He cursed and complained in English. What kind of training is this? I came here to learn martial arts, Chinese martial arts, not to do farm work. You had us digging for 7 days. Now, do we have to carry loads for another 7 days? The man, Boone, was American. He was tall, burly, and built like a giant, even bigger than Josh in terms of frame and arm span. Boone had enrolled in the martial arts class to learn Chinese martial arts. However, the 9 days of grueling training had tested his patience, and today he finally snapped. Boone stormed up to Gu Yang, looking menacing. Refund me. I'm quitting. Seeing this, Su Jie quickly stepped forward to stop him, but Josh held him back. The other participants watched closely. They, too, seemed disgruntled. After all, they had come to learn martial arts, not to do farm work. For those who didn't understand, resentment was inevitable. Even Su Jie initially had doubts. But after meeting Odell, his doubts were dispelled. He realized Gu Yang's training was truly a sophisticated form of martial arts, though it was misunderstood by most. Fine. When we get back, go to the Academy's finance office, and they'll process your refund, Gu Yang replied, surprisingly fluent in English with a British accent. His response caught Boone off guard. Still, Boone maintained his aggressive stance and even assumed a fighting posture. You wasted 10 days of my time. I demand compensation 10 times the amount. I paid $5,000 in tuition, so I want $50,000. Otherwise, I'll beat you up as punishment for your deceit. Just as Boone bounced on his feet, preparing to strike with a boxer's stance, Gu Yang moved. In an instant, he lunged forward as if aiming for Boone's lower body. Startled, Boone instinctively stepped back. But at that moment, Gu Yang surged upward and struck Boone's face and chest. Thud! The towering Boone was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several times. He struggled briefly before sitting. Almost no one could see how Gu Yang made his move. They only saw Gu Yang's figure dart forward, instantly appearing in front of Boone, tearing through his defense and sending him flying. Amazing. So that's how it's used, Su Jie thought excitedly. He had already figured it out. Gu Yang had just used the digging and hoeing move, while his footwork resembled carrying the load. With the power of carrying the load, the digging and hoeing move gained penetration, enabling him to send his opponent flying. In fact, both techniques were closely connected. Boone was left dazed from a hit. It took him 5 minutes to get up from the ground. All his earlier ferocity was gone, and he didn't mention compensation anymore. He quietly started carrying loads. Gu Yang, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and continued carrying his loads back to the school. Amazing. That was incredible. Back at the school, during dinner, Josh was wolfing down his food while discussing the scene with Su Jie. However, Su Jie, calm and composed, was eating slowly and silently, savoring his meal. This left Josh feeling disheartened. After a while, Su Jie finished eating, sat down to massage his stomach, and swallowed his saliva. Only after the feeling of fullness completely subsided did he stand up and start speaking. "Where did you learn this way of eating?" Josh asked curiously. "It's an ancient health regimen I found online. Do you want to learn it?" "It's said to help fully digest food and boost stamina," Su Jie replied, strictly adhering to Coach Odell's advice not to reveal too much. "Sounds amazing, but it's too much trouble. My digestion is great. I don't need all that." Josh shook his head, uninterested. "Let's go." After a short break, "We'll train with the sandbag, as usual." Josh treated Su Jie as his moving sandbag every day, finding it increasingly enjoyable. Lately, he had noticed Su Jie's speed and strength improving, which made his sandbag even more valuable. Back in the dormitory, Su Jie wrote in his diary, as usual. "July 9th, I learned so much today. Besides a set of joint exercises for warm-ups, Coach Odell trained me in horizontal strength, teaching me to control my muscles and skin, alternating between relaxation and tension. Then Guyang showed us how to carry the load. This move can even be applied in combat." Boone, that tall guy, had no chance to fight back. It proves that Chinese martial arts are real, not just exaggerated tales. After all, China has thousands of years of warfare and self-defense techniques passed down through history. They couldn't all be fake. Coach Odell's advice on eating and sleeping habits must be strictly followed without any slack. As the saying goes, success lies in the details. Su Jie, you will definitely become a master. Believe in yourself. That evening, Su Jie trained with Josh as usual. During their sparring, Su Jie tried to find opportunities to execute the hoeing move, but discovered it was nearly impossible. Several attempts failed, and instead, Josh took advantage of the openings, landing numerous punches on him. Fortunately, with 3 layers of protective gear on, Su Jie avoided any major injuries. This move definitely has combat potential, just like sweeping kicks, straight punches, or hooks. The challenge is seizing the right moment, executing precise bursts of power, and improving speed. I lack in all these areas. After all, it's only my 9th day practicing martial arts. Making this much progress is already a miracle. After returning from training, Su Jie diligently recorded his insights in his diary before going to bed. Using the corpse spread sleeping method, he quickly entered a state of deep calm. Gu Yang is an excellent coach. July 10th. As usual, Su Jie woke up at 3 a.m., heading to Coach Odell's small courtyard outside the school. While performing joint exercises similar to Tai Chi, he reported yesterday's training under Gu Yang to Coach Odell. Odell nodded repeatedly after hearing this, starting with the posture of carrying a pole. This is the most crucial aspect of the martial arts fist techniques. Carrying a pole isn't easy. It requires strength and the coordination of the whole body to initiate the movement. On flat ground, it's manageable, but on rugged mountain paths or muddy terrain, the martial arts skill truly shines. If this technique is applied to combat, it would be terrifying. In traditional martial arts, this is called integrated power. In modern combat, it's referred to as full-body coordination. Whether it's judo, Muay Thai, mixed martial arts, or free combat, all emphasize this principle. However, Chinese martial arts integrate this into farming tasks, making every movement in daily life an exercise. This is profound philosophy. Odell continued. The starting motion of the Hohenmatic move is like carrying a pole. You can experience it in detail later. But for now, start with warm-ups and proceed to horizontal conditioning. Smack! A rubber stick struck Su Jie's back, leaving a burning pain that was almost unbearable. However, Su Jie remained motionless, using his willpower to sense the struck areas, training his muscles to tense and relax alternately. While striking, Odell explained, the foundation of horizontal conditioning is developing a sensitivity to your body's muscles, skin, and fascia. Your thoughts must trigger responses from every part of your body simultaneously. This is the sensation of qi flowing through the entire body. Once you grasp this, you could train on your own. This will greatly enhance your physical abilities, Odell said. Globally, every form of exercise, whether it's ancient yoga, Chinese martial arts, or even religious prayer and practice, faces this fundamental challenge. In Chinese Taoist martial arts, it's called opening the small and large circulation paths. Yoga refers to it as chakra alignment. In religious circles, it's described as the baptism of the Holy Spirit. Modern science simplifies it to the brain's complete control over all body neurons. It may not sound mystical, but the training is exceedingly difficult. Without a superb coach, it's nearly impossible to master on your own. Su Jie listened quietly, taking mental notes to write in his journal later and research further. The biggest advantage of learning from Odell was the ability to use modern neuroscience, psychology, kinesiology, and anatomy to clearly explain the seemingly mystical elements of traditional martial arts and Chinese martial arts. Holding a heavy hoe, Su Jie took a stance while Odell struck various parts of his body with a rubber stick. Odell's techniques were ingenious. While the strikes caused excruciating pain, they didn't inflict severe internal injuries. Instead, they significantly enhanced Su Jie's vitality and bone strength. Combined with medicinal treatments and a nutritional diet, Su Jie recovered quickly. In terms of diet, Odell prepared excellent meals for Su Jie. It seemed Odell was determined to nurture a world-class athlete to prove he could rival artificial intelligence. The morning passed like this: first theoretical training, then horizontal conditioning, followed by meals and rest, and finally martial arts practice. Later, Su Jie returned to the academy. As dawn broke, Coach Gu Yang's training session began. Gu Yang's training was straightforward. For the first 7 days, it was digging and turning soil. For the next 7 days, it involved carrying loads to the countryside. This training was monotonous and entirely uninteresting. Without the deeper insights gained from Odell, Su Jie might have felt it was a waste of time and, like Boone, grown complacent. But now, the more he trained, the more intriguing it became. At night, he continued to serve as Josh's punching bag. Occasionally, he retaliated with a couple of punches, but his combat skills still lagged far behind Josh's. Su Jie didn't mind. He was content as long as he steadily improved. His journal documented his daily progress. July 10th, training continued as usual. No significant changes, but it was tough. Thankfully, Coach Odell's breakfast was delicious and highly nutritious. I ate a lot. The breakfast was ordered from Nie's private kitchen in town, which is said to be very expensive and inaccessible to most people. According to Coach Odell, this city is full of hidden masters. He came here to learn traditional knowledge from some of them. There's a 1,000-year-old temple in the mountains where many martial arts techniques originated. Even the Hoenmatic move I'm learning was created by generations of martial monks through farming work. July 11th. Besides the usual training, Coach Odell taught me various unarmed combat techniques based on the Hoenmatic move. These techniques include launching attacks from different angles, slapping the opponent's face, grabbing, gouging eyes, and transitioning to elbow strikes, chest punches, and knee strikes to the groin if the initial move misses. These brutal and vicious techniques are unsuitable for combat sports, but require extensive real-world experience to master. July 12th. Today, Coach Odell added a new physical training method called crouching tiger skill, which involves crawling on all fours, similar to a plank exercise and very demanding. Coach Gu Yang still had us carrying loads without introducing anything new. Odell's meals are getting even better. He genuinely seems committed to mentoring me, and I'm determined to repay his efforts in the future. It's remarkable that a foreigner is so dedicated to Chinese culture. As a Chinese, I must work even harder. Additionally, under Odell's strikes, I began to feel a resonance between my flesh and breathing, and the excruciating pain from before seemed to transform into a faintly comfortable sensation. Could this be an illusion? July 13th. I seem to have grasped a breathing rhythm. During sparring with Josh, my muscles instinctively tightened when he punched me, then immediately relaxed, and the pain dissipated. However, this state is inconsistent, showing I still can't fully control muscle relaxation and tension. I need more practice. Odell said this inconsistency is called qi disruption in ancient Chinese martial arts texts. When I looked up these old texts online, the language was too arcane for me to understand. I guess I need to improve my classical Chinese skills. At least the great corpse state for sleeping works wonders. I sleep soundly and feel energetic all day. But I'm using too much medicated oil, nearly a bottle a day. July 14th. Looking in a mirror, I noticed I've grown muscle, gotten taller, and my skin seems smoother. Coach Odell said my excellent mental state and perfectly balanced hormones have revitalized my bodily functions. Occasionally, Coach Guyong observes me with a puzzled look. However, he hasn't given me any special treatment and continues assigning us to carry loads, even on increasingly challenging paths, such as mountain roads. This has given me a new appreciation for the hardships of farmers. Additionally, Odell taught me a massage technique to identify acupuncture points on the body, which has deepened my understanding of physical structure and exercise methods. July 15th. Coach Guyong gave us the day off, so I spent the entire day training with Coach Odell. Josh, the maniac, continues his intense training daily and even secretly spars with people at local martial arts gyms. He told me about a bar in town that hosts nightly boxing matches where winners earn money. The city also has numerous boxing gyms and small competitions. As tempting as it is to test myself, I've only been training for half a month, so I'm not ready. Coach Odell will leave next month to visit Tibet and India in search of supernatural powers. I must seize the time to learn as much as possible from him. I still don't understand what supernatural powers are. How can someone as rigorous and scientific as Odell believe in such things? As for the saying, the end of science is philosophy, and the end of philosophy is theology, I don't buy it. To me, martial arts are just the application of mental and physical strength. Mental strength enhances physical strength, and physical strength reinforces mental strength. That's all there is to it. Another 8 days passed. Su Jie had been studying at the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy for half a month. For most students, 15 days would merely be a vacation filled with sleeping in, playing online games, and enjoying the air conditioning. But for Su Jie, these 15 days had brought about monumental changes in both body and mind. Under the guidance of Odell, a world-class coach, Su Jie's understanding of martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. He had shed all confusion and was progressing boldly. His physical fitness also reached a new level. Though he couldn't yet compare with athletes who had trained for years, he was far stronger than the average student. The most important gain was that he learned the correct training methods from Odell, ensuring he wouldn't waste time on detours. Even after Odell left, Su Jie could train independently. This was critical. July 16th arrived, the official start of summer break, according to Guyong's schedule. At 3 in the morning, Su Jie went to Odell's courtyard. As usual, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast and began various flexibility exercises. The warm-up routines resembled Tai Chi joint exercises, purely preparatory. However, as Su Jie's body developed and his muscles became more defined, Odell tailored additional movements for him. These included simple actions like leg presses, splits, waist twists, forward and backward stretches, and symmetrical exercises to loosen up key areas of the body. This thorough preparation ensured that the formal training session would yield maximum benefits and help him quickly get into the right state. Warm-ups were essential and could not be skipped. Odell's meals were top-notch, consisting of nutritious, high-quality ingredients specifically tailored to Su Jie's physique. This demonstrated the professionalism of a world-class martial arts coach. Training is fundamentally about making yourself stronger, but if you don't understand the principles of becoming stronger, you can't grasp what true training is, Odell said, watching Su Jie finish his warm-up and begin a lesson. When muscles are stimulated, glycogen is consumed. Afterward, the glycogen not only replenishes but also surpasses its original level. In science, this is called supercompensation, and it's one reason why consistent training makes you stronger. However, there's a limit. Overtraining can deplete key substances in the body, causing permanent reductions in physical ability. Accurately gauging this balance is crucial, and even I can't do it as well as artificial intelligence. Moderation in all things, Su Jie agreed. This aligns with the Chinese philosophy of the golden mean, balancing yin and yang. Only by achieving an extreme balance between training and recovery can progress be both rapid and perfect. You have great insight, Odell nodded. Modern martial arts theory divides physical fitness into 4 key areas: the physiological cross-sectional area of muscles, the nervous system's regulation, the efficiency of bones acting as levers, and the composition of muscle fibers. All training revolves around these 4 aspects. For example, bone efficiency as a lever corresponds to the concept of unified power in Chinese martial arts, often called integrated force. Meanwhile, the nervous system's regulation ties to reaction speed, courage, hormone secretion, and inner calm, all of which are fundamental to internal cultivation methods in martial arts. Su Jie asked, I've researched martial arts materials online, and traditional Chinese martial arts often emphasize integrated force, with countless types of power and techniques. Even simple movements come with explanations that could fill essays or books. It all seems overly complex and hard to understand. Isn't there a lot of unnecessary mystification? What do you think? Odell countered. I think movements like the halt-strike, lifting, plunging, stepping, wrapping, stretching, releasing, exhaling, and retracting, do indeed involve deep principles. Writing a book about them isn't impossible. The more I practice, the more profound and expansive it feels, Su Jie reflected. But once this move is mastered, it seems to encompass all other movements. Exactly. Your understanding shows that you're on the right path in martial arts, Odell said. I've seen many martial artists waste decades pursuing the wrong methods, achieving nothing in the end. I'll be leaving soon. Tell me, what have I taught you during this time? Can you continue practicing on your own after I leave? I've learned the true method of practicing and applying the halt-strike, the warm-up joint exercises you taught me, and the muscle and skin conditioning techniques for relaxation and tension. You also taught me how to manage my eating and sleeping routines with the Great Corpse State method. If you leave, I can still practice the halt-strike, warm-ups, and maintain proper routines. However, continuing the muscle conditioning will be difficult without you. It requires precise striking techniques, and if someone else does it incorrectly, not only will it hinder progress, but I could also get injured, Su Jie replied without hesitation, showing he had thought deeply about this issue. In any sport, the coach is crucial. Having an international top-tier coach like Odell was the key to Su Jie's rapid progress. Without him, Su Jie's training would stall. Even world champions and boxing kings rely on coaches for daily training. Without a coach, practicing alone is like a blind man feeling an elephant. It's easy to develop bad habits. This is especially true for Su Jie, who is currently at a critical stage in his growth and cannot afford a lack. You're right. After I leave, you can't just randomly find someone to hit you for horizontal training. However, there are some real experts at the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy who can help you train. Once you truly reach the stage where your entire body becomes soft as cotton, hard as iron, and capable of twisting freely at will, you'll be able to train yourself through autonomous movement without needing anyone to strike you, Odell said. This is a hallmark of China's hard Qigong, which actually mirrors a level in ancient yoga. It greatly benefits physical fitness. I've been training horizontally for so long that I've noticed something unusual. No matter how hard I train, my muscles don't get sore anymore, and my endurance has increased significantly, Su Jie remarked, having long been aware of his peculiar situation. Muscle soreness results from prolonged tension and the accumulation of lactic acid under pressure. If not relieved through methods like massage or saunas, it can settle over time, leading to calcification. This causes frequent soreness in the soft tissues, eventually leading to numbness and loss of sensation, Odell explained in his usual scientific and medical style. Typically, students studying hunched over or working at a computer for long periods face these issues in their shoulders, neck, and lower back. The same goes for those doing farm work. Severe calcification sometimes requires surgical intervention, using needles to peel it off. Traditional Chinese acupuncture often works on the same principle, extracting blocked calcifications from the muscles and skin. My horizontal training method ensures your body remains free of blockages, making it hypersensitive. Eventually, you'll reach a state where your skin alone can sense even the subtlest changes in the surrounding airflow. Su Jie wanted to ask more questions, but Odell stopped him. That's all I'll teach for now. Let's begin horizontal training. Su Jie quickly stood still, ready to accept Odell's strikes. Using a rubber baton, Odell struck him, producing varying sounds, sometimes crisp, sometimes muffled. The crisp sounds indicated force concentrated on the surface, while the muffled ones showed deeper penetration of force. At times, Odell also used his palms, fists, fingers, twists, pinches, and presses. These techniques were all aimed at enhancing Su Jie's skin, muscles, and tendons' flexibility and sharpening his perception. This was the essence of Odell's expertise as a world-class coach. Basic joint exercises and martial arts advice could be taught by many, but his methods set him apart. After the horizontal training, they moved on to physical conditioning, the so-called martial arts drills. Oddly, Odell's physical training for Su Jie included only running, push-ups, planks, crawling in the lying tiger pose, squats, and jumps. None of the usual bag punching or striking drills essential in combat training. Coach, isn't bag punching and target striking vital in combat? Why don't you include those in my training? Su Jie asked during a break after their session. Bag punching and target striking are simple and can be practiced on your own later. Do you know why I have you focus on these specific exercises now? Odell asked with a smile. It feels like body sculpting and fitness, Su Jie replied after some thought. Exactly, body sculpting, Odell confirmed, impressed by Su Jie's quick thinking. At your age, your body is like a sapling. If it starts growing crooked, it'll never grow tall. But if it's tied straight from the start, given proper nutrients, pest control, and care, it'll grow into a towering tree. My training ensures your physique is perfect with no asymmetry and prevents you from taking detours in your martial arts journey. Isn't the training designed by artificial intelligence more advanced than yours? Wouldn't it achieve more perfect sculpting? Su Jie posed a sharp question. This, Odell faltered momentarily before his gaze turned deep. In truth, the human body's potential is limitless, especially in terms of psychological resilience. You're my experimental subject. I'm recording all your data to reference later. I believe I can do better than artificial intelligence. I'll fully cooperate with your experiment, Su Jie assured him. Good, Odell said, clapping his hands. Let's continue training. July 16th, a very meaningful day. I spent the entire day training with Coach Odell and decided on my future training focus, prioritizing foundational work and shaping my body. Tomorrow, Coach Guiyang will teach us something new. I wonder what it will be. Upon returning home, Su Jie continued his habit of journaling. In the early hours of July 17th, at 3 a.m, Su Jie arrived at Odell's courtyard to practice conditioning exercises, focusing on shaping and refining his martial arts foundation. He then worked on perfecting the move called Strike, striving to achieve absolute mastery in its power and precision. Using this move, he attacked Coach Odell, who effortlessly countered it. In turn, Odell used the same move to attack him. This back-and-forth exchange allowed Su Jie to deepen his understanding and proficiency with the technique. After finishing his training, Su Jie joined the others on the training ground. Guiyang, seeing the training class assembled, began to speak. Today, I will teach you the true forms of martial arts. Once you learn this set, you'll not only move gracefully, but also improve your flexibility. For instance, this continuous backflips. As he spoke, Guiyang demonstrated a series of smooth backflips, followed by a few whirlwind kicks. He landed firmly, calm, and composed. Wow! The four members of the training group, amazed by Guiyang's performance, felt as though they were finally going to learn real Chinese martial arts, akin to something out of a movie. However, a few individuals, including Su Jie, saw through the display, knowing it was more for show than practicality. Josh stepped forward and addressed Guiyang boldly. "Coach, I don't want to learn these flashy routines. I came here to learn real martial arts. Can you teach us techniques like digging and carrying loads instead?" Seems like Josh has realized something, Su Jie thought to himself. Josh, having experienced numerous street fights, surely understood that flashy flips and whirlwind kicks were useless in real combat and would only lead to defeat. "Do you all want to learn?" Guiyang asked the entire group. "We do." Nearly 90% of the trainees, exhausted from half a month of labor-intensive training, eagerly believed that backflips and whirlwind kicks were true martial arts, unlike digging and carrying loads. Training forms without building a foundation will leave you empty-handed in the end, Guiyang replied to Josh. But there's another saying, training the foundation without learning forms leaves you penniless. The digging and load-carrying exercises earlier were foundational. Now, I'm teaching you forms. Martial arts have never been just about combat. They're also about life. Everyone here in this program must leave with skills they can use to make a living. If you don't want to learn, feel free to train on your own. Josh frowned, said nothing, and walked away to focus on his own training, unwilling to learn the flashy routines. Seeing Josh leave, Su Jie also requested leave from Guiyang. It wasn't that he thought the forms were useless, but rather, he had more pressing matters to focus on. Coach Odell was leaving soon, and Su Jie needed to seize every moment for foundational training. The forms could be learned at any time, but training under Odell was a rare opportunity. Guiyang watched Su Jie leave without expression, not stopping him. At least Su Jie had taken the time to request leave, citing family matters as his reason. After leaving Guiyang, Su Jie returned to Odell's courtyard. "You made the right choice. Forms aren't unimportant, but they can be learned anytime. There are plenty of teachers for that." Odell praised Su Jie's decision. "I've decided that until you leave, I will dedicate myself entirely to training here. There's about half a month left, and I'll get my all," Su Jie declared resolutely. "Good. Then let's not waste a single moment. Cherish every second," Odell said with a wide smile. "With your attitude, I'll increase the intensity of your training, pushing you to your limits to see just how much potential you have." "Don't worry, I can handle it," Su Jie replied confidently. However, he soon regretted his words. What followed was truly devilish training. July 17th. Suffering. 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 Su Jie wrote in his journal that day, repeating the word suffering 7 times before noting, "No strength left to reflect on today. I just want to sleep." July 18th. Suffering. July 19th. Suffering. July 20th. Exhausting. July 21st. After 5 consecutive days of grueling training, I finally started to adapt and catch my breath. The first 5 days were a blur. I don't even know how I managed to endure it. The torment felt like being in hell itself. Every morning at 3 a.m., the routine began with warm-ups, joint exercises, physical conditioning, muscle abuse, weight training, stretching, and flexibility balance drills. Every part of my body was in pain, fatigued, and exhausted. Yet somehow, after sleeping, I'd wake up refreshed. I attribute it all to the coach's medications, massages, and nutrition. The massage oil he used was evidently of much higher quality than what the academy provided. Besides hearty meals, he also gave me supplements used by professional athletes, vitamins, calcium, and endocrine balancing pills. These things must be expensive. I've never seen them on the market. But now, The training feels easier, and my physical fitness has significantly improved. On July 22nd, at 3 a.m., Su Jie got up as usual for training. After finishing the routine of warm-ups, physical conditioning, and sculpting, Odell called a stop. Starting today, I'll teach you real psychological training. Psychological training? Su Jie asked, puzzled. Whether it's martial arts or combat techniques from any country, it boils down to dual training, physical and psychological. This aligns with the Chinese martial arts concept of courage, strength, and skill. Courage represents psychological resilience. Without strong psychological qualities, neither technique nor strength can be fully utilized, Odell explained, taking out a weapon and tossing it to Su Jie. Strength represents physical fitness, while skill represents technique. If your physical fitness can't keep up, having technique is meaningless. Training physical fitness takes time, what we call tempering the body in Chinese martial arts. But courage can be quickly developed. A coward can transform overnight into someone fierce after a significant event. Su Jie looked at the weapon in his hand. It was a dagger. Clang! Su Jie drew the blade sharply, and the chilling gleam of the dagger made his hair stand on end. The blood groove on the blade was enough to send shivers down his spine. A mere swing could leave someone fatally wounded. A deadly weapon, without a doubt. This is a military combat dagger, Odell said. It's adept at concealment and offers unpredictable angles of attack. It's standard equipment for special forces on assassination missions. The saying, "short weapons are dangerous," is apt here. In ancient China, daggers were tools for piercing meat, but evolved into deadly instruments. You Chinese even have the saying, revealing the dagger when the map is at its end, originating from Jing Ke's assassination attempt on Qin Shi Huang. Swords are visible weapons, not suited for assassination, but daggers are unparalleled in their lethality. Jing Ke presented a map to the Qin king, and only at the very end of unrolling the map did a hidden dagger emerge, signaling the deadly intent behind the seemingly innocent offering. Odell continued, daggers are versatile, effective for close combat, and throwable at long range. The simplest techniques involve slashing and stabbing, not unlike how you swing a hoe. Now let's spar with daggers. Odell picked up an identical dagger. Isn't that a bit risky? Su Jie hesitated, lightly scraping the dagger against his arm. Even the light touch made his sweat hairs fall off, sending a chill down his spine. This thing could be fatal with the slightest contact. Didn't you say we must avoid injuries during training? Josh had emphasized the importance of avoiding injuries in training, and Odell had repeatedly stressed the same point later. Don't worry, Odell reassured him. You won't get hurt sparring with me. This is just to let you experience the brutality of cold weapons. In combat, fear of punches is a major hindrance. When attacked, most people panic, retreat, and cover their heads instead of staying calm and analyzing the situation. That's a sign of weak psychological resilience. Overcoming fear of punches is a critical milestone for fighters. Once you conquer that, you can stay calm in a fight and pinpoint weaknesses. Usually, frequent fighting helps reduce this fear, but that's not a quick solution. In ancient battles, soldiers desensitized to blood and death after prolonged combat. We lack those conditions today, but luckily, I can help you. I've taught martial arts to special forces worldwide and adapted their methods. By sparring with daggers, I'll guide the rhythm to make you feel the proximity of death. Once you stop fearing the dagger, facing an opponent's fists will feel like child's play. Indeed, the psychological pressure of a dagger far exceeded that of a fist. Most people would prefer facing an unarmed, muscular man than a skinny person wielding a dagger, especially one as sharp and lethal as this military dagger. It seemed designed solely to take lives. Use the techniques you've practiced with the hoe to attack me. They apply to dagger combat, Odell instructed. Su Jie gripped the dagger in one hand, pondered for a moment, and then mimicked holding a hoe. He suddenly lunged, raising the dagger and slashing downward in an arc remarkably. It carried a faint sense of momentum. Clang! As Su Jie's blade neared Odell, Odell sidestepped, dodging the slash. Then swish, swish, swish. 3 swift counterattacks followed. The dagger danced like a venomous snake, ready to stab or slash at any moment. The close-range combat with the dagger was incredibly dangerous, far more terrifying than facing someone wielding a long blade. The dagger's gleam flickered as it cut through the air. Under the relentless assault, Su Jie felt a deep fear. Panic consumed him, leaving him unable to stay calm or execute any techniques. This state is often referred to in combat as being stunned by wild punches. Su Jie had grown accustomed to being Josh's sparring partner at night, enduring combinations of punches and kicks. His fear of punches had diminished. But daggers? He was truly terrified. And these weren't fake daggers. They were genuine military combat daggers. One slash could sever a limb or leave a gaping wound. Clatter. Su Jie's dagger fell to the ground, and the blade was already pressed against his neck, right at the carotid artery. Blood trickled from shallow cut, staining his neck. When he wiped it with his hand, the sight was shocking. For the first time, Su Jie felt how close he had come to death. Odell stepped forward, wiping away the blood with a towel. It was just a minor cut, nothing serious. A bandage later, Su Jie was back on his feet. Odell's blade control was precise. Otherwise, the cut could have severed Su Jie's artery and trachea, ending his life. The technique of using a dagger focuses on close combat. Speed, agility, and precision are key, swift strikes that are as sharp as they are decisive. Your move with the hoe and pickaxe resembles the instinct of a tiger pouncing on prey. While human claws lack the lethality of tigers, adding a dagger changes the game entirely, Odell explained, gesturing for Su Jie to pick up the dagger. What did you feel earlier? Fear, hesitation, complete helplessness. Like a lamb to the slaughter, Su Jie answered honestly. The pressure of a dagger is 10 times greater than that of a fist. A gun, in turn, exerts 10 times the pressure of a dagger. Of course, guns are far too dangerous, and only maniacs train with them, Odell remarked, as if lost in memory. Come, let's go again. With a swift motion, Su Jie gathered his courage and attacked once more. For an entire day, Su Jie sparred with Odell using daggers. Gradually, he began to overcome his fear. This is the dagger technique for close-range combat. Next is long-distance throwing. During their sparring, Odell suddenly switched tactics. He sprinted with the ferocity of a leopard, quickly creating distance, then bent low and hurled the dagger. Caught off guard, Su Jie froze. All he saw was a flash of white light streaking toward him, grazing his hair. The experience left him trembling, feeling as though he might lose control of his bowels. This is the dagger's advantage. It doubles as a throwing weapon. This trait, sinister and deadly, captures the essence of ancient assassination techniques. In traditional martial arts, fists, staves, swords, and blades don't rival the speed of a concealed weapon. Hidden weapons are king, Odell explained. In modern times, guns render such techniques obsolete, but training with daggers hones your reflexes and agility. The training resumed. Throughout the practice, Su Jie found himself unable to even graze Odell. The latter's dagger skills were ghostly and unpredictable, as if possessed by some otherworldly being. Su Jie imagined that even if dozens of people pursued Odell, they would all meet their demise. In movies and television, martial arts masters are often shown fighting off 20 or more adversaries alone. Su Jie had always thought this was impossible. But with weapons? Maybe not. Daggers were terrifying. A light slash could sever a head or limb. Thrown from a distance, a glint of cold steel could pierce a throat. I've read tales of spear-wielding masters who could kill with a single thrust. It's no wonder ancient generals favored spears. Thinking about Zhao Yun of Changshan, charging into armies alone with his spear and armor, 7 times in and out. Perhaps such feats weren't impossible after all, Su Jie mused. He realized that if a simple dagger could intimidate him, the sight of a spear-wielding warrior charging on horseback would scatter hundreds of poorly trained soldiers. In this moment, Su Jie began to grasp the concept of momentum in martial arts. To defeat someone, strike their courage first, Odell said. First comes momentum, then courage. But courage alone isn't enough. You need calm analysis. Martial arts, like warfare, can allow the weak to defeat the strong. History has countless examples of small armies defeating large ones by channeling their unity into a decisive charge, causing panic and chaos among the enemy. The Japanese combined martial arts with strategy, distilling the essence of the art of war into the four-character motto: wind, forest, fire, mountain. Of course, these philosophical ideas require deep study. To reach the pinnacle of martial arts, one must ultimately embrace philosophy, not mere physical prowess or competitive fighting. Su Jie listened quietly, absorbing the knowledge. Bare-chested and covered in bandages, Su Jie bore numerous small cuts from the dagger. Odell had remarkable control, causing only superficial wounds to let Su Jie feel the sharpness of a blade without inflicting real harm. This was the hallmark of a top-tier coach. Such training was beyond the capability of ordinary instructors. Su Jie had already researched Odell online and found that he was one of the world's most renowned coaches, having trained several world champions. In the country, no coach surpassed him. Odell himself was also a martial arts master of the highest caliber, though Su Jie had no idea just how skilled he truly was. After all, Su Jie was still a beginner, with only about 20 days of training. However, those 20 days were far more effective than ordinary training, thanks to his world-class coach. Even professional athletes and national teams didn't receive this level of instruction. The training was intense and fulfilling. Since Odell would soon leave, he planned the most meaningful lessons for Su Jie's final days, focusing not only on physical conditioning, but also on dagger combat. To an outsider, their sparring sessions might have seemed reckless and dangerous. Both wielded sharp daggers, slashing and stabbing without any protective gear. Su Jie's dagger technique improved significantly. However, his go-to move remained a single one, raising the dagger in a spiraling arc before slashing or thrusting forward. It was the hoe and pickaxe move. He had refined this technique to perfection, practicing it repeatedly with advances, retreats, dodges, and lunges. Under Odell's guidance, Su Jie deeply understood the intricacies of this move. He learned that mastering this foundational technique would allow him to branch out into countless variations. The move mimicked the instincts of animals during an attack. Whether leaping like a monkey, crouching like a tiger, coiling like a snake, or circling like an eagle, even a mantis readies its pincers before striking. When humans walk, their hands dangle at their sides. When faced with an attack, they instinctively raise their hands to defend themselves. This move refines and amplifies that instinct, training the entire body, hands, eyes, posture, and footwork. No wonder people say that the countless variations in martial arts stem from this hoe and pickaxe move. Through daily dagger training, Su Jie felt that the essence of this technique had been etched deeply into his mind. As he sparred with the dagger each day, his fear of its sharp edge gradually dissipated. His confidence surged, and he couldn't help but fantasize about testing Josh's punches. If he wasn't afraid of dagger, why fear fists? But he reminded himself that this confidence was deceptive. Though his courage had grown, his physical condition hadn't caught up yet. Charging headfirst into a punch would likely leave him battered and bruised. Courage alone wasn't enough. Without strength to back it up, it was all for naught. Odell also told him that growing bolder could easily lead to an illusion of invincibility, thinking you fear nothing, only to suffer losses. He advised that courage should be tempered with caution. Only then could one truly progress. In any case, after 7 days of practicing with daggers, his courage had grown, and his agility and physical fitness. Furthermore, Su Jie found that his body had become much sturdier and taller. He was almost growing by the day, now nearing 1.8 meters in height. This was because he was currently 17 years old, the critical age for physical development. Odell's nutritional meals were rich and packed with foods that strengthen bones and replenish calcium. In addition, the daily physical training and stretching were designed to promote growth, a process referred to as stretching the tendons and pulling the bones. Su Jie's body now had faintly visible muscles, well-proportioned and balanced. His arm span had also increased, resembling the ape arms and wasp waist often described in novels. An ideal build for combat, with no extra fat and exceptional explosive power. July 22nd. In addition to the usual training, dagger practice was added today. At first, I was so flustered by the daggers that I didn't know what to do, but after enough practice, my courage grew. Now, when I see someone's fists, it feels like a child playing house. When I practice with Josh, I think I can do it without protective gear. July 23rd. I now relish the daily training. Missing even one day makes me uncomfortable, and the initial pain is long gone. The training still requires full concentration, especially against the sharp edges of a dagger. This, even when I know the instructor won't hurt me. How intense must the training have been for ancient warriors, fighting life-or-death battles on the battlefield? It's beyond imagination. July 24th. The more frequent my dagger combat training, the more I feel that weapons are the soul of martial arts. Modern combat techniques are merely sports. Without weapons, martial arts lose their essence. Every thrust I make with the dagger deepens my understanding of the hoe and pick technique. Su Jie's journal continued. On July 25th, after completing his usual training, Odell did not spar with daggers, but instead brought out 2 long spears with wooden shafts about as thick as an egg and sharp steel tips. Today's sparring weapon is the spear, Odell said. Dagger training was about close-quarters combat, while spear thrusting focuses on long-range strikes, which are even more dangerous. Holding the spear, Su Jie looked at the gleaming tip, knowing that even a light thrust could pierce a human body and create a massive wound. Facing such a weapon from a distance was indeed more terrifying than a dagger. A longer weapon offers greater strength, while a shorter one brings higher risk. The dagger is the most practical short weapon of ancient times, while the spear is the most practical long weapon. Now follow my lead. Hold the spear, stand firm, draw an inward arc, then an outward arc, and finally thrust forward. Spear techniques are simple. Block, redirect, and thrust, using your entire body's strength to create momentum. Drawing an inward arc is called block, drawing an outward arc is called redirect, and the straight thrust is called stab. Odell demonstrated 3 moves: inward and outward arcs, followed by a forward thrust. Su Jie imitated him, repeatedly practicing the movements. After a while, Su Jie noticed that the steel-tipped spear seemed alive in Odell's hands, able to strike at any moment. In contrast, his own spear felt rigid and lifeless. During practice, Odell observed Su Jie's movements, offering corrections to his posture. This monotonous training continued for 2 full hours. Su Jie felt he had reached his limit before Odell finally called for a break. After a half-hour rest, Odell asked, "What insights have you gained about the 3 spear techniques?" "It's still the hoe and pick technique at its core," Su Jie said with increasing proficiency. "Blocking is like raising the hoe. Twisting the body to draw an upward arc redirecting is like chopping downward, while thrusting resembles the motion of driving the hoe forward. They're essentially the same thing." "Excellent." Odell's eyes lit up again. "Now you understand why hoeing and digging are the most fundamental training methods. Whether it's the knife or spear, they all stem from this single principle. Ancient warfare relied primarily on knives and spears. Beyond that were bows and arrows, which fall under projectile weapons, relying not on physical strength but mechanical force. What about staffs? I've read that many ancient fighters were skilled with staffs, as described in Water Margin," Su Jie asked, having done his homework. Staffs were a civilian weapon, often used when no other option was available. A staff could double as a carrying pole for travel, but walking around with a knife or spear would draw the authorities' attention. Of course, a spear could be used like a staff, but the reverse isn't true. However, what I want to teach you isn't about staffs. It's still about courage training. Now, thrust the spear at me," Odell instructed. "Here I go." Su Jie gave a vigorous thrust toward Odell's chest. Odell's steel-tipped spear moved in a flash, drawing an outward arc and striking Su Jie's spear away. Then, with a smooth motion, his spear tip reached Su Jie's face. Seeing the spearhead so close to his eyes, Su Jie froze, unable to react. Fortunately, the spear stopped just short of making contact. "Feel it carefully. Let's go again," Odell said without further explanation, resuming the training. Su Jie took a moment to adjust his state of mind. He realized that spear techniques shared similarities with the hoe. Both used the body as a lever, applying coordinated strength for greater speed, efficiency, and power. Spear techniques were more versatile, while the hoe emphasized stability. Yet the core principles were the same. Instead of acting immediately, Su Jie focused on steadying his breathing, entering a calm state. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he raised the spear as if lifting a hoe. The spear shot forward. Odell appeared, slightly surprised. But just as the spear reached him, he drew an arc with his own weapon. Despite Su Jie's firm grip, his spear was knocked away, and the steel tip once again stopped in front of his eyes. Anyone facing a sharp spear tip so close to their eyes would feel a profound panic, more so than when facing fists. This was a long spear with a deadly tip, capable of causing massive injuries with a single thrust. It was far more intimidating than a knife. Although Su Jie had trained to overcome fear, he found himself frozen in the moment, unsure how to react. Facing the spear was a completely different experience from facing a dagger. One diary entries. July 25th, today's daily training shifted from dagger sparring to spear sparring. The intimidation factor of long weapons is indeed much greater than that of short weapons. However, this is incredibly effective for building courage. My body has undergone a transformation, and my courage has reached a qualitative breakthrough and refinement. July 26th. During today's horizontal training and endurance exercises, I noticed that the pain significantly lessened. When the instructor struck me, I could instinctively relax the targeted area just before the impact. At the moment the rubber rod touched my body, that part of me would tense up like porcelain, and I wouldn't feel any pain. The instructor said my iron shirt and golden bell shield martial arts training had reached a small achievement. I could now perform public demonstrations, though it's still impractical for real combat, since you can't predict your opponent's moves in a fight, making it impossible to react in time. For now, I can only designate a specific area for the opponent to strike. In ancient times, street performers used this technique to draw crowds and earn money. July 27th. Throughout the endurance training, I could feel my physical fitness improving steadily. My spear techniques have also become increasingly proficient. But what stands out most is the sense of courage I've developed during weapon sparring. I feel that my entire body exudes bravery. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it's said that Zhao Zilong was courage incarnate. I feel like I'd be just as fearless if I were transported to that era. Calm down, Su Jie. This is just an illusion. The dopamine from physical activity is overstimulating my brain's pleasure center. You're still far from being a master. If you were to fight someone now, you'd likely end up like those so-called Tai Chi masters who get beaten up miserably. Stay grounded. July 28th. During today's training, I experienced a new sense of clarity. My mind settled completely, and I no longer harbored grand hopes for the future. I only wish for the simplicity of training daily and living a straightforward life. July 29th. At night, I continued to use the corpse relaxation method while sleeping. The sensation is completely different from how I used to sleep. It feels like I can perceive everything around me, even in my dreams, yet my spirit remains entirely unaffected. The quality of my sleep has significantly improved. Also, my eating habits, chewing thoroughly, staying mindful, and swallowing saliva post-meal, have started showing benefits. My digestion is so robust now that it feels like my stomach could even handle stones. July 30th. After today's training, Coach Odell told me he would teach me something new tomorrow before leaving for the Tibetan region and India to seek supernatural powers. I feel reluctant to see him go, but am curious about what he'll teach me tomorrow. July 31st. Today is the last day. Coach Odell didn't have Su Jie train further, but instead sat down with him for a heart-to-heart conversation. Su Jie felt a surge of melancholy in his heart. He was reluctant to part ways. After spending so much time together, all his achievements were thanks to Odell's training. Although Odell had only trained him for 22 days, what Su Jie learned in this short time would have taken over a decade to learn elsewhere. More importantly, Odell opened the door to martial arts for him, showing him the difference between right and wrong. With Su Jie's eagerness to learn, he would no longer tread the wrong path. You Chinese have a saying, all good things must come to an end. Such is the nature of life. Seeing Su Jie's expression, Odell chuckled. Today, I will teach you the source of the most ancient wisdom. With this, you will be able to walk much further down the path ahead. He took out a book. Su Jie saw the words The Book of Changes, Zhao, written on its cover. G. The book contains a divination system comparable to Western geomancy or the West African Ifa system. Isn't this a book for fortune-telling? Su Jie recognized it as one of the 4 books and 5 classics that Confucian scholars had to study in ancient times, with Book of Changes leading the list, also known as the I Ching. This is not a fortune-telling book. It is a book for changing one's destiny, Odell said with a wave of his hand. The ancient wisdom contained within is far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. You should know the saying, when observing the mountains, one's emotions fill with their grandeur. When observing the seas, one's emotions overflow with their vastness. In your language classes, when writing essays, the key is to express your innermost feelings. Without passion, you can't write well. This principle applies to martial arts as well. The Book of Changes teaches us to observe heaven and earth, to understand the ways of the world, and to guide human behavior to align with the workings of the universe. As he spoke, Odell flipped open the first chapter of the book and pointed to a line. As heaven's movement is strong, a gentleman must strive ceaselessly to improve. Ancient people observed the heavens. Some concluded that destiny is ruthless, treating all things as sacrificial offerings. Others believe that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished, showcasing the heavens' benevolence. The Book of Changes, however, observes that the heavens are perpetually in motion, embodying relentless self-improvement. Humans must emulate this spirit to constantly strive forward. Then he pointed to another line. The earth condition is receptive devotion. A gentleman must hold vast virtue to bear all things. Observing the earth teaches us to emulate its honesty and resilience, to carry all things and embrace everything. Odell then flipped to the middle of the book and pointed to a specific passage. Look here, this is the best hexagram in the entire book, the modesty hexagram. This hexagram depicts the earth above and the mountain below. It means that a person with mountain-like virtues hides them within the vast earth, making everything auspicious. If someone possesses awe-inspiring abilities yet knows how to conceal them, they will be invincible. Conversely, if the mountain is above and the earth below, it forms the stripping hexagram. This means that if someone shows off their mountain-like virtues by standing out conspicuously, they will gradually be worn down by the wind and rain, eventually crumbling. Odell did not spend much time explaining the Book of Changes to Su Jie. Instead, he closed the book and asked, Su Jie, what do you think is the most important thing for a person to achieve success? Su Jie thought for a moment before replying. It should be perseverance. Just like practicing martial arts. As long as you persevere, you can achieve something. That's only part of it, Odell said. Courage, determination, wisdom, tolerance, perception, and cleverness are all part of a person's virtues. For example, you have determination. The training I gave you was intense, yet you managed to endure it. That is one criterion for success. But that's not enough. You must eventually come to genuinely enjoy the training. Instead of seeing it as a hardship, you must take pleasure in it. That is a higher realm. You also fear going astray, so you make careful choices and seek opportunities for yourself. That's cleverness. But there are many opportunists who pride themselves on cleverness. Thinking it alone can lead to success. That is short-sighted. The Book of Changes is a book designed to cultivate virtues, observing the world, and forming the most perfect moral character. Martial arts, in fact, mostly stem from the natural life around us. People must learn to draw knowledge from all things. I will study and read it carefully, Zhao said, putting the Book of Changes away. All right, I'm leaving today, but I've left something for you. Odell handed him a piece of paper with a website address, along with a login ID and password. When you have time, log into this website. After entering the credentials, you'll find some items unavailable on the market that will be very helpful for your martial arts training. You should know that in martial arts practice, nutritional supplements and auxiliary medicines are crucial. I understand. Zhao nodded. Good. I'm off now. Odell had already packed his belongings into a large backpack. A car was waiting outside the door. He waved to Zhao and said, "We'll meet again someday." "Coach," Zhao called out as Odell turned away. "Don't call me coach. I am your trainer. I hope you'll become the best fighter I've ever trained. Remember, you promised me to compete in a few matches for me. When you're qualified, I'll come find you." Odell squinted with a smile and made a farewell gesture. "All right, trainer." Zhao nodded firmly. Although he had learned a lot over the past days, making significant progress, he still felt weak. After all, no martial art could turn someone into a master within a month. From Odell, however, he had mastered the most scientific training methods and the most advanced combat knowledge. Now, he could continue exploring and improving on his own. He watched as Odell left with a carefree demeanor, heading off to pursue the supernatural power he dreamed of, while Zhao returned to the martial arts academy to continue his studies and training. "You're finally back," Josh said as he saw Zhao return to the dormitory. He couldn't resist punching Zhao in the chest. Normally, this would have made Zhao stagger, but now, out of habit, Zhao tensed and relaxed his chest muscles in coordination with his breathing, neutralizing the force so his body didn't move an inch. This was part of Odell's training. During Zhao's stance practice, Odell had constantly slapped, pinched, and struck various parts of his body with a stick, training him to develop a natural reflex of tensing and relaxing his muscles upon impact, synchronized with his breathing. This was a form of external martial arts practice. Josh was astonished. "Your physical strength has improved so quickly. You've even learned how to take hits. And it seems like you've grown taller too." "That's because I've been eating well with you every day," Zhao replied with a smile. "By the way, while I was home these past days, what did Trainer Guyang teach?" He wasn't deliberately hiding anything. Odell had strictly forbidden him from sharing any details. Guyang's training was interesting. During the first week, he made everyone dig trenches, which many people didn't understand. In reality, he was teaching the most advanced martial arts. The second week involved carrying loads, which significantly improved coordination, stability, and core strength. This was also a fundamental part of advanced martial arts. The third week was spent teaching martial arts routines to enhance flexibility. These routines also helped calm one's mind, enabling practitioners to remain steady and composed while naturally regulating their breathing. Additionally, the routines improve the aesthetics of martial arts movements, which could be a way to make a living in the future. Josh didn't see the value in routines, believing they were impractical. Zhao, however, thought highly of Guyang and considered him an excellent trainer. Still the same routines, flips, kicks, and flashy martial arts moves. Plus, a set of Tai Chi and long fist techniques. Josh shook his head. "I occasionally join the lessons, but the other trainees are far more enthusiastic. Let's go. I participated in plenty of sparring matches at school recently and gained some real combat experience. Enough talk, let's start training. I've improved too. Today, I've decided not to wear any protective gear," Zhao said. Under Coach Odell's training, he had become fearless in sparring with weapons, making barehanded combat seem trivial. He wanted to truly understand the gap between his fighting techniques and Josh's skills. Over the past month, though he and Josh had sparred frequently, Zhao had mostly been evading attacks without truly engaging. Even when he tried to counter, he couldn't land a hit on Josh. "No protective gear? Are you sure?" Josh looked skeptical, but nodded when he saw Su Jie's resolute expression. There comes a point when we must take off the gear for real combat. It seems you're confident. Let's do this. The two stood on the platform. Suddenly, Su Jie felt immense pressure. Josh was taller, more robust, and had a longer reach, clear advantages. Su Jie took a deep breath to steady himself, focusing intently on Josh's every move. In his eyes, the world faded away, leaving only his opponent. He concentrated fully, like an eagle circling high in the sky, fixated on its prey. This was a combat technique taught by Coach Odell. Swish, swish. Josh assumed a classic fighting stance, his hands guarding his head. His footwork shifted unpredictably, forward, backward, and side to side, making it impossible to discern where his attack might come from. His constant movement also made it hard for Su Jie to take the initiative. Su Jie wanted to attack, but couldn't find a good opening. His approach to offense was straightforward, one technique, halt. Beyond that, he didn't rely on any other methods. He believed in the saying, "Don't fear 1,000 techniques, fear the one mastered technique." Having too many moves was often futile. Moreover, the halt could evolve into various other forms. Almost all martial arts and weapon techniques originated from this one move. Suddenly, Josh attacked. His speed was far greater than during their usual training sessions. He was taking this sparring match seriously, treating it like a real fight. He weaved like a venomous cobra, swaying left and right before finding an angle to launch his ferocious assault. His moves were straightforward, rapid straight punches followed by hook punches. Bang, bang, bang. Josh's punches were sharp, cutting through the air with audible force. Su Jie dodged repeatedly. Though he wanted to counterattack, he couldn't find any flaws in Josh's defense. His opponent was too fast. However, Su Jie remained calm, growing even more composed under pressure. In a standoff with the enemy, if you're unsure of landing a hit, never attack recklessly. Be patient, dodge, and wait for the best opportunity. When you're not eager to attack, it becomes equally hard for the enemy to land a hit on you. This was one of Coach Odell's key combat principles. It was a universal truth. Su Jie thought of tigers in the wild. They lay still, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce and deliver a fatal strike. In combat, patience was paramount. Patience came naturally to Su Jie, and Coach Odell had trained him extensively in this regard. During their last few sessions, they focused on knife and sword duels, where patience was critical. In barehanded combat, a landed punch might not be fatal, but in weapon-based fighting, even a minor hit could mean losing a limb or worse. Through weapon sparring, Su Jie had honed both his patience and his agility. Josh kept attacking, while Su Jie kept dodging. He focused entirely on spotting an opening, refusing to retaliate prematurely. Unsurprisingly, Josh struggled to land a decisive hit. In a formal match, Su Jie's approach would likely be criticized as overly passive, potentially leading to disqualification for lack of action. Professional matches required spectacle. Prolonged evasion without counterattacks wouldn't fly. But Su Jie wasn't a match. For him, it was about survival. He disregarded notions of victory or defeat. Occasionally, Josh's sweeping kick struck Su Jie's thighs, calves, or arms, leaving bruises. Su Jie didn't mind. In a formal match, those strikes would earn Josh points. Most matches were won by points, with knockouts being rare. As things stood, Su Jie hadn't scored a single point, but Su Jie knew he hadn't truly lost. In real combat, points didn't matter, only survival did. As long as one side wasn't incapacitated, the fight wasn't over. Coach Odell's mantra echoed in his mind. Seize the opportunity and fight until the end. Never retreat until the enemy bleeds. In the heat of battle, psychological resilience was most critical. These two are hilarious, just circling each other like roosters in a ring. Is this what passes for traditional martial arts training? Josh and Su Jie had been sparring for a long time, with Josh attacking and Su Jie evading. Su Jie wasn't unwilling to strike back. He simply hadn't found the right opportunity. Josh's defense was impeccable, a testament to his experience as a seasoned fighter. Still, their back and forth lacked excitement, looking unimpressive to onlookers. By now, a small crowd had gathered around the platform. The training hall spanned the size of 5 or 6 basketball courts. It housed over a dozen platforms, punching bags, tires, and various workout equipment, resembling a large gym. Trainees needed memberships and fees to use the facilities and protective gear. Though the hall was mostly empty during summer break, students were starting to return as the holiday season ended. This led to a scattering of trainees, each focusing on their routines without interfering with others. There were also members of short-term training programs. Hearing the taunts, Josh and Jie paused to look at the 5 or 6 shirtless trainees below. Each wore fingerless gloves, displaying well-defined muscles. They're MMA fighters, Josh muttered, frowning. Jie was familiar with mixed martial arts, MMA, a combat sport that closely mimicked real-world fighting scenarios. It allowed ground combat, submissions, and locks to immobilize opponents. Mixed martial arts also have rules. For example, kicking is not allowed after the opponent falls. Only punches can be used. Additionally, certain areas of the body are off-limits for striking. In the martial arts community, many believe that mixed martial arts are the most practical for real combat. Other combat sports are often deemed inferior when faced with mixed martial arts. Although mixed martial artists have strong combat abilities, their salaries and influence are far below those of boxers. Currently, boxing remains the most popular combat sport globally. Great boxers can earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars from a single match. In contrast, even most popular mixed martial artists earn at most a few $1,000,000. However, with the sport's development and promotion, the value of the athletes has gradually increased. What's wrong? Think we're not good enough? Come on, let's have some fun. Josh was extremely combative. Whenever there was a chance to fight, he would never miss it. Oh, foreigner, you want to fight us? Under what rules? Perhaps the rules of Tai Chi pushing hands. One of the trainees below, who was at least 185 centimeters tall, weighed at least 90 kilograms, and had muscles like slabs of stone, laughed. We can fight, but shouldn't we place a bet on it? A bet? I like that. Josh grinned, clearly accustomed to these types of wagered fights. He held up one finger. How about this amount? $100? The tall young man frowned. Josh shook his head. $1,000. Josh still shook his head. Don't tell me it's 10,000. The tall trainee's expression changed slightly. Exactly. That kind of amount makes it exciting and ensures everyone takes it seriously. Josh's tone was fiery. Are you in? If not, stop yapping and get out of here. What an arrogant foreigner, the trainees muttered, their faces darkening. However, judging by Josh's physique and his fierce demeanor, they knew he wouldn't be easy to deal with. All right, the tall trainee refused to back down and pointed at Jie. But we'll have 2 rounds. First, I'll fight you. Then we'll have another member fight him, with each match carrying a 10,000 yuan wager. Your group practices traditional martial arts, and we practice mixed martial arts. Our 2 classes are scheduled to have a sparring session soon, so why not warm up in advance? Jie, what do you think? Josh turned to ask. Jie didn't immediately agree, but instead contemplated for a moment. The mixed martial artists are tough and resilient. They're not easy to deal with, but you can give it a try. To become a true expert, you need to engage in real combat. If you don't have the money, I'll cover it for you. Josh encouraged Jie to join the fight. All right, I'll do it. But if I lose, I'll pay for it myself, Jie nodded. Then it's settled. The tall young man clapped his hands. Song Li, you'll fight him. I'll handle this foreigner. No problem. Another sturdy young man stepped forward. He was about 178 centimeters tall and built like a tank. Jie immediately recognized him as someone with a solid foundation, capable of withstanding blows and delivering heavy punches and kicks. Fighters like this were often considered tanks in boxing matches. Brother Li Hu, that foreigner is tough. Be careful. He's brimming with killing intent. Song Li warned Li Hu after a brief exchange. I'll be cautious, Li Hu, evidently the leader of the group, replied. You shouldn't have any issues handling that kid. Just from the first round. As they argued, the surrounding trainees were drawn to the scene. All of them were young martial artists, naturally competitive and eager to fight. Hearing about a match, they quickly gathered to watch. "I'll be the referee." A passing woman stepped forward at that moment. She was dressed in sportswear and appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. On her sportswear was a small image of Confucius, signifying her role as a coach rather than a trainee. Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, while focused on martial arts, also taught cultural and traditional studies, including Confucianism and rituals honoring Confucius. The name Mingluan embodied the core values of Confucianism. In ancient times, the main halls of Confucian temples, academies, and imperial schools were often called Mingluan halls. Similarly, the central structure of any Buddhist temple is known as the Mahavira Hall, dedicated to the Buddha, Shakyamuni. Sister Nye, acting as the referee, is perfect. Li Hu and Song Li, along with their group, seem to know this female coach well and respected her greatly. "Let's begin." Josh had no objections. "Don't lose to a foreigner," the female coach, known as Sister Nye, whispered to Li Hu. "For the first match, let Song Li compete against this student." "What's your name?" "Su Jie." Su Jie replied calmly. "Hold back a little," Sister Nye advised Song Li as he stepped into the ring. "I know. This kid won't last more than a few punches," Song Li remarked confidently as he vaulted gracefully over the ropes into the ring. Having Song Li face Su Jie first was actually a clever strategy. It was clear that Su Jie seemed like an easy opponent. Winning the first round would boost their morale. "Let's clarify the rules first," Josh said as Su Jie entered the ring. "Are we using mixed martial arts rules, kickboxing rules, or no holds barred?" Mixed martial arts rules allow ground grappling, while kickboxing focuses on standing strikes. No holds barred, however, is completely unrestricted and often popular in underground matches, especially for betting purposes. "Whatever you say," Song Li narrowed his eyes. "Then no holds barred it is," Josh shrugged nonchalantly. "Other formats can't fully showcase our combat skills." "The Academy doesn't allow no holds barred combat," Sister Nye snapped. "Do you think this is some street brawl? What if something goes wrong? Mixed martial arts rules are the closest to real combat. Use those." She stepped into the ring as well. "Let's go." Song Li stretched his body and assumed a fighting stance. As soon as Sister Nye signaled the start, he began pressing toward Su Jie with steady steps. His fighting style was indeed steady and calculated. He didn't attack first, but advanced like an unstoppable tank, creating an intimidating aura that could unnerve his opponent. This style suited his robust build. Like a mountain or a forest, he advanced relentlessly. "You can hit me 100 times, but I only need one punch to take you down." Step by step, Song Li closed in. His presence was like a spider ensnaring its prey, designed to instill psychological pressure. Anyone facing such a relentless approach would inevitably feel panic, and panic leads to openings. Once he found an opening, Song Li would launch a ferocious attack to overwhelm his opponent. However, this tactic didn't work on Su Jie. Whenever he was about to be cornered, Su Jie would suddenly dart away like a monkey, evading to another corner of the ring. In his sparring with Odell, Su Jie often found himself cornered but would rely on his movement techniques to escape. This was a core aspect of the Ho technique, its agility and unpredictability. Swift as a monkey, fierce as a tiger, never retreat until the enemy bleeds. Song Li grew frustrated. Every time he closed in and was ready to strike, Su Jie would evade to the opposite side, leaving Song Li unable to land a blow. After several failed attempts, Song Li's patience wore thin. He felt uncomfortable under Su Jie's steady gaze and was infuriated by his hit-and-run tactics. Swoosh! Song Li threw a jab. It was a feint to test Su Jie's reaction, intending to follow up with a combination attack. But just as his jab extended forward, Su Jie moved. He seized the opportunity with absolute confidence. Boom! In Su Jie's mind, Song Li was no longer an opponent, but a target for the Ho technique. Only its mantra filled his thoughts. Anger fills the chest, hair rises with rage, flesh as firm as iron, bones like steel. Swift as a monkey, fierce as a tiger, never retreat until the enemy bleeds. This was the essence of the technique. During practice, one visualizes an opponent in front of them. In combat, one disregards the opponent entirely, treating them as if they don't exist. The Ho technique was born of hate. Hate that the sky has no handle, hate that the earth has no ring. It was executed with ferocity. Fueled by rage, even the bones became as hard as steel. Smack! With a swift motion, Su Jie blocked the jab with one hand, then advanced and delivered a downward strike. His entire body moved like a tiger descending a mountain, channeling all his strength into the attack aimed directly at Song Li's centerline. It was an all-out strike, a perfect fusion of intent, will, and power, vicious and ruthless. No matter how adaptable you are, I'll crush you with one strike. This was the farmer's way of combat with the Ho technique. Bang! Song Li hadn't even reacted before Su Jie's heavy blow landed on his chest. The impact sent him flying into the ropes, where he tumbled down onto the ground, unconscious. What? Sister Nya, acting as the referee, was stunned. She hadn't expected Su Jie to act so decisively, as fierce as a wolf, as savage as a tiger. She quickly rushed to Song Li's side, pressing acupuncture points and massaging his chest. After a while, Song Li finally regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Su Jie stood motionless in the ring, seemingly snapping back to reality. To be honest, he had put every ounce of his strength into that blow. After knocking Song Li down, he didn't even realize what had happened. Seeing his opponent collapse off the ring, Su Jie finally came to his senses. I actually won, he thought, feeling a surge of excitement. This was the first time he had defeated an opponent, instantly boosting his confidence. Before this, he only acted as Josh's punching bag during training or was on the receiving end of Odell's moves. He never experienced actual combat. Odell's skills and physical condition were far superior to his. In the presence of this world's top coach, he wasn't much stronger than a small child. Thus, he never experienced the mental and physical challenge of an evenly matched confrontation. Winning his first official match against someone as sturdy as Song Li made Su Jie feel that his efforts had paid off. It strengthened his resolve to continue practicing diligently. That was impressive. Josh was thrilled. He hadn't expected Su Jie to defeat Song Li so cleanly and decisively. He beckoned with his finger. We won the first match. Now for the second round. Li Hu, it's your turn. Li Hu stepped onto the stage without saying much and squared off against Josh. Come on. Josh didn't even adopt a formal stance. With his hands behind his back, he leaned forward provocatively, signaling, come at me. This kind of behavior is common in many professional martial arts competitions. It's a strategy to lure opponents into attacking, deliberately exposing a weakness. However, it requires both skill and courage. Otherwise, leaning your head forward is just offering it up as a target. Li Hu didn't rush to attack. He appeared cautious, bouncing slightly to adjust his stance and prepare for an opening. Seeing Li Hu remain still, Josh suddenly twisted his waist and hips, launching a sweeping kick aimed at Li Hu's inner thigh. This was a typical Muay Thai technique. A single successful hit could cramp the opponent's muscle, causing them to collapse instantly. Li Hu quickly dodged. Josh's kick was so fast and fierce that there was barely any time to react. In the moment Li Hu dodged, Josh's sweeping kick changed trajectory mid-motion, targeting Li Hu's head instead. Bang! Li Hu was struck on the head and immediately fell to the ground. Knockout. Josh's kicking technique is truly fierce. Jeet Kune Do's three-step kick. Not only is it fast, but the angle is unpredictable and changes constantly. It looks like it's aimed at your lower body, but in the blink of an eye, it targets your head instead. Su Jie had suffered enough from this three-step kick during training with Josh. Yeah, $10,000 in the bag. Josh waited for Li Hu to get up before demanding his winnings. It was part of the bet they had agreed on. Bang transfer. Li Hu didn't try to renege and promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Josh. By this time, Song had also regained consciousness. His expression was grim, not only because he lost to Su Jie, but also because he now owed 10,000 yuan. It was a hefty sum, and he clearly couldn't afford it. "I'll cover it for you," Li Hu said, preparing to transfer the money again. "Forget it," Su Jie waved his hand, signaling he didn't want the money. "Huh? Su Jie, why don't you want it?" Josh was puzzled. "Forget it," Su Jie replied to Josh in English. "A match is just a match. Gambling on fights doesn't feel right to me. Suit yourself then." Josh didn't try to persuade him further. Hearing Su Jie speak such fluent English, Sister Nie's eyes lit up. "Let's go," Li Hu said, casting a meaningful glance at Su Jie. Since Su Jie didn't want the money, he didn't insist. "I consider you a friend now." As they left, he gave Su Jie a kind smile. "Let's train together sometime," Su Jie nodded in response. "Sometimes you have to fight to get to know someone. Let's exchange contact information." Training in martial arts alone in isolation would never lead to success. Collaboration and sparring with others were essential. For example, hitting a sandbag with gloves every day was far less effective than sparring with a living opponent in the ring. Su Jie hoped to have more people to practice and exchange techniques with in the future to improve faster. "Let's exchange contacts too," Sister Nie said, actively asking Su Jie for his information. Su Jie naturally didn't refuse. He could tell Sister Nie held a significant position in the academy. "Could we talk privately?" After adding his contact information, Sister Nie asked Su Jie. "Sure." Su Jie nodded and followed Sister Nie to a nearby cafe beside the training ground. The cafe offered cakes, bread, and various snacks. "Did you learn your techniques from Coach Guyong?" Sister Nie asked seriously. "I figured them out on my own. Coach Guyong only had us dig soil for 7 days and carry loads for another 7, Su Jie replied. He knew that in such traditional martial arts training courses, the coach wasn't planning to teach the students actual fighting techniques, only various routines. It seems Coach Guyong didn't violate the academy's regulations. Sister Nie nodded. "Did you really only study for a month to reach this level?" "Yes," Su Jie answered honestly. "I've taken PE classes at academy and regularly exercised, running, doing push-ups, pull-ups, high jumps, long jumps, shot put, skipping rope, and playing basketball. Do those count?" "Of course not." Sister Nie pulled out her phone, seemingly accessing the academy's database. After a quick search, she retrieved video footage of Su Jie from when he first joined the academy's training program. Looking at the footage of Su Jie back then compared to now, even though only a month had passed, the difference was striking. When Su Jie first entered the training program, he was a frail high academy student. Now, every move he made exuded an indescribable aura. In 2 words, lean and tough. This chapter was released on goblinslate.com by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin. Want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Su Jie's current physique appeared agile rather than bulky. Agility represented precision and essence, while strength signified ferocity. His muscles weren't overly developed. In fact, he seemed a bit thin when clothed. However, touching his body was like feeling tough cowhide and sinew, the result of training guided by Odell's world-class body-shaping techniques. Sister Nie, with her discerning eyes, immediately noticed this. Even Su Jie himself was surprised when he watched the videos from a month ago. He hadn't realized he had undergone such a significant transformation. The words reborn surfaced in his mind. All the hardship, blood, and tears over the past month were now worth it. More than worth it. This bolstered his determination to continue training with unwavering faith, even turning it into a lifelong pursuit. This is indeed your achievement after a month of training. Sister Nie studied Su Jie repeatedly, seemingly trying to uncover some hidden secret behind this miracle. Song Li is a fitness coach. Although he doesn't practice martial arts, his physical fitness is excellent. He came to the academy to learn mixed martial arts and has improved rapidly, yet you defeated him so easily. Can you tell me how you trained? Everyone has their little secrets. Su Jie smiled, knowing that crediting his progress to Gu Yang's training would clearly be a lie. Training is a personal matter. I shouldn't pry, Sister Nye said with a wave of her hand. Have you ever considered competing in professional martial arts matches? Professional martial arts matches. Su Jie shook his head. Right now, my focus is on academy and preparing for college entrance exams. Practicing martial arts is just a hobby for me. A hobby? Sister Nye frowned, seemingly regretful. Studying, going to college, finding a job. I can tell from your movements that you've already grasped some true martial arts essence. Don't you think it's worth pursuing? If you enter professional matches, now is the time. A few years later, it'll be too late to start on a professional path. Have you thought about your future plans? I'll think about it after getting into a good university. Su Jie had many ideas, but martial arts had opened up a whole new world to him. Yet, committing to a professional martial arts career wasn't something he was ready to decide on impulsively. If you agree, Minglin Martial Arts Academy will provide you with the best resources, hire the best coaches, and even supply top-notch nutritionists. You can still pursue your academics. I'd hate to see such potential go to waste. Sister Nye's sharp eye for talent was evident. I'll think it over, Su Jie replied, his mind suddenly filled with thoughts he needed to organize later. We've exchanged contact details. Reach out if you're interested. Sister Nye stood up to leave. By the way, the Academy's small arena competition starts tomorrow. Both Academy members and outside enthusiasts can participate, and there's a decent prize. If you want to gain practical experience, consider joining to get a few matches under your belt. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from somewhere nearby, resembling the cry of a pig being slaughtered. The sound was so chilling that it brought to mind the torturous punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. The shock made Su Jie spring to his feet like a startled tiger. Snap! The chair beneath him broke, its legs splitting under the sudden force. Sister Nye noticed Su Jie's reaction. When he sprang up, his body bent slightly, his hands moved with the strength to tear cotton, and his feet exuded the energy to crush stone. In that instant, Su Jie's alertness and explosive strength left Sister Nye with a renewed understanding of this young student. His physical fitness needs improvement, but his reflexes and explosive power have already reached an advanced level of martial arts mastery. And to think he's only been practicing martial arts for a month. What would he become after 3 or 5 years of training? Suppressing her inner shock, Sister Nye patted Su Jie's shoulder. That's the massage center. The scream must have come from Uncle Mang's heavy-handed massage. The person couldn't handle it. You should give it a try. Heavy-handed massage. Su Jie exhaled deeply. The adrenaline rush had left him tense, but as he relaxed, it felt like all his energy had been drained. Yet, a sudden flash of insight struck him, as if he had grasped some profound truth about martial arts. Uncle Mang is the master of our academy's massage center. Although he's blind, he's exceptionally skilled. He's proficient in massage, acupuncture, and overall physical conditioning. He's even adept at bone setting and detoxification. If you can endure his heavy-handed techniques, he offers free massages. Sister Nye explained. Su Jie understood well that during training, muscle strains, joint dislocations, and lactic acid buildup in soft tissues were inevitable. Massage was essential to address these issues. For instance, after a day of training, one might feel sore all over. Without massage, it would be impossible to train again the next day, no matter how strong one's willpower was. Forced training under such conditions could lead to injuries, which would be counterproductive. However, with the aid of medicinal massage to enhance circulation and disperse lactic acid buildup, one could not only recover from fatigue quickly, but also improve muscle vitality. Of course, having a skilled massage therapist is also very important. If the massage is not done properly, The accumulated lactic acid will be difficult to disperse. A proper massage can thoroughly relax the body, making the process much more effective. Coach Odell's massage techniques were top-notch, and combined with the use of massage oil, it was precisely why Su Jie was able to handle such high-intensity training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted even a day. He had learned the basics of it, but unfortunately, the time was too short. Plus, he was focused on improving his physical fitness, so he didn't master much. Coach Odell possessed a wealth of knowledge. Even following him for 3 to 5 years wouldn't be enough to learn everything. At Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, there was a dedicated massage center with several therapists specifically catering to the students. These massages helped relieve fatigue and promote blood circulation. Of course, it came at a cost. A session could range from several hundred to several thousand yuan, depending on the skill of the therapist. Josh often came here. Although Su Jie had heard of it, he had never been due to his training with Coach Odell. Besides, even if he came, he couldn't afford the expense. I'll go take a look. Su Jie grew interested. Sister Nya, intrigued herself, led him into the massage center next door. Coach Odell mentioned that there are quite a few remarkable individuals at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. He thought he might find a way to further his horizontal training techniques here. Maybe this Uncle Mang is one of them, Su Jie thought to himself. This is it, Sister Nya said, leading him to a spacious massage room. The room was decorated in an antique style, with a lit incense burner emitting a subtle, pleasant fragrance. The air was filled with the scent of orchids. Next to the massage bed sat a blind man. The blind man appeared to be in his early 40s. He wore loose white clothing, and his eye sockets were hollow, with no eyeballs, which was quite startling. On a nearby massage bed lay a shirtless man, breathing heavily. It was clear that the earlier screams had come from him. This man had a streamlined, muscular physique, like a feline predator conditioned for years of hunting. He looked lean, but had muscles that clung tightly to his bones, giving him an impressive appearance. His build was somewhat similar to Su Jie's, indicating he had undergone professional training. Hearing someone enter, the man got up from the massage bed and put on a Sanda vest. Nye Shuang, what are you doing here? While others called the female coach Sister Nye, this man addressed her directly by name, which suggested his status at the academy was quite high. Zhao Chun, are you hoping for free massage from Uncle Mang? Unfortunately, you still can't handle his intense techniques, can you? Sister Nye's expression lost its usual warmth, suggesting she didn't get along with Zhao Chun. She turned to Su Jie and said, "This is Coach Zhao Chun from our academy. He teaches mixed martial arts and is a professional athlete who placed 5th in the National Sanda King Championship. Is this your student?" Zhao Chun asked, looking at Su Jie. A professional athlete? Su Jie was taken aback. In the world of combat sports, the gap between professionals and amateurs was immense. Although he had defeated Song Li today, that man was just an enthusiast, incomparable to a professional. Even county or city-level professionals were incredibly skilled due to their years of training, daily dedication, and scientifically backed methods. Their accumulated experience made them exceptionally formidable. Josh, despite his 7 or 8 years of training, could only rival city-level professionals at best. Against provincial-level competitors, he would likely be beaten. And Zhao Chun was on the national level. National-level athletes represented the best fighters in the country, with superior physical conditioning, psychological resilience, and technical mastery. He's a short-term trainee in Gu Yang's program. He wants to try Uncle Mang's intense massage techniques, Sister Nye said with a playful smile, as though enjoying the show. "Kid, go play somewhere else," Zhao Chun said impatiently, waving his hand. "What a joke. I'm discussing something with Uncle Mang. Don't cause trouble here." Su Jie frowned, but chose not to retort. He didn't want to offend an academy coach, especially a national-level professional. "Uncle Mang, this student wants to try your intense massage techniques." Sister Nye ignored Zhao Chun and addressed Uncle Mang directly. "Zhao Chun, I know you want Uncle Mang to condition your body for free, but he has his rules. If you can endure his techniques, he'll waive the fee. You couldn't handle it, but maybe this student can." "This kid can handle it. Zhao Chun seemed to have a grudge against Nie Shuang, and seeing Su Jie irritated him even more. His gaze darkened, but then a sly smile appeared on his face. Nie Shuang, how about we make a bet? If this kid can endure it, I'll give you that jar of internal strength wine brewed by the principal. If he can't, you give me your jar. That's quite a gamble, Nie Shuang said, visibly surprised. It seems you're still bitter about last time and want to take advantage of me. Do you dare to bet? Zhao Chun waved dismissively. Don't bother with excuses. If you're scared, just take the kid and leave. I have nothing to be afraid of, Nie Shuang replied. Uncle Mang will bear witness to this. This chapter was released on goblinslate.com by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CN/WN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring it Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. All right, I'll be the witness. You all can gamble, but it has nothing to do with my experiment, Uncle Mang said in a mechanical tone. Young man, take off your shirt and lie on the bed. But before that, you need to pay $3,000 up front. If you can endure it, the money will be refunded and future massages will be free. I'll transfer it to your account, Sister Nie said, taking a seat nearby. Zhao Chun, standing on the side, smirked coldly. He didn't believe for a second that this kid could endure the massage. Face up, Uncle Mang said, seemingly perceiving Su Jie lying face down on the massage bed. Somehow, with a single motion, he flipped Su Jie over effortlessly. Under Uncle Mang's hands, Su Jie felt like a pancake, turned over with a flick of a wrist. Then Uncle Mang's thumb and forefinger pressed into a spot 3 inches below Su Jie's navel with considerable force. It felt as if a knife stabbed into Su Jie's abdomen, twisting his intestines. To make it worse, it was as if salt and chili were being rubbed into the wound. Su Jie nearly cried out and bolted for the door. But when the scream reached his throat, he suppressed it, utilizing the relaxation techniques taught by Odell to tighten his entire body against the pain. Sure enough, the pain lessened significantly. Uncle Mang nodded slightly, intrigued. His technique shifted, and he suddenly flipped Su Jie over again, pressing firmly on his lower back. Argur! Su Jie clenched his teeth so hard he nearly ground them to dust. His body tensed to its utmost, experiencing an intensity of pain he had never known before. However, he realized this was an excellent training method. Since Odell left, no one had been there to help him hone his martial arts practice. The principle of hard-body martial arts was simple. Use external stimuli to strengthen muscles and nerves to their maximum potential. Under conscious control, the body could become as soft as water or as hard as steel. However, mastering this skill required precise control of external force, or it could lead to injury and significant harm to the body. Soft martial arts focused on aerobic exercise and were the safest, but progress was slow and they lacked combat effectiveness. Hard martial arts, on the other hand, involved anaerobic exercise, which was popular in global combat sports. They were highly effective and deadly, but came with high risks of injury. According to Odell's research, mastering hard-body martial arts properly could enhance metabolism, boost cellular vitality, and make the skin more resilient and sensitive, achieving cat-like agility. Many professional athletes incorporated elements of hard-body training. The most typical example was Muay Thai fighters, whose harsh training often led to debilitating injuries at a young age, even forcing some world champions to retire early. Relax, tense, relax, tense. Su Jie had no other thoughts in his mind, focusing solely on rhythmically controlling his body. This reduced the pain significantly. He never cried out. This surprised Sister Nie more and more. Even Uncle Mang's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Chun was stunned. He had experienced Uncle Mang's massage methods. It was pure agony, like dying and coming back to life. Could Uncle Mang be faking it? Did he go easy on this kid? Impossible. Uncle Mang wouldn't pull his punches, Chun thought, knowing Uncle Mang's character. I refuse to believe this kid can endure it. Uncle Mang's massage became faster and more intense. Each press brought searing pain, yet Su Jie endured it, despite sweating profusely. Finally, Uncle Mang pressed on Su Jie's neck. Su Jie felt as if his head had been severed, with the pain shooting through his entire body. On top of that, a strong sense of fear washed over him, like standing on the brink of death. Uncle Mang continued to massage Su Jie's neck. Each press felt like another death, the pain and fear indescribable. Fortunately, Su Jie had been practicing the great corpse state, meditation nightly, training himself to simulate the sensation of death and rebirth. Without this mental preparation, he wouldn't have lasted. Uncle Mang and Sister Nie's astonishment grew stronger with each moment. Finally, after a series of precise techniques, Uncle Mang stopped. A full round of his heavy-handed massage was something few could endure. Yet, Su Jie had made it through. Impossible, Zhao Chun exclaimed. Zhao Chun, are you trying to back out of the bet? Or do you think Uncle Mang went easy on him? Sister Nie said, exhaling in relief. The wager involved a rare jar of wine, more valuable than a house. Where did you learn your hard-body martial arts? And you've even practiced the advanced meditation of the great corpse state to perfection. Uncle Mang suddenly asked. Su Jie snapped back to reality, feeling utterly drained. Yet his bones, muscles, and spirit felt as if they were soaking in warm water, comfortable beyond words. The experience was euphoric, almost like ascending to heaven. Uncle Mang's massage was akin to hellish torture, but afterward, the sense of relief was unmatched. This was the hallmark of a skilled masseur. Sweetness after suffering. Su Jie didn't want to speak. He just wanted to enjoy the moment. His entire body was so relaxed that even talking felt like a chore. This single massage had elevated his martial arts to a new level. No wonder Odell had stayed here for so long. There truly were extraordinary people in this place. I won't renege on the bet, Zhao Chun muttered darkly, leaving with a stormy expression. As he exited, he glared at Su Jie. Kid, you've got some nerve. I knew he had mastered hard-body martial arts, Sister Nie said, pulling Uncle Mang outside so Su Jie could rest. Once outside, she whispered, hard-body martial arts demand a lot from both the trainer and the trainee. The trainer must precisely control the intensity, while the trainee needs extraordinary talent, single-minded focus, pain tolerance, and the ability to alternate between tension and relaxation. The great corpse state seems simple, just lying down in a spread eagle position, but the simpler something is, the harder it is to master. Few succeed, yet this student has only trained for a month. His bones and muscles are exceptionally well-formed. Whoever trained him is remarkable, Uncle Mang commented, based on his expert understanding of the human body. At 16 or 17, he's at the optimal stage for development. He's a promising talent. Your heavy-handed massage is hellish at first, but ultimately builds resilience. It's an extreme method of strengthening mental toughness. But be careful, it's risky. If anything goes wrong, it could be disastrous, Sister Nie warned. I know my limits, Uncle Mang replied dismissively. This student is interesting. Since you handle personnel at the academy, why not cultivate him? With 2 or 3 years of training, he'd excel as a professional fighter or stunt performer. I already suggested it, but he said he'd think about it. He'll probably return for more massages. If you can convince him to join my mixed martial arts class, I'll share half the wine I just won, Sister Nie offered temptingly. You mean it? Uncle Mang seemed intrigued by the mention of the rare wine. After lying down for half an hour, the euphoric sensation finally subsided. Su Jie got up, his heart brimming with joy. This massage method can significantly improve my hard-body martial arts, Su Jie thought. I was worried about training after trainer Odell left, but now I've found the perfect solution. Are you planning to use my heavy-handed massage to enhance your martial arts? Uncle Mang entered, his empty eyes staring straight at Su Jie. Uncle Mang, I'm just a beginner. Is there even room for improvement? Su Jie asked sincerely. He treated everyone as a teacher and remained humble despite his progress. Uncle Mang nodded approvingly at Su Jie's humility and thirst for knowledge. At your age, understanding the principles of hard-body martial arts and mastering the great corpse state meditation speaks to your exceptional mental toughness. You've achieved what Wang Yangming called unity of knowledge and action. Unity of knowledge and action, Su Jie repeated. I've heard that before. It means doing what you know is beneficial. It's hard for most people, even when they know it's good to exercise or study. They still waste time on games and laziness. My teacher explained this, and I forced myself to follow it until it became a habit. Su Jie's daily habit of journaling was born during that period. I want to ask who trained you, Uncle Mang said. According to my rules, since you endured my heavy-handed massage, I'll provide it for free in the future. Come here every night before bed for a 30-minute session. Thank you, Uncle Mang, Su Jie said, bowing before getting ready to leave. Wait, Uncle Mang stopped him. Let's chat a bit, shall we? All right, Su Jie said, sitting obediently with his hands on his knees like a diligent student, ready to listen. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. You may not realize it, but your martial arts have reached a critical juncture. If you take one more step forward, you'll master the fundamentals. However, if you slack off now, all your efforts will go to waste, the blind man, Uncle Mang, analyzed for Su Jie. I know the person training you is someone extraordinary, and it's definitely not Guiyang. Guiyang is a bit rigid. While his martial arts skills are solid, he lacks flexibility. Moreover, you're attending a temporary martial arts class, so what Guiyang can teach you is limited. Still, even if your trainer is a top-tier expert, you must understand that even a skillful cook cannot prepare a meal without good ingredients. In the training process, the coach is important, but what's more crucial are nutrition, medicine, equipment, and communication. Uncle Mang continued, I just checked your physical condition. Your form has been shaped perfectly during training. However, it seems you didn't have access to the best supplements or nutrition. Otherwise, your physical fitness could have been even better. If you want to go further, the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy currently offers the best resources in the country. Even with a world-class trainer behind you, they can't compare to the full support of an entire organization. Uncle Mang, I understand what you mean. I'll think about it carefully, Su Jie nodded, aware that Uncle Mang, like Sister Nya, hoped he would enter professional combat sports and abandon his academic pursuits. It was a significant life decision he couldn't take lightly. I'm just bringing it up. Uncle Mang waved his hand dismissively. I'm not interested in who's training you or what they've taught you. But I am curious. What exactly have you learned? And if you want to learn more, what would you like to focus on? I've mainly learned a move called digging and turning soil, along with a relaxation technique for sleeping. When lying in a spread eagle position, I stretch as much as I can, imagining being drawn and quartered. Oh, and I've also learned a set of joint exercises, Su Jie admitted, hoping to gain guidance from the skilled Uncle Mang. He figured their conversation might provide valuable insights. The digging and turning soil move, using a hoe, is considered the mother of all punches. Its rise and fall, twisting and turning, wrapping, horizontal strikes, sudden leaps, and evasions encompass all sorts of power dynamics. Once mastered, all martial arts techniques become second nature. Guiyang must have been the one to teach you this secret method. It's like a fundamental formula in academics. It can evolve into countless variations. Uncle Mang nodded in approval. However, in martial arts, the most crucial aspects are mental fortitude, physical fitness, and technical skills. First comes courage, second comes strength, and third comes skill, Su Jie repeated thoughtfully. Courage is mental fortitude, Strength is physical fitness, and skill is technical expertise. I'll focus on sharpening my bravery and physical endurance next. Now use the digging and turning soil move to attack me. Uncle Mang suddenly instructed. Are you sure this is okay? Su Jie hesitated. Don't let my blindness fool you. My heart sees clearly. Uncle Mang stood with his hands behind his back. Attack me with full force. If you hold back, I won't be able to give you proper guidance. All right, here I go. Su Jie moved swiftly, stepping forward, raising his hand, and striking downward. His speed was impressive, but just as he was about to hit Uncle Mang, the latter seemingly vanished. The next moment, Su Jie noticed Uncle Mang had maneuvered into one of his blind spots. With the same move, Uncle Mang struck back, causing Su Jie to fall to the ground. Though Su Jie was knocked down, Uncle Mang's control was precise, ensuring he felt weightless but sustained no injuries. Su Jie got up and refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, he reflected, noticing that Uncle Mang's execution of the same move was far superior. The blind man's control was intricate, and his ability to identify blind spots and shift power seamlessly offered plenty to ponder. Again, determined to learn, Su Jie lunged at Uncle Mang once more. But the result was the same. Uncle Mang evaded effortlessly, exploiting a blind spot to push Su Jie down. This pattern repeated dozens of times. Finally, Su Jie stopped, closed his eyes, and delved into deep thought, replaying the scenes in his mind. Any insights? Uncle Mang asked after a while. Your movements are deliberate and seamless. It feels as though Su Jie struggled for the right words. Your power is entirely under your control. You can make it as strong or as light as you wish, wasting no energy. Yes, precision control. That's what I can't achieve yet. And then there's your ability to identify blind spots with ease. How do you manage that? Every defensive stance has a weakness. That weakness is the blind spot. Humans instinctively move to cover their vulnerabilities, constantly shifting to compensate. This concept comes from the philosophy of the Great Expansion. The number 50, reduced by 1 to 49, creates infinite variations. Our weakness is that 1, which we must continually adjust to cover. Philosophically speaking, it's about fixing one flaw while creating another, like robbing Peter to pay Paul. But let's not delve too deeply into theory, Uncle Mang explained. How do you train to identify weaknesses in others? Su Jie pressed, sensing he had grasped a vital element of martial arts. It's simple. Study the flaws in various moves, then practice agility drills. Spar with others to train your eye and your reflexes in critical moments. Most importantly, gain precise control over your strength. The amount of force doesn't matter as much as the precision. Whether it's 100 pounds or 500 pounds, a strike to a vital area is equally lethal. For the human body, bullets, missiles, and even atomic weapons have the same effect, destruction. Martial arts are all about control. Let me teach you a training method, Uncle Mang offered. How should I train? Su Jie asked eagerly. Follow me, Uncle Mang said, leading Su Jie out of the massage parlor. They navigated familiar paths to a secluded spot on a small hill behind the school. At the location, there were 2 stacks of bricks supporting a large sheet of glass. The glass had been smeared with chicken blood, attracting swarms of mosquitoes and flies. It was summer, and the forest was teeming with insects, especially those drawn to the stench. Nearby, there was a demolition sledgehammer. It appeared to weigh around 20 to 30 pounds and was designed to break through reinforced concrete walls. Despite his blindness, Uncle Mang effortlessly picked up the hammer, swung it with precision, and slammed it down. A fly sucking blood on the glass was instantly killed. However, the glass remained completely intact. The level of control over his strength was nothing short of extraordinary. Your turn. Uncle Mang handed the hammer to Su Jie. Uncle Mang, how is your hearing this sharp? Su Jie was amazed at how Uncle Mang, despite lacking sight, seemed even more perceptive than an ordinary person. Blind people have their own way of seeing the world, Uncle Mang replied. This will train your control. If you can use this hammer to kill flies on the glass without damaging it, and do it consistently, your mastery over strength will reach perfection. So heavy, Su Jie remarked as he picked up the hammer. He noticed that the handle was soft, made of plastic tubing, and difficult to control due to its constant wobbling. A small hammer needs a hard handle, but a large hammer requires a soft one to absorb the shock, Uncle Mang explained. Construction workers use this kind of hammer to smash reinforced concrete. If it had a rigid handle, the recoil would break the capillaries in their hands after just a few swings. The principle is similar to handling a long spear. Beginners need a flexible white waxwood pole to practice control. Once they master it and become one with the weapon, they can switch to an iron spear. Bang! Su Jie swung the heavy hammer with all his might, aiming for a fly on the glass. He tried to be gentle, but the hammer's soft handle made it almost impossible to control. As expected, the glass shattered under the impact. The sound of the breaking glass made Su Jie wince. Such a large piece of glass was now reduced to shards. This is such a wasteful way to train, Su Jie complained. From now on, train like this, Uncle Mang instructed. Smear chicken blood on the glass to attract flies and use the hammer to kill them. You can also practice with a spear to stab the flies. If you can consistently kill the flies without breaking the glass, you'll have achieved mastery. But be prepared to waste a lot of glass during the process. It's an expensive skill to learn. Such a waste, Su Jie said, shaking his head. Have you ever heard the story of me, Fu, learning calligraphy? Uncle Mang asked. It was in my language class, Su Jie replied quickly. The story goes that Mi Fu couldn't write well as a child. He heard about a scholar who excelled at calligraphy and sought his guidance. The scholar agreed but insisted Mi Fu buy his special paper, which cost 5 taels of silver per sheet. Mi Fu borrowed money to buy the paper, and because it was so expensive, hesitated to write on it. He studied the characters carefully for 3 days before finally writing the character for eternity. The result was a masterpiece, written with great care and dedication. Mi Fu, 1051 to 1107, originally named Mi Fei, was a Chinese painter, poet, and calligrapher born in Taiyuan during the Song dynasty. He became known for his style of painting misty landscapes. This style would be deemed the Mi Fu style and involved the use of large wet dots of ink applied with a flat brush. Do you understand the lesson? Uncle Mang asked. Understand, Su Jie nodded. Then go buy your own glass. It's summer, and there are plenty of flies and mosquitoes. Practice with the most fragile and expensive glass you can find, Uncle Mang said before walking away, leaving Su Jie to ponder. Mi Fu's calligraphy training. Su Jie sat down, replaying the scene of Uncle Mang wielding the hammer in his mind. His strikes, along with the way he dodged attacks, were vastly different from the styles of Gu Yong or Odell. Combat blind spots. Su Jie was intrigued by Uncle Mang's combat techniques. If he could master them, it would allow him to pinpoint an opponent's weaknesses and strike decisively. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Diary entries. July 31st, Coach Odell left. Although I've mastered the basics of body sculpting techniques, my progress in martial arts has stalled. Thankfully, Uncle Mang's massage techniques have proven immensely helpful for my training. In terms of massage alone, his expertise surpasses Coach Odell's, as his specialization lies in this area. If I want to continue improving, I'll need better resources and a coach on par with Odell. The Mingluan Martial Arts Academy can indeed help me, but pursuing professional competitions as a career fighter is a pivotal life choice. I need to be cautious. For now, I'll focus on improving my martial arts and broadening my knowledge over the next 2 months. This place is teeming with extraordinary individuals, each with unique skills. I'll try to learn as much as possible, uncovering life-changing knowledge along the way. After a month of training here, my outlook on life and values have undergone a profound transformation. Everyone harbors dreams of becoming a martial arts master, but I used to believe it was impossible. The gravity-defying feats in martial arts novels defy the laws of physics. Concepts like internal energy and true chi were merely fictional. However, after encountering genuine martial arts here, I've found many incredible aspects, though they remain within the realm of science. With proper psychological conditioning, mental focus, and scientific training, coupled with attention to detail, one can develop power beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Take planking, for instance. Students who spend their days gaming struggle to last 30 seconds, while professional athletes and special forces can endure for hours. July is over. The decision to come all this way to study at a martial arts academy was absolutely right. Had I stuck to regular studies in cram schools, I'd never have been exposed to such an exciting world. When it comes to physical fitness, there's a vast gap between those who exercise daily and those who don't. Similarly, athletes who follow core training principles are leagues apart from those who train haphazardly. I'm grateful to have met Coach Odell. With another month ahead, I look forward to encountering more new experiences. Today, Zhao wrote extensively in his journal. It was his way of summarizing the month's achievements, reflecting on whether he had used his time wisely, and setting goals for the next month. This was one of his habits. August 1st, Zhao stuck to his routine. At 3 a.m., he began with joint exercises to warm up, followed by various physical training drills like running, jumping, and push-ups. Afterward, he grabbed a hoe and headed to the barren land outside the academy to dig, honing the strength and precision behind the technique. Previously, this time would have been reserved for Odell's sparring sessions. Now, with Odell gone, he trained independently, seeking out Uncle Mang in the evenings for free massages. From Uncle Mang, he learned the art of controlling power with precision and the sharp instincts required to spot vulnerabilities in combat. This reminded him of the technique for swatting flies on glass with a hammer. While wielding the hoe to till the soil, he meticulously practiced, perfecting his movements until they became lighter yet more stable. Like Mi Fu, who repeatedly practiced calligraphy without wasting fine paper, Zhao diligently refined his movements. With each rise and fall of the hoe, he alternated between straight lines and zigzags. Gradually, the heavy hoe felt as light as a feather in his hands, and every strike landed precisely where he intended. He could even control how deep it penetrated the soil with each dig. My martial arts have improved, he thought with excitement. Not bad. A voice came from behind him. Startled, he turned to see a figure. It was Coach Guyang. Coach, why are you here? Zhao quickly put away the hoe, his calm movements embodying an aura of steadiness and composure. You've captured the essence of this technique, Guyang nodded approvingly. Is there anything I need to improve on? Zhao seized the opportunity to ask. Your posture, strength application, and even your energy and spirit have all reached a high level, Guyang replied. It's evident that you've been guided by an expert. Your form is nearly flawless. Now what you lack is practice, endless practice. Only by engraving the variations of this technique into your soul and bones can it become second nature. But that usually takes a decade or more. I'll make this technique a lifelong practice, Zhao said without hesitation. He wasn't intimidated by the idea of practicing one move for 10 or more years. The more he trained, the more he uncovered its nuances, finding something new every day. It seems you've truly grasped it from the heart. You're genuine, grounded, and unpretentious, qualities that mark a person of great depth and stability. Guyang remarked with admiration. I've had my eye on you for a while, but as a short-term student, we didn't have much of a connection. However, after Nie Shuang spoke to me, I decided to observe you this morning, and you didn't disappoint. Coach, your understanding of this technique far surpasses mine. I hope to gain deeper insights from you, Zhao said earnestly. He knew that no matter where he was, good students always earned favor. Back at school, he was a star pupil, well regarded by both teachers and the principal, which allowed him to thrive. The same held true here at the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy's training program. Su Jie had long understood that being valued was simple. Study hard and excel, and opportunities would follow. Many students spend their days complaining, saying they're discriminated against by their peers or targeted by their teachers. The root cause is their unwillingness to study seriously. Some students know they must study hard, but they feel dizzy as soon as they open a book. Yet when playing games or indulging in entertainment, they feel energized. This reflects their inability to achieve the unity of knowledge and action. Su Jie, however, was someone who could achieve this unity, allowing him to stand out and achieve some small successes. I've already told you just now, your movements, exertion of strength, and even the essence of the technique are already in place. What remains is relentless practice and more practice. Of course, if you can elevate this move to a philosophical level, it will greatly benefit your training, said Guiyang. He seemed to have newfound patience in teaching Su Jie. Previously, he wouldn't bother saying much, just demonstrate a move and let the student practice and ponder it themselves. What kind of philosophical level? Su Jie asked eagerly. What is the ultimate purpose of martial arts? Guiyang countered. Survival, Su Jie replied, having contemplated this question repeatedly. Exactly. It's survival. In its early days, martial arts were invented for hunting and battling wild beasts. Then, as humans established dominance in the world, martial arts became tools of war and killing, still ultimately for survival. What I teach you, this martial art rooted in digging and farming, is also a form of survival. Guiyang's tone carried a profound sense of compassion. In ancient times, and even today, for 99% of people, farming, digging, and laboring in the field were essential daily activities. Therefore, integrating martial arts into agricultural work is the most ordinary and practical survival skill that can be used every day. Do you know what the most powerful martial art in traditional systems is called? Su Jie shook his head. In traditional martial arts, there are hundreds of schools of boxing, too numerous to cover in detail. But there's one martial art considered the fiercest and most ruthless in the martial world called Sini Ba. This martial art is also known as Ho boxing. Generations of warrior monks, while farming and observing the hardships of farmers, incorporated Zen meditation, martial energy techniques, yoga principles, and health-focused elements into farming movements, ultimately creating this technique. It combines human instincts, animal hunting techniques, and the integration of various yoga and martial techniques, earning it the title of the mother of all punches. Guiyang continued, if I'm not mistaken, many techniques in the martial art you practice, including its mental focus, were taught by foreigners. When you train, your mindset harbors resentment against the heavens and earth, and you fight with the determination to spill BL0D. That's not wrong. Initially, such mental conditioning helps develop skills quickly. To some extent, this is a method of hardening. But hardening isn't just physical. Mental fortitude is even more crucial. Practicing with hatred, ruthlessness, and cruelty yields rapid results, but that isn't true mastery. Then what is true mastery? And how do you know a foreigner taught me? Su Jie was stunned. Although he knew Guiyang was a formidable expert, he now realized he had underestimated him. True mastery isn't narrow-minded or extreme. It requires a broad and ambitious heart. Guiyang stared at the hoe and the soil. When practicing this move, you need to understand its true origin. Since ancient times, farmers have toiled diligently, sustaining themselves by plowing the land, sowing seeds, and reaping abundant harvests in autumn. This represents joy and hope, making all the hard work worthwhile. That is the essence of survival. Relying on war, combat, and killing for survival is not true mastery. You're still young and may not fully grasp this principle, but I fear you might stray down the wrong path. When practicing this move, you must cultivate gratitude and hope. Be grateful to the earth that nurtures you and hope to reap rewards through your own labor. The same move can be used to kill and descend into evil, or to cultivate and walk a righteous path. Only someone with a vast heart, as steadfast as a mountain and as expansive as the ocean, can reach the highest peak. Practice with gratitude and hope, feeling the diligence and hardships of farmers over the centuries, yet embracing life with passion, finding fulfillment and satisfaction in their efforts, Su Jie thought, suddenly recalling the book of changes that Odell had given him before leaving. The book encouraged him to reflect on the principles of life. Your various exercises are very precise and standard, without a single mistake. I watched you perform aerobic exercises, resembling Tai Chi, but with Western scientific principles of muscle and bone integrated into it. That's how I knew you were trained by top foreign coaches. Gu Yang replied to Su Jie's second question, a conclusion he had drawn from careful observation. Coach Gu Yang, are you also trying to persuade me to pursue professional combat? Su Jie asked. I've said it before, martial arts are for survival, a means of living, Gu Yang explained. But real combat-oriented martial arts no longer suit modern survival. In today's world, there are only two ways to live through martial arts. Either enter professional combat competitions and become a combat star, or become an action movie actor and a martial arts superstar. Both paths are viable. Of course, if you have a better way to live without relying on martial arts, that's fine too. Everyone chooses their own life path. Many people dismiss fancy techniques as useless, but in today's society, it's precisely these aesthetic martial arts that allow you to thrive better. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Coach Gu Yang, can you demonstrate your understanding of this move for me? Use your own approach, Su Jie asked, eager to see Gu Yang's interpretation of the hoe strike technique. Gu Yang didn't decline. He picked up a hoe, raised and lowered it repeatedly, turning over the entire patch of ground in a dozen strokes. The movements were identical to those he'd taught before, yet the essence felt profoundly different. Su Jie sensed something peculiar. Each of Gu Yang's strikes lacked any frustration or anger. Instead, it felt as though he was uncovering buried treasures in the soil, extracting wealth with genuine focus, finding satisfaction both physically and spiritually. It embodied a sense of self-reliance. Did you understand? Gu Yang gently set down the hoe. I grasped a bit, but still need to reflect, Su Jie replied earnestly. Good. For the next month, I'll keep teaching you various martial arts routines. If you don't want to practice them, that's fine. What you've already learned is enough to keep you improving for the next 10 years or so, Gu Yang said before walking away. This hoe strike technique truly can be practiced for a lifetime, Su Jie nodded in agreement. Coach Odell taught me the hoe strike as a technique akin to a finely tuned machine. Every movement precise and flawless. Uncle Mang's version, however, was unpredictable, attacking from unseen angles. Meanwhile, Gu Yang's interpretation exuded a sense of fulfillment. As Su Jie followed Gu Yang, he continued contemplating. This move was indeed fascinating. Even though it was the same action, every master had their unique understanding, intent, and style, which influenced the power, effectiveness, and physical benefits derived from it. Physical improvement, however, wasn't limited to bodily training. It also depended on one's mindset. A person who lives in constant gloom and negativity will inevitably suffer from hormonal imbalances, affecting their health. On the other hand, someone who maintains a joyful and positive outlook is bound to enjoy better health and longevity. This is a fundamental principle. Coach Odell's philosophy emphasized hatred and ruthlessness, while Gu Yang's approach centered on the satisfaction of self-reliance. Though the techniques might involve identical force, the outcomes stemming from their differing mindsets could vary drastically. To Su Jie, Gu Yang's philosophy was ideal for physical well-being and mental relaxation, while Odell's philosophy was designed for combat and survival. Both were essential and needed to be alternated in practice. Suddenly, the concept of yin and yang surfaced in Su Jie's mind. At his age, he wouldn't have comprehended the ancient Chinese philosophies of yin-yang and the five elements. Yet, through practicing the Strike and its underlying philosophies, he discovered that yin and yang, the positive and negative aspects, were indispensable. Ancient Chinese wisdom and the concept of yin-yang are embedded in everyday life. When faced with tough choices, one can find solutions through them. For example, should I adopt Gu Yang's philosophy or Coach Odell's? From the perspective of yin-yang balance, both are necessary. However, I must remain scientific about it. For instance, when I practice with hatred and ruthlessness, how does my body react hormonally? Conversely, when I practice with satisfaction and self-reliance, how do my hormones behave? Su Jie's mind overflowed with thoughts. He felt compelled to delve deeper into texts like the Book of Changes to learn more about yin-yang and the five elements, as well as ancient Chinese philosophy. At the same time, he wanted to study cutting-edge life sciences, human anatomy, neuroscience, and endocrinology. Practicing martial arts is, in essence, exploring the mysteries of life. But martial artists rarely engage in systematic research. To truly unravel life's secrets, one must rely on scientific analysis. I've decided I'll pursue medicine and life sciences in college. Professional combat sports cannot genuinely unlock human potential. Only science can. Su Jie's resolve solidified. Of course, I won't slack off in martial arts. A strong body is the foundation of all endeavors. Plus, if I'm to study life sciences, I can use myself as a research subject. As for Gu Yang's martial arts routines, I'll pass on learning them for now. Not because they aren't good, but because I need to perfect the fundamentals of the Strike first. Otherwise, spreading myself too thin will yield no results. Mastering this one move will make all other techniques effortless. After Gu Yang left, Su Jie continued practicing. By the time dawn broke, he headed to the academy for breakfast, then started his self-imposed training regimen for the day. Immersed in focused training, the day flew by. At dusk, he arrived at the small forest. For an hour, he swung a sledgehammer, aiming to strike flies perched on glass panes. While he managed to smash 3 flies, his lack of control shattered the glass completely. He didn't break more glass than necessary, limiting himself to smashing only 3 pieces daily. Like Mi Fu practicing calligraphy on 5-tail silver sheets of paper, he carefully contemplated his strokes before making a move. He adopted the same approach, brewing the strength and precision of his technique to its peak in his mind. After 3 sessions, he went to the academy's massage center to find Uncle Meng for a deep tissue massage. You've done a lot of training today. Your spine shows slight microdeformations, nothing serious, but could become problematic over time. I can tell you've been repeating the ho and pick move over and over, Uncle Meng said as he pinched Su Jie's spine, causing him such pain that he almost fainted. However, Su Jie had become increasingly adept at managing relaxation and tension rhythms, so he quickly endured it and continued the conversation. Did I mess up my posture while practicing? Su Jie asked nervously. Practicing incorrectly could be a serious issue, especially since it was his first time training without a coach to supervise, leaving him prone to overexertion. Rest assured, your posture is fine. It's just that the volume of training was too much, pushing your spine to its limit, causing slight deformation, similar to muscle soreness after overexertion. Moving forward, pay more attention to moderation. When you used to train under a coach, didn't they give you massages periodically? That's true, Su Jie nodded. That's why solo training can be risky. It's easy to develop bad habits, even for seasoned practitioners, as it's hard to see your own flaws. Observers always have a clearer view, Uncle Meng explained. Since you're still growing, you need to be extra cautious with your training. Luckily, You have me to help correct any issues daily. Otherwise, it will be challenging to fix once your bones develop improperly. Of course, once your form is perfected and your skeletal structure solidifies, there won't be any issues. I understand, Su Jie said, fully aware of Uncle Mang's deep expertise in skeletal studies. Curious, he asked, Uncle Mang, what did you do before this? I earned a PhD in medicine from Cambridge, specializing in studying hormonal responses generated by biomechanical interactions between cells, bones, and muscles, Uncle Mang replied. You and I get along well. My heavy-handed massage technique is a recent innovation. After extensive clinical trials, you're the only subject who can handle it. If you continue coming daily, allowing me to refine my method, I'll share martial arts insights with you. Am I a good test subject? Su Jie recalled Odell also mentioning something similar. Exceptionally rare, Uncle Mang said, continuing his massage. Each motion brought pain that felt bone deep for Su Jie. By the way, when I practice the hoe and pick move, I stretch and contract my spine, feeling its elasticity. Why does it dislocate so easily? Su Jie asked. Precisely because you're training your spine. This kind of exercise makes it prone to dislocation. Unlike a machine, even if your posture appears perfect to the naked eye, errors might exist on a microscopic or even nanoscopic level, Uncle Mang explained. He continued his lesson. Hoe and pick focuses on spinal extension and contraction, thrusting upward and plunging downward. In martial arts, there's a saying, forward and backward are instinct. Side to side is skill, up and down is mastery. It means retreating when attacked or advancing when striking are instinctual. Dodging side to side requires hard-earned techniques, which is why it's considered skill. But managing vertical movement during combat demonstrates incredible mastery, almost supernatural, hence called mastery. Techniques like ducking, weaving, and grappling in boxing or mixed martial arts are the hardest to perfect, but can decisively overpower an opponent when executed well. Another martial arts proverb says, rise like a lifting load, move like a locust. It means that when engaging an opponent, you should rise with the power of lifting a yoke while maintaining balance. Inexperienced practitioners lose balance, stumble, or even fall. Su Jie thought of his classmates struggling to balance while practicing with a yoke. Indeed, maintaining balance while carrying 2 baskets on a yoke, whether on flat ground, rugged mountain paths, or muddy roads, was a remarkable skill. Applying such balance and power in combat would be terrifying. Kid, you seem quite relaxed during this massage session. Your iron body technique is improving quickly, Uncle Mang said, noting Su Jie's ability to chat during the painful massage, which left him amazed. Su Jie's martial arts progress seemed to grow daily. After the massage session, Su Jie felt utterly relaxed, his body and mind rejuvenated. He lay still for half an hour, his mind blank, completely free of fatigue. This state is medically known as deep neurocortical relaxation. In this state, recovery happens quickly, endocrine functions stabilize perfectly, and cellular metabolism adjusts, potentially extending lifespan. The best medical treatment is relaxation therapy. I've researched this for years, but achieving total relaxation independently is nearly impossible. It requires advanced massage techniques to stimulate the body into such a state, Uncle Mang explained. The great corpse state you practice is also a form of relaxation therapy. Although you sleep only 6 hours a day, it's equivalent to 12 hours of rest. However, even my techniques can't achieve the ultimate state of relaxation. What is the ultimate state of relaxation? Su Jie eagerly asked. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin. Want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon Shop. This is the ultimate realm of relaxation, Zen, which is essentially summed up in a line from the Diamond Sutra. No self, no others, no sentient beings, no lifespan, Uncle Mang explained. Zen, emphasizing the value of meditation and intuition. What does that mean? Su Jie asked again. The so-called self forms the foundation of existence in this world. All pain, pleasure, joy, and anxiety arise because of the self. If the self ceases to exist, all emotions disappear. Others refers to the foundation of existence similar to the self, the cause and effect that influences our being. Without others, we wouldn't have so many emotions and thoughts. Sentient beings refer to various factors that affect our existence, while lifespan is a combination of time and space, a marker of our existence within a specific time and space. Uncle Mang explained with philosophical depth, if someone could reach this realm, their body would be in the most relaxed state, as their mind would have let go of all existential foundations. Everything would be released. It is said that in this mental state, the human body undergoes remarkable changes. I don't quite understand what kind of state that is, but I do know that when people relax, they can heal many illnesses and boost their immunity. On the other hand, constant tension and anxiety can make them prone to illness, Su Jie remarked, grasping the basic concept. The technique you're practicing, digging and carrying, is originally a combination of martial arts, Qigong, and Zen philosophy, created by martial monks. It's called the unity of Zen and martial arts. To master this martial art to its peak, you must understand Zen, Uncle Mang said. Uncle Mang, to what extent can you relax yourself? Su Jie asked. I've only reached the realm where the self and the external world merge and fade. I'm still a bit short of achieving the true state of no self, no others, no sentient beings, Uncle Mang replied. After all, fading is not the same as nothingness. Fading involves memory, while true nothingness is the complete absence of it. Listening to these philosophical insights, Su Jie felt somewhat overwhelmed but vaguely understood parts of it. Perhaps these concepts require life experience and the passage of time for me to truly grasp, Su Jie thought. For now, he was enthusiastic about learning, advancing at his own pace. After his massage session, it was only 8 p.m., leaving an hour before his usual bedtime at 9. Normally, he and Josh would spar in the ring at this time. Since Josh was likely training with someone else, Su Jie decided to check what he was up to. He knew the importance of sparring. Even with protective gear and referees present, sparring was far better than practicing alone or hitting a punching bag. Hi. Su Jie entered the vast training hall. With the new academy term approaching, more students were training here. Most were enrolled in the Martial Arts Academy, and some were even professional fighters. Mingluan Martial Arts Academy had produced many champions in boxing, sanda, Muay Thai, kickboxing, MMA, and wrestling, national champions included. As advertised on TV, the cradle of champions, Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Here, you could find experts in almost every martial art and combat style. That was why Su Jie had traveled across provinces to study here. Victory! Another victory! At that moment, an explosive cheer erupted from a nearby competition arena. Looking over, Su Jie saw another hall with a sign at the entrance stating tickets were required to enter, suggesting some sort of competition was happening inside. Could this be the small-scale arena coach Nie Shuang mentioned? Curious, Su Jie walked over, paid 30 yuan for a ticket, and entered. Inside was indeed a large competition arena equipped with a ring and an octagonal cage, the latter designed specifically for MMA. The arena was packed with spectators, creating a lively atmosphere. Many were students from the academy, but there were also outsiders, including students from other martial arts academies. 2 fighters were engaged in a match. One of them executed a beautiful slam followed by an armbar, forcing his opponent to submit. The crowd erupted in applause. Ruan Xing has won 3 consecutive matches. The academy awards him 6,000 yuan, the referee announced. The Mingluan Martial Arts Academy's internal tournaments have finally resumed. After a month-long summer break, it's game time. Should we join and earn some extra cash? Come on, only experts sign up for this. If we enter, not only will we waste the registration fee, but we'll also get beaten up. Sujia overheard two students from another academy talking nearby. He glanced at the posters around him and immediately understood that this was a ring challenge competition held by the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Both students from within the academy and outsiders could participate as long as they paid the registration and entrance fees. Winners would even receive prize money. This type of competition had been suspended for a month during the summer vacation. Now that the holidays were nearing their end and more students were returning to academy, the competition was being reopened. In this area, there were many martial arts academies, and almost every one of them held such competitions. Even bars and boxing gyms in town hosted similar events. However, the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy's ring competition was the most famous in the region. It had the highest skill level, attracted the most participants, and even garnered a large online fan base. The event had partnered with a live streaming platform, generating considerable revenue. For Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, this competition was a highly profitable project. Should I register too? Su Jie felt a spark of interest. He had been struggling to find opportunities for real combat. His last fight with Song Li was a private duel. Although he won 10,000 yuan, he didn't take the money because it could easily lead to animosity. Instead, he chose to be generous and make a friend. Now, this was a public competition organized by the academy. If he participated and won, it would be ideal. Even if he lost, it would be a valuable combat experience. The registration booth is over there. Su Jie squeezed through the crowd. The registration area wasn't manned by anyone but a machine. Participants simply needed to place their ID card on the scanner, weigh themselves, and pay the registration fee via a mobile QR code. After that, they would wait to be assigned an opponent. It was simple. Step 1, stand on the machine. Step 2, place the ID card. Step 3, scan the QR code to pay 100 yuan. After completing the registration, Su Jie moved to the contestant area. The sports arena was divided into spectator, contestant, referee, event, media filming, and VIP areas. It was almost comparable to a national-level competition. In fact, many national-level competitions were held in this venue. The facilities highlighted the strength of the Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. When there weren't any major events, the arena hosted small-scale competitions daily, providing students with real combat opportunities and the experience of participating in formal events. Su Jie waited in the contestant area, surrounded by dozens of other participants. Some were wrapping their hands, others were warming up, and a few were chatting to relax. No one paid any attention to Su Jie. Su Jie suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. This was his first official competition. Although it was a small-scale event open to everyone, the atmosphere with so many spectators was quite different. Control your breathing rhythm, warm up, adjust your mental state, and build a sense of excitement and fighting spirit. He followed the advice of Coach Odell, beginning his warm-up and mental preparation. Coach Odell had long taught him that psychological resilience was crucial in ring competitions. If not properly adjusted, one's strength and techniques might perform at less than 10%, leaving them as easy prey. While warming up, Su Jie imagined scenarios where he was bullied, beaten, or humiliated, then rose in defiance. This helped him overcome fear, generate anger, and ignite a fighting spirit. Simultaneously, he strategized, deciding which tactics, moves, and combinations to use against his opponent. In short, emotional preparation was the most important part of pre-match rituals. Before a fight, adjusting your mental state relies on using emotions to stimulate adrenaline production. In extreme situations, the body releases adrenaline, which enhances vitality, reduces pain sensitivity, suppresses fear, and boosts speed, agility, and strength. Su Jie replayed Coach Odell's combat techniques in his mind. While physical warm-ups for the limbs were important before a match, emotional preparation was even more crucial. Mastering emotional control required balance. Being overly excited or angry could cloud judgment, leading to mistakes and allowing opponents to capitalize on weaknesses. Conversely, being too calm could dampen explosiveness. The ideal state was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, emotions surging beneath the surface, waiting to unleash their full power at the perfect moment. Su Jie realized that the internal techniques often emphasized in traditional Chinese martial arts were about emotional control. By managing hormone secretion, one could improve health and enhance combat effectiveness. His training, which included farming tasks like hoeing and carrying loads, was called Xian Yi Ba, intent and will techniques, among ancient martial monks. The name itself hinted at profound truths. Su Jie, your opponent is Huang Bo. After about 30 to 40 minutes, during which 7 or 8 rounds of combat had taken place, it was finally Su Jie's turn. In this small-scale ring competition, each match lasted only 5 minutes. If neither side achieved a knockout, the result was determined by scoring. The scoring wasn't done by referees, but by the Academy's computer system, which analyzed strikes with professional precision. This system was not only highly accurate, but also fair, leaving little room for dispute. Who is Huang Bo? Su Jie asked himself as he put on his sparring gloves and stepped into the octagonal cage. This competition followed mixed martial arts rules. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. The octagon cage even had a referee, making the setup look highly professional. Mixed martial arts allowed fighters to showcase various styles in the ring. The rules were highly open, making it an extremely efficient competitive sport, closely resembling actual combat. Thus, this form of combat was the most popular in martial arts academies and highly favored by combat enthusiasts. Here, one could use fists, Muay Thai, wrestling, karate, or traditional Chinese martial arts, whatever it took to defeat the opponent. Su Jie stepped into the octagon, and at that moment his opponent, Huang Bo, also entered. Huang Bo was a 20-year-old young man whose muscles didn't bulge, but instead seemed like layers of scales clinging tightly to his body. This physique was terrifying, an ideal combat build, unlike the bodybuilding physique seen in gyms. Su Jie's body was also evolving toward this standard, though it had not fully taken shape yet. Following Odell's training methods, Su Jie was on the path to achieving the perfect combat physique, akin to a naturally evolved predator. There would be no excess fat, not even unnecessary muscle. Sometimes excessive muscle could hinder movement. This was his opponent, Huang Bo. As soon as he entered, Su Jie felt an overwhelming aura. This guy had clearly been through countless battles and looked like a formidable challenge. Begin. The pace in the ring was fast. With numerous matches scheduled daily, there were no formalities like posing or media interviews. It was straight to the fight. Huang Bo didn't waste words with Su Jie. As soon as the match started, he began lightly bouncing, showcasing a typical combat footwork style. This made it difficult for the opponent to lock onto his position while he searched for flaws. Su Jie also moved swiftly, not adopting a traditional combat stance with his hands up to guard, but walking casually with a relaxed posture, taking light and agile steps. He hadn't found any openings in Huang Bo's defense, so he refrained from making rash moves or wasting energy. His relaxed and easy gait was ideal for probing the opponent's weaknesses before launching an attack. Whoosh! Huang Bo, unwilling to waste time, feinted after about 10 seconds, followed by a quick step forward. With a twist of his waist and hips, he executed a signature Muay Thai roundhouse kick aimed at Su Jie's waist. A mid-level roundhouse kick. The roundhouse kick was one of the most frequently used moves in any combat sport. Many world-class fighters relied on this move to handle opponents. It was simple and practical. After relentless practice, it could become terrifyingly powerful. For example, the Strike Su Jie practiced a simple move involving a thrust, push, lunge, and drop was deceptively straightforward. However, an in-depth study could fill an entire book with its intricacies. Similarly, the roundhouse kick was no different. In combat, the most daunting opponents were those who honed a single move repeatedly, embedding it into their bones and soul. As the saying goes, fear not the man who knows 1,000 techniques. Fear the man who has practiced one technique 1,000 times. Huang Bo's roundhouse kick was ferocious. A successful hit would undoubtedly result in a fracture. But instead of counterattacking, Su Jie dodged to the side. However, just as he evaded, Huang Bo retracted his leg, stepped forward, and unleashed a flurry of punches in a hooking and swinging pattern. His relentless assault resembled that of a raging beast. His punches were precise, and his arms moved so fast that afterimages appeared as if they would tear through anything in their path. Su Jie hadn't anticipated such a brutal follow-up after the roundhouse kick. This was the epitome of modern combat tactics, far more aggressive than his previous opponent, Song Li. Song Li was Su Jie's first opponent, a robust man with an imposing presence. Yet, upon reflection, Su Jie realized Song Li was relatively weak. Despite his bulky muscles, they were merely for show, lacking explosive force. His speed was slow, and his strikes lacked penetration. Defeating someone like Song Li was straightforward. But Huang Bo was a different case altogether. His physique was less imposing than Song Li's, but his strikes were far heavier and much faster. In the blink of an eye, Huang Bo's fist was already in Su Jie's face. Within a few seconds, Su Jie's arms had taken several punches. Fortunately, Su Jie had trained for endurance and kept his arms protecting his head and vital areas. Otherwise, he would have been knocked to the ground. Yet, under these circumstances, Huang Bo had already gained points. If neither fighter knocked the other out by the end, Huang Bo's accumulated points would guarantee his victory. Su Jie understood this, but knew he lacked combat experience. His strategy was to dodge patiently and look for the perfect opportunity to land a decisive blow. Although Huang Bo's speed was impressive, it was no match for Odell's blade techniques. Through Odell's training, Su Jie had mastered evasive maneuvers to a remarkable level. 3 minutes passed with Su Jie constantly on the move, while Huang Bo remained on the offensive. Su Jie didn't counterattack. Though he endured some punches, his agility minimized their impact. However, his arm showed some swelling from the repeated blows. Without his hardened training, he might have already succumbed to the pain, impairing his combat ability. His thighs and calves had also taken some of Huang Bo's roundhouse kicks. An average fighter would likely struggle to even walk at this point. Yet, Su Jie remained agile. However, according to the rules, Su Jie hadn't scored any points while Huang Bo had scored significantly. If the match dragged on, Huang Bo would undoubtedly win. Sensing his imminent victory, Huang Bo shifted to a more defensive approach, further reducing Su Jie's chances of a comeback. To win now, Su Jie had only one option: knock Huang Bo out, rendering him unable to fight, commonly known as a KO. With 1 minute left, Su Jie was still at a disadvantage. He couldn't land a hit on Huang Bo, while Huang Bo occasionally landed punches and kicks on him. In this predicament, Su Jie seemed to grow anxious, his movements becoming quicker. He began probing with frequent strikes, shifting up and down to find an opening and end the match with a decisive attack. Noticing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Huang Bo's lips, one even he didn't realize. He knew Su Jie was getting desperate, and in his search for an opening, Su Jie was exposing significant flaws in his defense. Su Jie didn't notice this detail and kept attempting to attack relentlessly. Suddenly, he seemed to seize an opportunity and lunge forward. In his charge, however, he left a glaring opening, exposing his entire body to Huang Bo's attacks. Huang Bo acted on instinct, unleashing a high kick aimed at Su Jie's head, a decisive blow meant to end the match. But just then, Su Jie retracted his body mid-charge. It was a feint all along. From the start, His urgency had been a ploy to deceive Huang Bo and create an opening for himself. Sure enough, Huang Bo fell for it. Misled by the continuous vulnerabilities Su Jie appeared to show. Huang Bo's sweeping kick missed his target, and his expression changed drastically. Half the body open when kicking. An old martial arts proverb highlighted how a kick could leave one's balance compromised. At that moment, Su Jie launched himself forward again. His body contracted as he moved, slithering like a snake, his momentum rising like a pole vault over a rooftop and descending like a tiger pouncing on its prey. All his strength erupted in an instant, driven by an unwavering willpower that would not hesitate, even if a mountain of blades blocked his path. Everything culminated in this single attack. Bang! Huang Bo's face was struck with a resounding slap. Su Jie followed up with a downward motion, his momentum driving him like a digging hoe, landing directly on Huang Bo's chest. In a flash, blood spurted from Huang Bo's nose, and he staggered as if drunk, his feet unsteady, until he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The referee immediately began the countdown. 10, 9, 1. Su Jie wins. As soon as the referee declared the victory, the medical staff rushed in to carry Huang Bo out. Huang Bo's physical condition, combat experience, and martial arts skills surpassed Su Jie's, yet he lost. This was a psychological defeat. From start to finish, Su Jie never fixated on winning or losing. He continuously misled and finally defeated the strong with the weak. Sister Nie observed the entire match from backstage. She grew increasingly impressed with Su Jie. Although, from her perspective, Su Jie's current skills were still lacking, and his strength and speed were average. His youth, sharp intuition, perfect physique, determination, and eagerness to learn made him an exceptional talent. If he chose to become a professional fighter, he could become a top-tier champion within a few years. She understood well how a true martial arts champion could significantly benefit the academy, even elevating its global reputation. It's a pity this boy seems uninterested in the benefits of fame and still insists on focusing on his studies. I've already sent Uncle Meng and Gu Yang to persuade him. What method could possibly change his mind? Sister Nie fell into deep thought. Since Su Jie was unwilling to become a professional fighter, she couldn't force him into it. Reason with him? Entice him with rewards. While Nie Shuang pondered, Su Jie faced his second opponent. As the victor, Su Jie could choose to continue fighting in the cage or take his winnings and leave. However, Su Jie felt he still had energy left and wanted to gain more practical combat experience. With only a month left before summer vacation ended, he knew he wouldn't have such great opportunities once Academy started. This place was practically a research institute for martial arts and combat. Everyone talked about training and sparring, and even children could throw a few punches in the charged atmosphere. After informing the referee of his intention to proceed to the second round, the referee called in medical staff to examine Su Jie. Once they confirmed he could continue, arrangements were made for the next matchup via computer draw. Second round, Su Jie versus Peng Haidong. Su Jie soon saw another participant enter the cage. Peng Haidong was about his size but lacked muscle tone, appearing untrained and physically slack. His overall demeanor was also loose and unfocused. This young man, around 20 years old, seemed far less intimidating than Huang Bo, more like someone who had entered just for fun. Facing such an opponent, Su Jie relaxed a little. Begin. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Peng Haidong, who seemed amateurish at first glance, suddenly sprang into action. His arm shot forward like a monkey's, snapping out with the speed and unpredictability of a whip, catching Su Jie completely off guard. Slap! Su Jie barely managed to flinch back, but Peng Haidong's arm still struck his forehead with a whip-like motion, leaving him momentarily dazed as if he'd been struck by a heavy chain. Swish! Swish! Peng Haidong seized the opportunity and pressed his attack. His footwork was swift and erratic, his arms whipping through the air with a force that created audible whooshes, each strike exuding menacing intent. In just a few exchanges, Su Jie's arms and shoulders had been struck multiple times, turning red and swollen with searing pain that made them nearly immobile. Had it not been for his training and endurance, Su Jie might have already lost his ability to fight back. What kind of martial art is this? It's not free fighting or mixed martial arts. It's traditional martial arts. Su Jie was startled. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Su Jie quickly calmed himself. Although he had taken a few hits, he hadn't lost his combat ability. Su Jie realized it was his carelessness that had put him at a disadvantage. Seeing that his opponent didn't seem particularly strong, he hadn't taken the fight seriously, leading to a momentary setback where he was nearly overwhelmed by the opponent's rapid offensive. Engaging in combat happens in an instant. Even a master can be caught off guard and stunned by a weaker opponent if they aren't paying attention. This is especially true in street fights. It seems I didn't perform well and failed to maintain constant vigilance. Once Su Jie regained his composure, the situation took a sharp turn. He observed carefully and increased the distance between himself and his opponent. He noticed that although Peng Haidong's speed was impressive and his strikes carried significant power, his physical fitness was inferior to Huangbo's. Peng Haidong's advantage lay in his ability to generate sharp, fast, and precise bursts of power with a long reach. However, no matter how far his strikes could reach, they were no match for weapons. Su Jie, trained in combat with weapons like knives and spears, quickly evaded Peng Haidong's attacks. 2 minutes later, Peng Haidong's speed slowed significantly as his stamina rapidly declined. This was the difference between a professional and an amateur. Su Jie's stamina was excellent. He had undergone physical conditioning and endurance training under the world's best martial arts coaches. His rigorous conditioning, particularly the practice of hardstyle martial arts, gave him extraordinary endurance. When Peng Haidong's stamina waned and his movement slowed, Su Jie seized the opportunity. He lunged forward with a move resembling a farmer's hoeing motion. However, Su Jie didn't use his full strength. Instead, he held back, applying only 70% of his power. When his palm struck Peng Haidong's face, it was a push rather than a strike. Peng Haidong's vision darkened, and the immense force to his chest caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. After falling, Peng Haidong quickly slapped the ground, signaling his surrender. Su Jie wins, the referee announced. According to MMA rules, even after falling, a competitor could still continue by using punches or grappling techniques, as long as kicks weren't involved. However, Peng Haidong was experienced enough to know that this was just a small-scale match, and there was no need to fight to the bitter end. Recognizing his obvious disadvantage, surrendering was the sensible choice. Having won 2 matches in a row, Su Jie felt invigorated. His abundant stamina, thanks to Odell's excellent training regimen, was one of his key strengths. It was no wonder Nie Shuang valued him so highly. Still want to fight? Su Jie nodded to the referee. His answer stirred a discussion among the audience. The spectators of this small-scale arena were martial artists, professionals, and even some seasoned coaches or prominent figures from other martial arts academies. Old Lee, this one's a good prospect. In the VIP section, a few elderly and middle-aged individuals observed the match. Judging by their demeanor, they were respected veterans or martial arts academy leaders. One of the elderly men nodded repeatedly as he spoke to another. This young man's physical development is excellent, his stamina is abundant, and his mental composure is first-rate. His techniques, while still immature, are authentic and not flashy. He consistently relies on that one farmer's hoe move. This is commendable. Most young people today are fickle, chasing novelty and learning a multitude of techniques without mastering any. The elderly man, known as Old Li, was evidently well respected. His sharp evaluation of Su Jie was spot on. If this student belonged to Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, he would undoubtedly shine within 2 or 3 years. Old Li, are you thinking of recruiting him for your Yangming Martial Arts Academy? Someone asked. If you don't make a move, I will. Finding a promising talent these days is no easy feat. They must be intelligent, hardworking, and physically fit. It's rare, very rare. Let's see how it goes, Old Li replied, still observing Su Jie with the keen eye of a teacher spotting a raw gem. Peng Haidong's Tongbei techniques are well practiced, sharp, precise, and fast. But his physical fitness is lacking. He places too much faith in static stances and meditative training, which might work against ordinary opponents, but fails against tougher ones. Old Peng's son is clever, but unwilling to endure hardships. That's his downfall. Old Peng's Tongbei skills are exceptional. Back in the day, his training was grueling. His son refuses to suffer the same hardships, but he still managed to develop the essence of Tongbei. That's unique in its way. Compared to this Su Jie, young Peng still falls short. Unbeknownst to Su Jie, his performance had caught the attention of many martial arts academy leaders. These veterans had nurtured countless martial arts talents, and their discerning eyes could easily spot promising prospects. Of course, the same principle applied to academics. Exceptional students were highly sought after by teachers across classes and academies. Su Jie himself had been pursued in a similar manner. During his transition from middle to high academy, he had topped the entire region's entrance exams. Round 3. Su Jie versus Wu Cheng. After a medical evaluation confirmed Su Jie's ability to continue, the referee arranged the third match. Wu Cheng is a professional athlete, a member of the provincial team. He's participated in numerous professional matches. Although he hasn't reached the national level, he ranks among the top in the province. With Wu Cheng entering the ring, this young man doesn't stand a chance. His winning streak will end here. Wu Cheng has been undergoing intense training and preparation for the upcoming national selection trials. He's aiming to join a national team and is using this match as a warm-up. As Su Jie's next opponent, Wu Cheng stepped into the arena. The atmosphere grew. Su Jie felt a chill rise in his heart as he watched Wu Cheng step into the arena. Without looking at the man's build or movements, his instincts told him that this was an opponent he couldn't match. Wu Cheng was a young man of about 20, but there wasn't a hint of youthful naivety on his face. Instead, it bore a mature and seasoned expression. Dressed in shorts and bare-chested, Wu Cheng's body was coated with a layer of oil, giving his bronze-toned skin a polished gleam. His muscles were smooth and well-defined, especially his waist, where his ribcage tapered dramatically into his hips. The striking contours resembled the sleek build of a running hound, typical of someone with exceptional core strength. Begin. At the referee's command, Su Jie and Wu Cheng squared off. Wu Cheng's prowess as a professional fighter became immediately apparent. He made no initial probing moves, instead sliding forward with swift steps, his feints and shifts so precise that it was impossible to tell real attacks from fake ones. Su Jie instinctively widened the distance between them, relying on his tried-and-true method: avoid close combat at all costs. Even if Wu Cheng was a professional, he was still just a man, one head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, not some mythical being with multiple limbs. Besides, Su Jie had trained with Odell regularly. Compared to Odell, Wu Cheng was at least 2 or 3 levels inferior. Su Jie maintained his strategy, retreating constantly and avoiding direct confrontation. Anytime Wu Cheng approached, Su Jie would run in the opposite direction. He had no intention of attacking, instead aiming to frustrate his opponent into making a mistake, just as he had done with Huang Bo. What if Wu Cheng was a professional? The octagonal cage was spacious enough for him to evade effectively. For 5 full minutes, Su Jie focused solely on evasion, biding his time for an opening that never came. Wu Cheng, however, remained expressionless, his movements mechanical yet relentless. He pursued, intercepted, and cornered Su Jie tirelessly. His stamina was extraordinary, and on several occasions, his punches and kicks grazed Su Jie's arms and legs, leaving bruises but never landing cleanly. Wu Cheng's strikes were incredibly powerful, living up to his reputation as a professional. Although Su Jie managed to protect his vital areas and avoid being knocked out, the areas where he was struck began to swell. Time's up. The referee called an end to the match after 5 minutes. Su Jie is disqualified for passive play, the referee announced. Passive play. Su Jie was stunned. He had expected to lose based on points, but being penalized for passivity was unexpected. After leaving the cage, he quickly looked it up on his phone and discovered that in competitive matches, evading without counterattacking could result in disqualification for being overly passive. Passive play was a serious offense. Not just a loss, but one that could lead to future bans and disqualification from professional fighting. After all, even in combat sports, entertainment value was crucial. It was a sport, not a life-or-death struggle. In real combat, survival by any means was the ultimate goal. It seems I'm not suited for professional fighting, Su Jie reflected. But participating in these matches occasionally is great for martial arts training. Though the match ended with a disqualification for passivity, Su Jie felt even less inclined to pursue a professional fighting career. It wasn't his path, merely a side pursuit in his life. However, he had promised Odell that he would compete in a few professional matches under his name. Su Jie knew he needed to prepare. Returning to his dorm, he rubbed some medicinal oil on his bruises, relaxed, and took deep breaths to ease the tension. Soon, his phone chimed with a notification, 4,000 yuan deposited. It was the prize money for his 2 victories. Not bad, earning money this fast, but without some skill, it'd be impossible, Su Jie mused. Reflecting on the 3 matches, he realized he had won the first through patience, the second by outlasting his opponent, and had been thoroughly defeated in the third. Wu Cheng had outclassed him in technique, stamina, and mental fortitude. Yet, even in defeat, Su Jie gained valuable experience. Satisfied, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Jie woke at 3 a.m. as usual. The swelling on his bruises had subsided considerably, though some areas still throbbed faintly. Undeterred, he continued his training regimen, strength, endurance, and techniques, spending the entire day drenched in sweat and focus. That evening, Su Jie returned to his routine of swatting flies off glass panes before seeking out Uncle Meng for a massage. You went to a match yesterday? Your body has a lot of soft tissue injuries, Uncle Meng noted as he began the massage. Afterward, I want to try an acupuncture experiment on you. Acupuncture experiment? Su Jie asked, puzzled, but he trusted that it would benefit him. This will hurt a lot. Only you could endure it, Uncle Meng said, pressing into Su Jie's muscles. After enduring what felt like hellish pain, Su Jie experienced a euphoric lightness. Uncle Meng's massages, as painful as they were, had become something Su Jie looked forward to. Come, drink this wine. After the massage, Uncle Meng took out a jar of wine from his box. He handled it carefully, as if cradling a priceless antique. He poured a small cup and handed it to Su Jie. Once Su Jie drank it, he immediately felt a burning sensation in his stomach that spread throughout his body. It gradually transformed into a cooling wave, leaving him feeling incredibly comfortable. His mind was in a semi-intoxicated state, as if he had ascended to immortality. What kind of wine is this? Su Jie was instantly captivated by the taste, feeling as if it could grant immortality. It completely numbed his nerves, leaving him unsure whether it was a blessing or a curse. At times, the 4 elements intoxicate me, and I ask the heavens, who am I? Uncle Meng quoted. These lines are from a poem by Taoist Wang Chongyang, found in the book The Fundamentals of Life and Nature, Xingminggui. They describe the mental state of Taoist cultivation. The 4 elements refer to earth, water, fire, and wind, the fundamental components of the world as described in Buddhism. Taoists borrow this concept to depict a state of mind where one feels unified with these elements, a euphoric condition akin to immortality. In reality, drinking alcohol in moderation can stimulate the mind, excite the cerebral cortex and elevate adrenaline levels, making one fearless and energetic. This wine, however, was crafted by Lu Guanglia, who combined an ancient recipe with cutting-edge extraction technology. It's brewed with over 100 types of Chinese medicinal herbs. It nourishes the blood and spirit, treats insomnia, nerve weakness, depression, and other mental illnesses. For healthy individuals, it boosts immunity. A single drop is more precious than gold. Last time, Nie Shuang and Zhao Chun gambled over this very wine. Now that you've had a small cup, both your spirit and body are in an optimal state, making it the perfect time for acupuncture. Uncle Mang's face lit up with excitement, like a researcher making a groundbreaking discovery. Su Jie had seen this kind of expression before, when his sister, Su Machin, conducted her AI research. He couldn't help but feel a chill, as if Uncle Mang intended to dissect him. Uncle Mang brought out a box of acupuncture needles. These silver needles were long and slender, looking intimidating at first glance. Suddenly, he thrust a needle directly into Su Jie's abdomen. Su Jie felt as if his internal organs were being turned inside out. This pain came from deep within, unlike the superficial discomfort of Uncle Mang's massage. It was more unbearable, as though something were trapped in his stomach, causing chaos. While the massage had only affected Su Jie's surface tissues, the acupuncture felt like a trial for his internal organs, burning, freezing, cutting, and hammering all at once. Uncle Mang continued to insert needles. Each time, Su Jie felt as if his organs were being grabbed and squeezed forcefully. Meanwhile, an unbearable itch seemed to spread deep within his bones, making him wish he could break them open to catch the imaginary ants crawling inside. This is to thoroughly regulate your body and awaken its potential, Uncle Mang said. If you endure this, your physical condition will significantly improve. Do you know the principle behind acupuncture? During the massage, Su Jie could still converse, but now he couldn't utter a word. Uncle Mang, understanding this, began explaining on his own. The human body has self-healing capabilities. For instance, when you get a cut, nutrients and immune cells gather at the wound, promoting healing. Traditional medicine refers to the beneficial substances in the body, nutrients, immunity, etc., as vitality. Su Jie could only barely listen. In normal circumstances, vitality flows chaotically through the body, with no centralized control or storage. The core of traditional martial arts, health techniques, yoga, and meditation is to harness and harmonize this vitality, allowing it to flow where it's needed to strengthen organs and the brain. My acupuncture method combines traditional Chinese theories of acupuncture points and meridians with modern cellular biology, kinesiology, neuroscience, and human medicine. By using needles, I stimulate your internal layers to perform microsurgery. These micro-injuries attract vitality to gather at the stimulated sites. Through repeated stimulation, it's like clearing a blocked canal. Your vitality will follow a structured path, enhancing your physical strength and mental agility. This technique surpasses any massage in sophistication. Uncle Mang continuously pricked Su Jie with needles, gradually turning him into a hedgehog. While needling, he recorded various experiences, not by writing but through audio recordings. Being blind, writing would have been of no use to him. When people overeat, the excess energy accumulates in the abdomen, forming fat. When someone experiences extreme hunger and cannot replenish their food supply, their body breaks down fat to generate energy, compensating for the body's consumption. In ancient times, when food was scarce, having fat on one's body was a sign of health. To some extent, fat represents vitality in humans, Uncle Mang explained. Ancient Chinese medicine is based on two principles. First, taking various medicines to enhance the body's vitality. Second, using acupuncture and wellness techniques to direct this vitality to areas of illness, harnessing the body's immunity to eliminate pathogens. Essentially, it leverages the body's own capabilities. Medicine is merely an auxiliary tool. In contrast, Modern medicine directly uses surgeries and drugs to forcibly eliminate issues, achieving quicker results. Uncle Mang continued recording. In reality, there's no such thing as Chinese medicine versus Western medicine. In ancient China, when medical knowledge was advanced, the West was still relying on bloodletting and witch hunts, with no hygiene practices, leading to plagues like the Black Death. But with the advent of microbiology in modern times, in-depth studies on human anatomy and pathogens laid the framework for modern medicine. So, there's only ancient medicine and modern medicine. Ancient medicine centers on self-immunity or vitality, while modern medicine relies on external forces. It's fascinating to analyze this thoroughly. After turning Su Jie into a hedgehog, Uncle Mang continuously changed needles, extracting and reinserting them, even rotating them. He treated Su Jie like a straw dummy, experimenting with his ideas. Of course, his experiments were safe and seemed rigorously tested. It's just that no one else was willing to indulge his eccentricity until Su Jie came along. When all the needles were finally removed, Su Jie felt as though his body was riddled with holes, leaving him feeling empty, like a deflated balloon. He suspected that if he drank water, it might leak out through the needle marks all over his body. Diary entries. August 2nd. After a day of training, I had Uncle Mang massage me. He performed acupuncture, claiming to stimulate vitality, leaving me feeling like I was on the brink of death, with my entire body leaking energy. However, his explanation made sense. His discussion about ancient and modern medical theories resonated with me and strengthened my resolve to study medicine and research life sciences in the future. August 3rd. I continued practicing and sparred with Josh without protective gear. It's not as easy for him to land a hit on me anymore, but I'm still no match for him. In the evening, I smashed glass panels to swat flies, then had Uncle Mang massage and perform acupuncture. I figured if I could endure such pain, I could face anything in the future. I didn't participate in any competitions today. August 4th. Today, I practiced techniques taught by Coach Odell and sparred with Josh again. In the evening, Josh and I participated in a small-scale arena competition. I surprisingly won 6 consecutive matches and earned 12,000 yuan. My stamina seems to have improved. Could Uncle Mang's acupuncture truly be enhancing my vitality? The arena competition is a way to make money if you have the skills, and as summer vacation comes to an end, more people are joining. After the matches, Josh also tried Uncle Mang's massage, but couldn't endure a few pinches before quitting. Watching me undergo both massage and acupuncture left him staring at me as though I were an alien. August 5th. After training all day, I participated in the arena competition as usual. This time, I won 3 consecutive matches. Unfortunately, I faced a professional opponent in the 4th round and lost due to passive play. As always, I had a massage and acupuncture afterward. Today, Uncle Mang brought out a tiny amount of a ridiculously expensive liquor for me to taste. It was as comforting as gold. Hopefully, I won't get addicted. August 6th. During today's practice, I perfected the halt-strike technique, executing it smoothly without any hindrance. This must be the pinnacle of mastery. I practiced it thousands of times daily. Also, while smashing flies on glass panels, I finally succeeded in killing a fly without damaging the glass. My control over strength has significantly improved. In the evening, I won 5 consecutive matches in the arena, drawing considerable attention. Uncle Mang continued massaging and performing acupuncture while explaining more about the relationship between ancient and modern medicine. He also asked me to cooperate in his experiments, recording my physical changes and mental state, collecting data for comprehensive analysis. I'm curious about how he became blind. Despite his blindness, his accuracy in locating acupuncture points surpasses most sighted practitioners. August 7th. After practicing and sparring with Josh during the day, I competed in the arena in the evening, winning 8 consecutive matches. My opponents were enthusiasts, not professionals, so I could win with ease. Josh also participated, but was unlucky, facing a professional in his first match. Despite this, their fight was evenly matched, and Josh only lost by points. Afterward, Josh swore that outside the ring, he could take down the professional in under 30 seconds on the street. I've now completed over 30 matches, gaining some experience, but I still lack real street fighting knowledge. Of course, brawling is illegal, so I won't experiment unless absolutely necessary. I'm a good student and intend to keep my record clean. Uncle Mang's massages and acupuncture continued, and he seems invigorated in his research, like a mad scientist who rediscovered his passion. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novelbin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring it Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Diary entries. August 7th, I practiced martial arts alone. Coach Guyang was still teaching routines to the training class members, including Tai Chi and Long Fist. These martial arts moves are elegant and well-designed to attract attention. In today's society, martial arts are mainly for performance. Even ring matches are a form of performance. Otherwise, terms like passive fighting wouldn't exist. I focused on practicing the virtue.Strike technique. While it isn't suitable for ring fights, it is highly effective for eliminating fierce enemies. Additionally, my external martial arts training has significantly improved. During a small ring match today, my opponent's hook punch landed on my stomach. The moment his fist touched my skin, my abdominal muscles instinctively tightened and relaxed, completely neutralizing the force. In the evening, Uncle Mang said, "This was an improvement in sensitivity. My body reacted without relying on signals from my cerebral cortex, developing a natural resistance to strikes." Many people train for 10 years and still can't reach this level. I owe my small success mainly to Coach Odell's foundational training and the guidance of Uncle Mang and Coach Guyang. Regular people don't get such opportunities. Of course, Coach Odell saw potential in me because I am diligent and resilient. Uncle Mang also valued me because I can endure intense pain. August 8th, still practicing martial arts, participating in matches, and doing massages. Today, I checked my bank account and found I had earned 70 to 80,000 yuan in prize money. It's incredibly profitable. I haven't even entered professional matches, yet the earnings are this high. Professional matches must be even more lucrative, right? Wrong. Professional fighters endure harsher conditions, and most don't earn much. Among the many martial arts schools and gyms hosting small ring matches in this area, only Mingluan Martial Arts School profits. On online platforms, their matches dominate in popularity due to the head effect. Many professional fighters come here to earn extra income, similar to how second- and third-tier celebrities turn to live streaming. Professional fighters, unless they are world-class with unmatched popularity, often struggle financially. This reality made me reconsider my future. As the old saying goes, a man fears choosing the wrong career. A woman fears marrying the wrong man. Regardless, improving physical fitness is always beneficial. August 9th. Today, I switched to training with a heavier iron hoe, weighing about 20 jin, approximately 10 kilograms, to strengthen my core. Uncle Mang suggested it, using weight to stimulate muscle groups. He complemented this with acupuncture to enhance the activity of my soft tissues and fascia. August 10th. Martial arts training, swatting flies on glass, competing, acupuncture, and sleeping. August 11th. Same as yesterday, nothing insightful to note. August 12th. My savings have reached 138,000 yuan, all from prize money. However, as more students return to school after the summer break, small ring matches have become increasingly popular. I couldn't even register today. It seems this source of income is becoming unreliable. The matches are attracting better competitors, including coaches and experts from other schools. The quick and straightforward format appeals to the masses, unlike professional matches, which drag on with lengthy introductions and build up. Future entertainment trends will undoubtedly favor faster-paced activities. Today, there were no matches. I felt restless. August 13th. I paid the registration fee but still couldn't secure a spot. The venue was packed with people, and the atmosphere was electric. This embodies the true martial spirit of martial arts schools. While martial arts promote courage, they must be paired with moral values to avoid fostering recklessness. August 14th. For 3 consecutive days, I paid the registration fee but couldn't compete. My plan to gain more combat experience seems to be falling apart. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve martial arts skills. Many moves I don't understand during practice become clear in real fights, feeding back into my training. My hammer technique for swatting flies is now more controlled, though still far from perfect. Uncle Mang said true mastery means using techniques freely to incapacitate opponents without causing harm. Half a month had passed, and September 1st, the start of school, was approaching. Su Jie should have been preparing to return, but he couldn't bring himself to leave this environment. He knew this place represented a major opportunity, and missing it could change his life trajectory. Should I take a year off to train here? After all, I can keep up with my academic courses, Su Jie thought. I've already self-studied all the senior year subjects: Chinese, math, physics, chemistry. None of it is challenging for me. I've completed many high-scoring mock exams, and I could still perform well in the college entrance exam even now. Returning to school felt inefficient. Staying here meant benefiting from Uncle Mang's research on his body and gaining extensive martial arts knowledge. Without Uncle Mang in this environment, his progress would slow significantly. Su Jie valued efficiency and hated wasting time. However, taking a year off to train while preparing for the college entrance exam was unlikely to gain approval from his parents, teachers, or principal. At school, Su Jie was a top student and a focus of special cultivation. Proposing a leave of absence would lead to relentless persuasion and lectures from everyone, which was daunting to even imagine. Unable to find a solution, Su Jie decided to focus on learning as much as he could in the time left. August 15th. After a full day of training, Su Jie finished dinner and went to the small ring match venue, hoping to register. On his way, he bumped into Josh, who had just exited the venue. Josh patted Su Jie's shoulder and said, "It's too crowded inside. I couldn't get in. Don't waste your registration fee. How about we spar?" "A spar?" "Sure," Su Jie nodded. "You attack, and I'll defend." "No, we're really going to fight here." During training, having a good sparring partner and opponent is crucial. I've been watching your matches these past few days, and you're really strong. I didn't realize just how much you've grown. Today, I want to simulate a street fight with you, a real one. How about we go off campus and do it? Josh's tone was serious. This seems too dangerous. Su Jie was startled. He knew that Josh highly valued street fighting, believing it to be the true test of strength. On the arena, the fights were all staged, with fighters taking stances and waiting for the referee's signal. Just a performance. But on the streets, anything could happen. Many martial arts champions had been killed in street fights with thugs. "Please," Josh spoke earnestly, even bowing in the Japanese style. He had learned it when studying karate, and it was part of the traditional All right. Su Jie knew Josh's character too well. If he refused, Josh would keep asking. Besides, after spending so much time together, they developed a strong friendship, so sparring a bit wouldn't hurt. Without saying anything, Josh silently walked off campus, with Su Jie following behind him. The two of them arrived in a small alley outside the campus. Su Jie saw Josh stop and couldn't help but ask, "Are we fighting here?" Swish! Josh suddenly turned around, his demeanor completely different from their usual training. He became fierce and vicious, raising his fist and striking. The vicious look in his eyes made it seem like he was facing an enemy he could never forgive. Su Jie's heart skipped a beat. If he hadn't participated in so many real arena battles, he might have been too slow to react. In that split second, Su Jie's practice move, the halt-strike technique, came into play. He leaned in, raised his arm, and covered his head, allowing Josh's punch to land on his arm. As Josh's fist struck, Su Jie instinctively rotated his arm, diffusing the force. Then, with the power of a tiger pouncing from the mountains, he struck forward like swinging a hoe. It was all instinctive. He hadn't thought about it much. Josh seemed to have anticipated this move. He pulled his fist back, retreated, and slid his foot forward. His foot came up like a spear, kicking straight at Su Jie. This was the standard Thai kick, quick and fierce, with elements of boxing and traditional martial arts. It was one of the deadliest moves in street fighting. In street fights, with the unpredictable terrain and the uncertainty of numbers, leg techniques were rarely used. In martial arts, lifting a leg was often too exposed, but the Thai kick was excellent for blocking an opponent's offensive. However, such a kick couldn't be used in the arena, where techniques like whips and side kicks were more common. Josh's kick seemed designed specifically for street fighting, small in range and subtle, but it perfectly blocked Su Jie's assault. But as Su Jie lunged, his hand dug downward, landing squarely on Josh's leg, forcing his kick to be suppressed. The pain in Josh's foot was sharp. Then, Su Jie quickly moved again, his hands digging and thrusting as he closed the distance between them. Josh raised his hand to block. At that moment, Su Jie's hand seized Josh's arm, yanking it downward like a fight between street hooligans. In that tug, Josh seemed to lose his balance slightly. Su Jie released the tug, arced his chest forward, and then launched another dig and thrust. Bang! The blows came down on Josh's head, striking hard. Josh had no way to escape. Seeing the heavy blow coming, Su Jie transitioned from digging to pushing, exhaling forcefully, his abdomen swelling, and then he shoved Josh with the power of a mountain. Thud! Josh was sent crashing to the ground. Su Jie himself hadn't even realized what had happened. All the moves he just made were purely instinctive. His mind hadn't processed them. It wasn't like a fight in the arena where there was time to strategize and think. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Goblin, want to read more? Become of the Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. You can also watch a *DS to support the translation. Check out my other projects: Flower, Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. During the earlier scuffle, Josh suddenly launched a fierce attack on him, leaving only the move he had repeatedly practiced, the hoe strike. Indeed, in a street fight, no technique mattered, only instincts. Fortunately, Su Jie practiced this move thousands of times daily, making it second nature. He realized that this move, in the middle of action, covered all directions. Firstly, it mimicked a natural walking posture, arms hanging down close to vital areas like the abdomen and groin, ready to defend when needed. As the movement progressed, the hands rose to cover the head, the body lowered to protect the head and torso, and upon falling forward, shielded the chest and groin. Meanwhile, the elbows tightened against the ribs, guarding both sides. By crouching and curling, the body not only conserved energy, but also reduced the area vulnerable to attacks. This move proved surprisingly effective against sudden assaults or street brawls. Su Jie's understanding of it deepened. What a profound technique! Guarding the head with the lift, neutralizing force with the turn, dodging with the shrink, building power with the twist, striking with the pounce, protecting the heart with the return, shielding the groin with the collapse, defending the ribs with the shake, chasing with the follow-through, exhaling with the release, intimidating with the roar, stabilizing with the retreat, and surveying with the settle. All 13 principles are present. As Josh struggled to get up, a voice came from the other end of the alley. It was a girl observing them. To Su Jie's surprise, it was Zhang Man, a member of the martial arts summer training class. An American-born Chinese, she had returned to learn Chinese martial arts. 3 days ago, Su Jie had already noticed her. During training, she exhibited great stamina while digging and would occasionally demonstrate Wing Chun moves from movies during breaks. Of course, this wasn't unusual. Most students of the martial arts academy had some background. What stood out was that Su Jie, a complete novice, had joined to learn from scratch. Zhang Man, Su Jie greeted her. Zhang Man's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She had coincidentally witnessed Su Jie and Josh's swift yet intense scuffle. Her shock was indescribable. The fight had lasted only a few seconds, far less dramatic than a ring match, but it was a real brawl. Facing Josh's sudden attack, Su Jie raised his hands to protect his head, twisted to neutralize the force, then shrunk, twisted, and lunged. Midway, he dropped to block a kick, counterattacked with another lunge, then switched from striking to pushing. Finally, he leaped back, steadied himself, and surveyed his surroundings for more threats. The entire process took 5 seconds. Luckily, I habitually record videos, so I captured it, Zhang Man thought. What impressed her most was Su Jie's transition from striking to pushing. It wasn't just ordinary martial arts. Even driven by combat instincts, he had the restraint not to cause harm. If his strike had landed earlier, the consequences would have been severe. I actually lost, Josh muttered, crestfallen as he stood up. He had 8 years of combat experience, training in various martial arts, and never stopped practicing. Yet he lost a street fight to a high schooler with just a month and a half of training. In street fights, luck plays a huge role. Even professional fighters can fall to a random thug, Zhang Man said. Josh, you underestimated the power of the halt strike. This move, though simple, a forward thrust, contains 13 key principles and dozens of subtleties. It mimics animal hunting instincts, perfect for chaotic brawls. Your fitness, technique, and experience are solid, but lacking knowledge of this move's intricacies, you fell into its trap. In ancient times, people would master one move through relentless practice to gain an advantage in sudden combat. If you familiarize yourself with its system, you can still defeat Su Jie. Zhang Man spoke in fluent English, as she had grown up abroad and could accurately convey Chinese cultural concepts in English. Do you know this move as well? Su Jie asked. Of course, many martial artists do, but seeing it executed so masterfully is rare. It's like Muay Thai's simple sweeping kick, lifting the knee, rotating the hip, and sweeping. Beginners can use it, but world-class fighters make it terrifying in the ring. Sweeping kicks are long and powerful, perfect for the ring, but less effective on the streets. In a complex street environment, the halt strike from Xingyi Quan is far more suitable, Zhang Man explained. Su Jie, let's go again, Josh said, reviewing his loss. He realized he had underestimated the move's variations. With caution, he believed he wouldn't be defeated in 5 seconds again. His solid foundation was undeniable, but in street fights, even the strongest could fall victim to a moment of carelessness. Forget it, Zhang Man waved her hand. This kind of fighting is too dangerous. It's life or death. If you want real combat experience, come to the U.S. and register as a bounty hunter. Then, you can legally apprehend criminals, earn money, and gain experience. Fighting among friends isn't worth it. Bounty hunter? Are you sure that's not just a game? Su Jie asked. He had seen the bounty hunter profession in games, but didn't know it existed in real life. In the United States, there has long been a bounty hunter system. During the westward expansion, the West was chaotic and the police couldn't handle everything. So the police stations would issue bounty notices for cowboys to make arrests. After several amendments to the law, the bounty hunter system was finally perfected, officially known as bail enforcement agents. For example, many criminals who pay huge bail amounts can be temporarily released, but if they escape after release, the police often lack the manpower to capture them. That's when bounty hunters step in, Zhang Man explained. Of course, modern bounty hunters mostly use guns and often have more authority than the police. If they know martial arts, that's even better. Josh observed Zhang Man's right index finger joint keenly. Your hands show signs of frequent shooting. Are you a bounty hunter? I've done it a few times, Zhang Man nodded. This time, I returned home to learn martial arts, hoping to develop the animal-like sensitivity within martial arts to better sense danger. Bounty hunters. Su Jie was still mulling over this profession Zhang Man mentioned. He felt it belonged to another world. In America, there existed such a group of people, gun-toting tough guys like those in Hollywood movies, roaming the dark corners of cities to capture criminals. For someone like Su Jie, a good student who had been focused on academics since childhood, this kind of world was hard to imagine, though it did have a certain allure. Of course, he had no plans to go to the United States to become a bounty hunter at this stage. Staying in the country to study diligently was the best option, especially since he wasn't even an adult yet. We'll settle this on the ring later. Josh patted Su Jie on the shoulder. I underestimated you earlier and got pushed down. No problem. Su Jie himself wasn't entirely sure how he had managed to push Josh down earlier. He planned to reflect on it later. That 5-second exchange had given him new insights. I've recorded the video. Let's exchange contact information, and I'll send it to you, Zhang Man said. She was dressed in a black tracksuit and running shoes, her ponytail neat and tidy. She was tall, standing over 1.75 meters, with a fit and streamlined figure, a classic example of a fitness beauty. However, upon closer inspection, her aura was imposing. While most fitness beauties radiated softness, Zhang Man seemed to possess a body of steel and iron beneath her appearance. This was a trait only those who had trained in combat for years could discern. Su Jie, who had been practicing martial arts intensively, understood that a body's toughness came from the coordination of muscles, tendons, and fascia. The elasticity derived from the relaxation and tension of these tissues was the key. The stronger the elasticity, the tougher the body, like the draw strength of an ancient bow. This concept also aligned with what Chinese martial arts referred to as inner strength. When a person's intent shifted, their body could become soft and fluid like water or cotton at one moment, and as hard as porcelain or steel the next. This was a sign of profound inner strength. Such individuals had agility, explosive power, and reaction speeds far beyond ordinary people. Understanding this principle and undergoing strict training, Su Jie could discern the depth of a practitioner's inner strength. Undoubtedly, his classmate Zhang Man was a master. You've worked as a bounty hunter. We should spar sometime. Josh's eyes lit up. Not today. I have some things to attend to and just happened to pass by. Zhang Man declined Josh's invitation, then turned to Su Jie. Your control over relaxation and tension is even better than mine. To master this, I spent 3 years practicing Zhuang, standing meditation. How did you achieve such skill in just a month? And I'm curious, how can you endure Uncle Mang's massages? Are you naturally super strong-willed, like Guan Yu scraping poison from his bone without even flinching? Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become of The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. I don't know either. I just endured it. But Uncle Mang's massage does indeed train muscle flexibility quickly, effectively enhancing one's strength, Su Jie explained to Josh and Zhang Man. You too should try to endure it. It's extremely beneficial for training. Forget it. Josh waved his hand dismissively. I've tried it no less than 5 times, and I couldn't last more than 10 seconds each time. It cost me $15,000 for nothing. Uncle Mang had a rule. To receive his massage, you had to pay a deposit of $3,000. If you managed to endure an entire set of his massage techniques, the deposit would be refunded, and you could receive free massages in the future. Unfortunately, so far, many had tried, but only Su Jie had succeeded in the wager. As a result, he became Uncle Mang's test subject and gained immense benefits from it. I've also tried several times, but I couldn't handle it, Zhang Manman admitted, shaking her head. That's why I'm so curious about Su Jie. Uncle Mang is a remarkable individual, and gaining his favor leads to rapid improvement in martial arts, almost like acquiring years of skill in a novel. Is it really possible to transfer martial arts skills? Josh nearly jumped in excitement. The magical land of CH Na? Did it involve chi transmission? Science, Josh. You need to trust in science, Su Jie sighed, feeling exasperated. The internal energy of CH Nice martial arts is similar to the elasticity of full-body relaxation and tension, just like combat techniques. However, many of CH Na's training methods are mysterious and can significantly enhance the limits of relaxation and tension. This results in extraordinary explosive power, such as the 1-inch punch in Jeet Kune Do, which can send someone flying from short distance. But techniques like that are more for show and rarely usable in real combat. True, the inch punch in Wing Chun looks impressive, but in a tense exchange, you need to have honed it through endless practice and countless battles to seize an opportunity to use it. Otherwise, even if you've learned it, you'll still get beaten by a boxer, Zhang Manman remarked, her gaze towards Su Jie increasingly impressed. Understanding such martial arts principles was rare, especially for a high schooler like Su Jie. 99% of people still clung to the fantasy of martial arts from novels. Things like walking on walls, attacking from a distance, or defying physics by stepping on one's own feet to fly. Only those who truly understood martial arts knew it was deeply scientific, albeit vast and profound, becoming more fascinating the deeper one delved. Everyone has their own finishing move. What's your most practiced technique? Josh asked Zhang Manman. This. Suddenly, Zhang Manman moved. She darted forward like a snake, her arms mimicking serpentine motions. Her fingers were joined together, forming a knife hand strike rather than a fist. In an instant, she was right in front of Josh, her fingers stopping just short of his eyes. A slight push, and his eyes would have been blinded. Wing Chun's Viper strikes out, Zhang Manman explained. This is a technique banned in all combat sports, but it's perfect for women with weaker strength. Precision and speed are enough to deliver a fatal strike. So fast, Su Jie exclaimed, observing the technique. It was a swift and deadly move, aiming straight for the eyes with no room for mercy. If he encountered this on the street, he would likely end up blinded. He fell into deep thought. In that move, just now, Zhang Manman's footwork resembled the host strike technique. It's fast and powerful, but once you lunge forward, there's no variation. It's a direct kill. If the enemy dodges or blocks, you expose yourself. The host strike is different. It combines a strike and a guard, allowing continuous attacks. Even if you miss, you can adapt and defend while preparing your next move. It's an all-encompassing technique designed by ancient warriors after countless battles. However, as for the Viper strikes out, its speed compensates for its lack of versatility. It's a single, decisive strike, capable of taking down even the strongest opponents by surprise. For women, mastering it might enable them to quickly subdue enemies. Let's go. Josh patted Su Jie on the shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts. Let's check out the ring matches. I heard there's a national-level professional fight today. I'll head to Uncle Mang for a massage first, Su Jie replied. Want to give another shot? No way. I don't want to experience that again. Josh shuddered. Anyway, your endurance surpasses mine. We'll compete tomorrow. Tomorrow, Guiyang will teach us something real, focused on combat. Our summer training class is ending soon, and in the last few days, there will be a competition with other classes. You two better not miss it, Zhang Man called out. Coach Guiyang has true skills. The routines he's taught before were just for school regulations and earning a living. That I know. He's actually teaching us practical combat. Let's see what that's all about, Su Jie said, intrigued. The three of them parted ways, and Su Jie once again headed to Uncle Mang's massage parlor. This time, Uncle Mang seemed to have been waiting for him. The moment he heard Su Jie's voice, a smile appeared on his face, which gave Su Jie a bad feeling. I've been giving you massages and acupuncture for days, stimulating your entire body inside and out, causing your physical abilities to increase rapidly. Today, I'm going to take it up a notch, Uncle Mang said as he took out the usual silver needles. However, this time, the needles were attached to wires connected to a machine that was powered by electricity. What is this? Su Jie asked, startled. This is electrotherapy, also known as transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation or neuromuscular electrical stimulation. The principle is to use electric currents to stimulate muscle tissues, causing intense contraction and release while engaging motor neurons. This technology was already used in the former Soviet Union for training agents and even tried by Bruce Lee. Over the years, it has been refined, and now many professional athletes use it. The current strength and control vary depending on the person. Early in the 2000s, there was an experiment in which a weightlifter's strength increased by 40% after a few weeks of electrical stimulation. It's much more advanced now, with wearable microcurrent stimulation devices. Many celebrities wear them during workouts for better results. My electric stimulation is far more intense, though. Most people can't handle it, but if you can endure it, the benefits for your body are immense. This is an improved method based on the U.S. Special Agents' top-secret training techniques, Uncle Mang explained, leaving Su Jie feeling chills. He had already experienced the hellish pain of Uncle Mang's massages. Initially, Su Jie thought the massages were the most painful thing he'd ever endured, but the subsequent acupuncture proved to be a level of torment beyond imagining. Now, Uncle Mang was planning to stimulate his muscles with electricity using methods derived from U.S. Special Agent training. Foreign agents were renowned for their endurance. Even when captured and tortured, they wouldn't divulge secrets. Su Jie believed he could endure some pain, but compared to U.S. agents, he felt like a child playing make-believe. This was bound to be unbearable. Lie down and drink this wine to condition your body and put yourself in the best state. Otherwise, you might not get through this, Uncle Mang instructed. Also, bite down on this chopstick to avoid accidentally biting off your tongue when the shocks hit. Do I have to do this? Su Jie asked, growing more terrified. You don't have to, of course. I won't force you. But if you refuse, you'll miss a tremendous opportunity. And don't bother coming to me tomorrow. I won't treat you anymore, Uncle Mang said, his tone turning stern. Without Uncle Mang's massages and acupuncture, my training progress would slow down significantly. Besides, what's a little pain? Uncle Mang is a medical doctor and an expert in human anatomy. Even though it's painful, it won't harm my body, Su Jie thought. I only have half a month left before I have to make my choice. I need to maximize my training time to improve my technique and physical fitness. Pain has proven effective in enhancing my martial arts training. Let's do it. Fine. I'll go along with your experiment, Su Jie said. Good. You're a brave kid, Uncle Mang said, his face lighting up with joy. Don't worry. Apart from the pain, it won't harm you. Once you get through this, your physical and psychological resilience will surpass that of professional athletes. If you can endure this kind of pain, your nerve resilience will be extraordinary. Taking punches will feel like a child tickling you. Plus, I'll provide you with sufficient nutrition. Aren't you starting school soon? With half a month left, this is enough time to enhance your motor neurons and boost your athletic potential several-fold. All right, Su Jie downed the strengthening wine in one gulp, immediately feeling intoxicated yet relaxed. He knew this wine contained numerous nutrients to regulate the digestive system, cleanse the organs, and promote flexibility. It was a secret formula developed by the principal of Mingluan Martial Arts Academy and refined by a modern research team. It was incredibly precious, but Su Jie only got to drink it occasionally when Uncle Mang forced a cup on him. He lay on the bed and bit down on the chopstick. At this moment, Uncle Mang inserted a needle into the Mingmen life gate point on his back. The Mingmen acupoint, as described in traditional Chinese medicine, was one of the body's most crucial points. Its name alone, life gate indicated its significance. The Mingmen is located at the lumbar spine, corresponding to the navel on the front of the body. It governs the central nervous system of the spine and controls the waist, knees, and even the soles of the feet. It's the key to physical strength. In internal martial arts training, one of the most important principles is to push out the Mingmen. This means the lower back must exert force, with energy and blood flowing to this point to achieve stability like a mountain. Uncle Mang explained while calibrating the device. A computer connected to the machine emitted a series of beeping sounds as it ran diagnostics. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. Su Jie recalled how, during his training with Odell, the first step involved focusing strength on the small of his back, aligned with his navel, creating elasticity. If he couldn't grasp it initially, Odell would use acupressure techniques to induce pain, forcing Su Jie to resist and channel his strength. Over time, with just a thought, Su Jie could concentrate power on his lower back, which grew increasingly strong. In martial arts, the waist is considered the ruler of the body, the source of all strength. Yet, it is also the most vulnerable part. All martial arts include waist training. Whether it's hammer swinging, tire rolling, or weightlifting, they all serve to strengthen the waist. However, the waist is prone to injuries during such training. Focus now, adjust your mind, and prepare for stimulation, Uncle Mang said as he adjusted the machine before pressing a button. Click! In an instant, Su Jie experienced unbearable pain throughout his body. The pain was indescribable, far exceeding that of being sliced to death. 10 times worse, even surpassing the pain of childbirth. Someone with weaker nerves would have passed out immediately. Fortunately, Su Jie had a wooden chopstick in his mouth. Otherwise, he might have bitten off his tongue. Even so, the chopstick was bitten into pieces. Here, bite down on this rubber pad, Uncle Mang said, replacing the chopstick with a pad. At this point, Su Jie realized his lower body was soaked. The intense pain had caused him to lose control, resulting in both urinary and fecal incontinence. Uncle Mang was unfazed, swiftly helping Su Jie change his clothes and take a shower. He also replaced the massage table before continuing the stimulation. That was just to give you a taste of what top-tier agents go through in daily training. Among all forms of torture, electric shocks are the most cruel and inhumane. However, if used correctly, they can also serve as a vital method to enhance physical capabilities. In ancient Chinese philosophy, the I Ching states that thunder emerges from the mountain and all things spring forth. Scientifically, amino acids, the building blocks of life, were believed to have formed when lightning struck the ocean, creating the earliest cells. Electric stimulation is a modern, scientifically validated training method. Even pacemakers rely on electrical principles to stimulate cardiac and pulmonary function. Your loss of control is normal. With repeated exposure, your nerves will adapt, Uncle Mang explained. Let's do it again. Su Jie gritted his teeth. The thought of enduring a second round was daunting. Compared to the earlier electric stimulation, the pain from massages and acupuncture was insignificant. After all, this was the first time pain had caused him to lose control of his bodily functions. This is one of the training regimens for the world's top agents. Just imagine how terrifyingly resilient those elite agents must be, Su Jie thought, deeply shocked by the sheer determination of such individuals. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The second round of electric stimulation began. Even though Su Jie was mentally prepared, fully focused, and employing all his strength, the electric current completely overwhelmed him. His muscles lost all control, rendering any tension or relaxation utterly useless. I once read a news report about internet addiction centers using electric shocks to treat students. Those who were shocked became docile and stopped playing games. Now, I finally understand how horrifying it is. This is pure hell, Su Jie thought, unable to articulate his feelings. Fortunately, after each session, Uncle Mang applied medicinal ointments and had Su Jie drink a tonic. You've undergone hard body conditioning, so your tolerance is much higher than that of ordinary people. Consider this. In the past, revolutionaries captured by the Zhao********* endured electric shocks and other tortures but never revealed a word. The human spirit can be unimaginably strong. Also, I've calibrated the electric current to suit your body's limits using a computer algorithm, ensuring maximum training efficiency, Uncle Mang explained. This artificial intelligence system, which I brought back from abroad, makes precise adjustments to the stimulation. Only AI can provide such optimized training, far beyond human capability. So that's why, Su Jie thought, suddenly understanding why Odell, despite being a top-tier martial arts coach, was outclassed by artificial intelligence. The precision required to enhance a human body's potential through electric stimulation was beyond human capability. Has Mingluan Martial Arts Academy adopted this training method? Su Jie asked. Not yet. No one is willing to endure this level of pain. Without pushing the body to its limits, the effects are minimal. Of course, it's still beneficial, but it won't lead to significant breakthroughs. Those who can't even handle my massages could never endure this training, Uncle Mang replied. As martial artists, we must embrace modern advancements to stay ahead. Zizi, the faint electric current stimulated his body once again. Su Jie felt as though he was dying over and over, but each time, he used his willpower and nervous control to resist by coordinating his muscles and bones. 2 hours passed, and Su Jie was drenched in sweat. He felt more exhausted than training nonstop for 10 days and nights. That's it for today's stimulation. We'll continue tomorrow. Uncle Mang's words filled Su Jie with an overwhelming urge to escape from this place forever. Dragging his body, which felt as if it might collapse at any moment, back to the bedroom, Su Jie still gritted his teeth and persisted in writing in his journal. August 15th. I actually managed to beat Josh in a street fight once, but I think if we fought a few more rounds, I'd probably lose more than I'd win. Zhang Man turned out to have been a bounty hunter. What a fascinating world. I really need to go abroad someday to broaden my horizons. Today, I endured the electric current stimulation from the agent training. It was unbearable. I'm just a high school student. Shouldn't I be focusing on my studies instead of enduring this torture? Should I quit tomorrow? No. Su Jie, you've already endured so much. How can you not push through this final challenge? This electric stimulation is the most modern training method. My martial arts, if subjected to long-term training like this, might reach a level unimaginable to ordinary people. Uncle Mang is providing me with experimental data through this training, along with fortified wine and plenty of nutritional supplements. I think I have to persevere to reap the greatest rewards. If I back down now, how will I achieve great things in the future? How will I defeat that person? Though utterly exhausted, Su Jie meticulously documented his psychological changes and the events of his day. Then, he climbed into bed and fell into a deep sleep using the great corpse state. He slept so soundly that he completely lost consciousness. At 3 a.m., he woke up, feeling entirely refreshed. It seemed that the electric stimulation not only pushed his limits, but also alleviated his fatigue and eased his mind. He searched online using his phone and discovered that many professional athletes abroad also used electrode massages to relieve lactic acid buildup in their muscles and reduce fatigue, which enhanced their performance. Uncle Mang's electric stimulation, however, was far more scientific and precise. Hungry. That was Su Jie's first physiological reaction upon waking. He realized that the electric stimulation likely caused his muscles to tense up and consume a lot of qi. Thankfully, his bedside was stocked with plenty of nutritional supplements like chocolate and chi bars. With 130,000 yuan in his pocket, earned from small arena fights, he was far from lacking money. If not for the recent overcrowding that limited his participation, he might have earned even more. After eating a few pieces of chocolate and chi bars to ease his hunger, Su Jie went to the bathroom, washed up, and drank warm water, something he always did to maintain the warmth of his digestive system. Odell had once taught him this small but important trick. During physical activity, the body's internal heat is expelled through sweat, leaving the internal organs cold. Drinking cold water afterward only makes it worse, leading to a weakened stomach and spleen over time. Warm water, however, restores internal warmth and helps maintain the body's overall balance. Never underestimate such details. They're the key to sustaining peak physical condition. After breathing exercises to expel the turbid air from his lungs, Su Jie practiced Odell's joint exercises and flexibility routines. He felt noticeably lighter, and movements that once felt stiff now flowed effortlessly. Could the electric stimulation really have such a significant effect? He muttered to himself, surprised by his clear improvement. When he focused his thoughts on a particular part of his body, that area would harden like iron. The moment he shifted his focus away, the area would immediately relax, soft and powerless like cotton. How my martial arts progressed again. Su Jie gleefully continued practicing different movements. He even managed to increase his push-up sets. Not bad. When chi and strength align, and intention and chi unite, you achieve the 6 harmonies. Any punch that incorporates the 6 harmonies qualifies as internal martial arts. Without it, it's merely external martial arts. The so-called distinction between internal and external martial arts is really about levels of mastery. External means being an outsider, while internal means you've entered the inner circle. Even in kickboxing, if your movements achieve the 6 harmonies, it's internal martial arts. Without them, it's external. At 5 a.m., during Su Jie's training, he happened to run into Gu Yang, who was also out for exercise. Understand that Chinese martial arts emphasize the 6 harmonies. The external harmonies of hands and feet, elbows and knees, and shoulders and hips are straightforward enough to grasp. But what exactly are the internal harmonies of mind and intention and chi and strength? Coach, could you explain it to me? Su Jie immediately asked. Having gained limited knowledge from Odell due to time constraints, he seized every opportunity to learn more. At this stage, he had completed the basic physical shaping exercises and needed to rely on his own comprehension while absorbing a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Ancient martial arts manuals and theories had now become invaluable resources to him. For ordinary people, ancient manuals might seem like nothing more than martial arts myths. Even if given 100 books, they wouldn't understand them. But for Su Jie, these resources held great potential. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. Gu Yang stared intently at Su Jie for a long moment. Over the past few days, as Gu Yang taught the routine classes, Su Jie hadn't attended any. Instead, he had been training diligently on his own and participating in competitions. Gu Yang understood and didn't interfere because this was the right approach. Greed for more often leads to failure. However, for the foreign students, such an approach was unavoidable. After learning, they would return home to showcase their skills. Martial arts require relentless practice, not something that can be mastered overnight. Even Su Jie, as talented as he was, couldn't be considered a master yet. At best, he was an outstanding student. Still, Guiyang was more than willing to share more knowledge with him. The concept of the inner three harmonies is indeed difficult to grasp, Guiyang began. Even seasoned traditional martial artists often fail to truly understand it. In ancient times, it was something you could only feel but not explain. However, modern science has given us tools to guide our understanding. Guiyang continued, "This is why martial arts must be approached scientifically." Su Jie listened quietly, absorbing the knowledge. Mind, intent, qi, and strength. You need to understand these four elements, Guiyang said, pausing as if contemplating the best way to explain. For instance, the harmony between mind and intent. The mind represents holistic thinking. If I have a thought of attacking you, that thought is the intent. The origin of intent is the mind. Does that make sense to you? The mind is like a tank of pure, clear water, Su Jie immediately responded. But over time, microorganisms, even insects and mosquitoes, might grow in it. These things that emerge are the intent, our thoughts. Wow! Guiyang, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but curse in astonishment. You're a genius, an absolute genius. No, I'm not, Su Jie replied, blushing at Guiyang's praise. The harmony between mind and intent means that once you have the thought of attacking me, you must eliminate all other thoughts, Guiyang explained. Ordinary people might think of striking someone, but then they hesitate. They worry, should I do it? What if I hurt them? What are the consequences? This indecision slows them down. In martial arts, hesitation is the enemy. As the saying goes, better to take one step forward in action than to waver in thought. Better to take one step forward in action than to waver in thought, Su Jie echoed, recalling a line from a martial arts film he had watched. In simple terms, it means don't hesitate. Act when the time is right. That's the harmony between mind and intent. Exactly. Guiyang nodded in admiration. Don't underestimate this. It's the key to defeating your opponent, decisiveness and courage. Take the Xuanwu Gate incident, for example. If Li Shimin had hesitated, history would have been rewritten. What about the harmony between intent and qi? Su Jie asked. Once you've decided to act, you must execute without delay. For example, if you use the move host strikes the ground against me, you first crouch, then leap forward, twisting your waist. The intent to attack starts with exerting force through your feet, transferring through your body. This intent must travel instantly, directing your entire body to perform the move flawlessly. This is the harmony between intent and qi. Qi refers to the nerve signals controlling muscle tension and relaxation, creating explosive power. Guiyang used modern scientific explanations to discuss traditional Chinese martial arts and the harmony between qi and strength. Su Jie asked, now fully engaged. That's your skill of smashing a fly on a glass pane without breaking the glass. It's about moving with ease and controlling your strength. Once you've mastered this, you can control your force to push or strike without causing serious harm, but still demonstrate your power. To adjust strength freely and act with precision. Su Jie nodded, having fully grasped the meaning of mind, intent, qi, and strength in martial arts. Let's go have breakfast, Guiyang said. Today, I'll teach you Sanzhou free hand techniques. They're very practical for combat. You should join the class. It will enhance both your fighting skills and physical condition. Martial arts aren't practiced in isolation. They're developed through interaction. Without exchange, there's no martial arts. No one ever mastered martial arts by training alone in the wilderness. The academy cafeteria opened early, and the food was always abundant. There were basic options like steamed buns, porridge, and fried dough sticks, but there were also high-end offerings like bird's nest porridge and health-focused meals. Su Jie, not short on money, ordered a 558 yuan nutrition and strength-building meal. He even ordered one for Guiyang. A single breakfast cost over 1,000 yuan, highway robbery, but Su Jie thought it was worth it. The food at Minglun Martial Arts Academy was prepared by a team of professional chefs. Although the prices were much higher than those at nearby academies, The cafeteria was always crowded. The taste and presentation rivaled five-star hotels, and some of the health-focused dishes even had remarkable restorative effects. "It seems you've earned quite a bit of money from competitions," Guiyang remarked, leisurely enjoying the meal offered by a student without any hesitation. "Training is a money-burning endeavor. Hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions can go into it. Internationally renowned boxing champions spend millions, even tens of millions of dollars annually on their physical training and maintenance." "Excuse me, coach. I'll focus on eating first," Su Jie replied, adhering strictly to the principle of eating in silence, concentrating fully on his meal without any distractions. Over time, he had started to reap the benefits of this habit, boasting exceptional digestion and gastrointestinal health. Guiyang watched as Su Jie ate his breakfast with composure, completely absorbed in the process, as if entering a unique state of focus. Su Jie ate a substantial amount during this meal. In addition to finishing a large bowl of nourishing porridge, medicinal noodle soup, and a health-boosting set meal, he consumed 10 boiled eggs and a variety of fruits. He ate methodically, chewing thoroughly, and followed it up by massaging his stomach and swallowing in a deliberate manner. His routine was as strict as military regulations, without a single deviation. The more Guiyang watched, the more astonished he became. Such rigorous self-discipline, extending even to the act of eating. This is exceedingly rare, even among adults, let alone students. This is the hallmark of a potential achiever. While such traits don't guarantee success, they significantly increase the likelihood, especially in the field of martial arts and combat sports, where this kind of discipline is invaluable. Even with Guiyang's stringent standards, he couldn't help but feel a ripple of admiration. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to Su Jie since the student had no foundational background in martial arts. However, over the past 7 days of digging and tilling the soil, tasks that tested endurance and resilience, Su Jie had demonstrated his capacity for hard work and his ability to discern the martial principles hidden within labor. This showcased both intelligence and diligence, qualities of a good student. Of course, that alone wasn't extraordinary. Every academy has its share of hard-working and intelligent students. What truly set Su Jie apart was his rapid progress later on, bolstered by training under a mysterious mentor. This wasn't just a matter of being a good student. It was a matter of luck and opportunity. Never underestimate the power of opportunity. It is a critical factor in success. Luck is also a part of one's strength. Throughout history, many individuals, no matter how intelligent, diligent, or capable, failed to achieve success because they lacked that bit of luck. Fate first, opportunity second, environment third, virtue fourth, and knowledge fifth, Guiyang sighed. Intelligence, diligence, luck, and strict execution combined with self-discipline. Such a person is bound to succeed and achieve great things in any field. "Coach, what you saying?" Su Jie asked, stopping his stomach massage and swallowing practice. He felt thoroughly comfortable, his organs warm and content, his energy replenished. "Nothing," Guiyang replied, standing up. "It's time." The two of them headed to the training field. It was 6:30 in the morning, and the golden sunlight bathed the entire academy in a radiant glow. The academy's training field was vast, and it was abuzz with activity. Many official martial arts academy students had returned and started their training, filling the air with thunderous shouts that swept away the stillness of the previous month. Morning exercises were critical, so martial arts students never missed the opportunity to train. "Did you offend Coach Zhao Chun?" Guiyang suddenly asked as they rejoined the team. Coach Zhao Chun. Su Jie recalled the man who had lost a bet to Nie Shuang and forfeited a jar of wine. "What about him?" "Here's what happened." He recounted the incident to Guiyang, his vigilance heightened. "You made him lose a jar of internal strength wine." Guiyang's eyes widened as he listened. "Do you have any idea how expensive that wine is? You've seriously offended him now. Zhao Chun is narrow-minded and extremely devious, and he holds significant influence in this region. Be cautious. Also, If he tries to provoke you or push you into signing a club contract, do not sign it. A club contract? Su Jie nodded. Got it. Nie Shuang, Uncle Mang, and others had previously told him that joining the Academy's professional team and competing in professional martial arts tournaments would provide access to the best training conditions and the highest salaries and bonuses. However, Su Jie had already decided against going professional. He intended to focus on academics, acquire knowledge, and eventually delve into research on human life sciences. He understood that enhancing the human body and pursuing the highest realm of martial arts could not be achieved solely through relentless training or competition. Only science could facilitate a complete transformation. Su Jie's perspective was different from that of Odell, one of the world's top combat coaches. After artificial intelligence surpassed his core training techniques, Odell scoured the globe in search of supernatural powers to prove himself superior to AI in training and understanding the human body. But Su Jie disagreed with that approach. He had been raised with a scientific mindset and believed in embracing science. To him, everything should be approached with a scientific attitude and perspective. In fact, the machine used by Uncle Mang to stimulate the body with electrical currents, controlled by an AI system, was an example of artificial intelligence at work. While Su Jie didn't fully understand its core principles, he planned to study it thoroughly in the future and intended to discuss it with his sister. Su Jie's sister specialized in artificial intelligence research. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. I wonder if that guy is still bothering my sister. Su Jie's thoughts wandered from professional tournaments to Odell, then to artificial intelligence research, and finally to his sister, Su Myukin, as well as the young master who had been harassing her. It was precisely because of this person that Su Jie decided to learn martial arts. Sometimes, personal strength truly makes a difference. You've been training for so many days now. I've taught you digging and carrying loads. These are foundational skills. Then, I introduce you to various martial arts forms. Some of you might think these are just flowery techniques, impractical in real combat. But just watch, Guiyang began his lecture. Frankly speaking, you're all participants in a short-term summer training camp. In just 2 months, you can't truly learn martial arts. Mastery takes at least 3 to 5 years, commonly 10 to 20 years, or even a lifetime. In these 2 months, all I can do is teach you the correct training methods so you won't waste time or go down the wrong path. According to the Academy's schedule, the last half month will focus on teaching you the practical applications of forms, specifically grappling combat. Grappling? Is it the same as Sanda? I've studied that before, Boone, a burly man, said with a disappointed look. Sanda is just a few basic moves, straight, hook, and swing punches along with front, side, and whip kicks. Combine those, and it's freestyle at best. It's not even as effective as Muay Thai with its elbows and knees. Grappling is not Sanda, Guiyang corrected. Grappling encompasses numerous techniques from traditional martial arts. Moves to subdue the enemy with a single strike or successive attacks. You can use any technique. Boone, come here. Boone, who had been knocked down by Guiyang with one move previously, already had a significant fear of him. Although he was the troublemaker of the group, he didn't dare disobey Guiyang's orders. You study Muay Thai, right? Attack me, Guiyang instructed. Use anything, elbows, knees, kicks, throws, whatever you want. Then here I come. Boone, a complete pragmatist, never held back. He was even more straightforward than Josh. Adopting a combat stance, Boone swayed left and right, feinting attacks. This was a deceptive boxing technique. Suddenly, his legs shifted, and he launched a sweeping kick. That's a good move, Sujie thought, slightly startled as he observed. This was a standard maneuver used in professional matches. Sujie, no longer a novice, had gone through dozens of matches. While he couldn't defeat professionals, if he resorted to stalling tactics like evasive running, it would be hard for even a professional opponent to knock him out. Boone's feints, followed by the sudden leg sweep, were already at the level of a provincial professional team. At that moment, Gu Yang, as if predicting Boone's kick, sidestepped smoothly like a water serpent and moved into Boone's blind spot. Suddenly, Gu Yang extended his arm. Ha! In that instant, Su Jie seemed to see a long-armed ape plucking fruit. The movement was like a whip, swift, precise, and with a crisp sound. Boone's armpit was struck, and he immediately fell to the ground, convulsing, foaming at the mouth as though in the throes of withdrawal symptoms. He struck an acupoint, Su Jie analyzed silently. This technique resembles Peng Haidong's long-reaching punches in my previous match, Tongbei boxing. The strikes are far-reaching and retract instantly, cold and sharp, like the movements of a gibbon. Tongbei boxing is said to be one of the oldest and most powerful traditional martial arts. Peng Haidong's strikes weren't strong enough to break my defense, but this coach Gu Yang's mastery is far superior. His strikes penetrate the body like the tip of a whip, and his precision with acupoints and footwork is incredible. While Su Jie was pondering, Gu Yang stepped forward and massaged Boone's body for a few moments, bringing him back to consciousness. This is Chinese martial arts. Boone exclaimed in delight after recovering. Coach, are you teaching us this today? That's right. This is a freehand technique in martial arts. Today, I'll teach you a move called long-armed ape reach. From now on, I'll teach you one move of freehand technique each day. Practice diligently, and you'll be able to overcome your opponents in the future, Gu Yang said. Now, follow my lead. First, face the opponent's attack. Move in a zigzag pattern like a snake. Then suddenly dart forward, extending your arm, using the power from your body's motion to thrust and retract in one fluid motion. At this moment, Gu Yang began teaching the move long-armed ape reach in slow motion. This move isn't as simple as it looks. The first step is to find the opponent's blind spot in combat. This kind of awareness can only be honed through relentless practice and countless battles. Then, the darting motion involves a sharp and crisp force from Tongbei fist. Without 3 to 5 years of hard training, it's impossible to master. Don't be fooled by how effortlessly and gracefully Gu Yang executed it. There's a lot of knowledge embedded in it, Zhang Man explained to Su Jie as they practiced the move. Exactly, Su Jie replied. Having already perfected the move Strike, his keen eye immediately recognized the complexity of long-armed ape reach. This move incorporated many intricate forces such as dodging, shifting, floating, twisting, rotating, drilling, snapping, and swinging. A seemingly simple body movement was laden with profound techniques, involving numerous muscle groups and skeletal coordination. Simply mastering the form of this move without understanding its essence would make it difficult to use effectively in real combat. Most students, unaware of this, would see the coach perform the move impressively and assume it could be directly applied in a fight. Watching the eager students practicing, Su Jie shook his head. He could tell they hadn't grasped the essence of the technique or its underlying principles. However, for him, this was a valuable learning opportunity. He understood the core of the move at a glance. Of course, this understanding stemmed from his deep mastery of Strike, which had become ingrained in his soul. It had taught him how different forces moved and how muscle groups worked in tandem. Without this foundation, he wouldn't have been able to discern the intricacies of the move. Now, after watching Gu Yang demonstrate once and practicing a few slow-motion repetitions on his own, Su Jie could replicate it convincingly. At this point, he fully understood why Strike was called the mother of all martial arts techniques. Mastering it provided a foundation to easily grasp almost any martial art. Although martial arts techniques are numerous, their core lies in the combined effort of muscle groups and neurons. The human body is simple in structure, limbs and torso, but its variations always adhere to these principles. After about an hour of practice, Su Jie had thoroughly grasped the force technique of the move. The technique involved seamlessly combining different forms of power, such as rising, drilling, relaxing, exploding, and pulling. When it came to the core of inner strength, Su Jie had already reached a level of proficiency. This combination of tension and relaxation across the entire body was the foundation of explosive power. Pop! Once he had mastered the core techniques, Su Jie exerted a bit of force. At the moment his arm extended and retracted, it emitted a faint snapping sound. As expected, a genius. Guiyang observed this detail and said, "He has quickly grasped the secret of Tongbei Fist's power." Traditional martial arts may seem mysterious and hard to master, but once you truly have an epiphany, you can learn it in a matter of days. After that, it's all about hard training. But this kind of epiphany is something many people can never achieve. It's like Zen Buddhism. Some people drift aimlessly their whole lives, while others have a moment of sudden enlightenment that clears the fog, leading to instant understanding. Only two people noticed the snapping sound Su Jie produced, Guiyang and Zhang Manman. "Su Jie, let's spar," Zhang Manman suggested. "You use this move to attack me, and I'll attack you. Training like this will help us improve faster." "Sure," Su Jie agreed. After learning that Zhang Manman had been a bounty hunter, he no longer underestimated her. He might even gain valuable experience from her. The two paired up and began training, attacking and defending in turn. Su Jie noticed that Zhang Manman was very fast, with extensive experience in finding openings and reacting swiftly. Her only disadvantage was her strength, which was a natural limitation for most women compared to men and often difficult to overcome. This was why women's combat techniques often focused on targeting vital points with speed and precision. Somehow, Su Jie felt that with each passing day, his skills and experience were advancing rapidly. He discovered many new insights, deepening his understanding of martial arts. "If I were to fight Zhang Manman in the ring, I'm 90% confident I could defeat her. But in real life, she might still have a chance to kill me." Su Jie came to this conclusion. He had developed a habit. The moment he met someone, he would analyze their combat abilities and quickly devise strategies to exploit their weaknesses. This was one of the small techniques taught to him by Odell, and it proved to be very useful. It allowed him to win match after match in the ring and earn a significant amount of money. As his victories increased, so did his ranking and confidence, making it harder and harder for him to lose. Sometimes, when Su Jie looked back, he found it unbelievable that he had made so much progress in just a month and a half. It felt like a miracle, but upon deeper reflection, he realized that success didn't come by chance. The grueling daily training, unbearable for most, was the real reason behind it. Take Uncle Mang's massages, for instance. Most people couldn't endure them. Even the professional coach, Zhao, Chun, couldn't handle the hellish pain, let alone the subsequent acupuncture treatments or the electric stimulation methods used by top U.S. agents. Suddenly, during practice, Zhang Manman's movements changed. She switched to a different technique with incredible speed, twisting her body like a snake. After two quick turns, she maneuvered to Su Jie's side and launched a fierce punch. A surprise attack. An improvised move. Whoosh! Su Jie's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he ducked, dodged, covered his head, and lunged. The halt strike. This move had become ingrained in his very bones and soul. No matter what kind of attack he faced, it was always his go-to response. He had practiced it so thoroughly that it had seeped into the deepest parts of his brain, requiring no conscious thought, a pure muscle memory. Although he had recently learned the long-armed ape reach, he had only borrowed certain techniques from it to enhance the power of the halt strike. Originally, the halt strike was a short-range, close combat move, ferocious but not without its flaws. But now, with the incorporation of the long-armed ape reach, a technique from Tongbei boxing, Su Jie could extend his reach dramatically. As he lunged, his arms shot out like lightning, grabbing at Zhang Manman's face. In that moment, Su Jie seemed like a tiger with wings or an elephant with an extended trunk, able to attack from a distance. Su Jie had seamlessly integrated the long-armed ape reach technique into the hoe strike. Smack! Just as Su Jie's hand was about to grab Zhang Manman's face, Gu Yang intervened and pushed it away. At the same time, Zhang Manman's groin kick nearly hit Su Jie's lower body. It was a deadly move. Without Gu Yang's intervention, both might have been seriously injured. Gee, ouch. You can't train like this, Gu Yang scolded. Your instincts are highly lethal. It's too easy for something to go wrong if you keep sparring this way. Impressive, Zhang Manman said, giving Su Jie a thumbs up. She had thoroughly tested Su Jie's martial arts skills and confirmed that he was indeed a genius. The core of the hoe strike lies in the upward lunge. While lunging, you can use tongbei force, short force, or even other forces. Next, I'll teach you many techniques from various academies and disciplines. If you can integrate them all into this one move, you'll reach a point where you can learn anything at a glance. Your martial arts will truly be interconnected, Gu Yang added. Su Jie hadn't intentionally executed the move earlier, but under Zhang Manman's pressure, he had instinctively integrated the long-armed ape reach into the hoe strike. Reflecting on it now, he felt grateful to her for helping him make yet another breakthrough in his martial arts. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint. Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. Your low blow kick is rather ruthless. Watching Gu Yang guide others, Su Jie recalled the earlier scene and felt a slight chill in his lower body. Why are all your moves aimed at kicking the crotch or poking the eyes? Zhang Manman blushed slightly. We girls are weaker, so we can only aim for the vital spots with quick strikes. Just as Su Jie was about to say something, a commotion erupted at the academy gate. A convoy of luxury cars drove in, with many people carrying cameras following a central vehicle. Security personnel were maintaining order, making it clear that someone significant had arrived. Many students who had been training gathered around, and the entire field was filled with a buzz of excitement. Who is it? Which leader? Su Jie asked hastily. It's Liu Zihao, Zhang Manman replied. That international action superstar. Liu Zihao? Su Jie recognized the name. Liu Zihao was a household name and the most famous international action star of the moment. Many blockbuster movies featured him as the lead. His action scenes were clean and precise, and he performed many high-difficulty stunts himself without using a double. Combined with his handsome face and perfectly sculpted physique, every movie he starred in became a massive hit. The principal of Mingluan Martial Arts Academy was Liu Guanglie, a legendary figure. He was not only an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but also mastered various martial arts and excelled in business operations. Within just a few decades, he had turned Mingluan Martial Arts Academy into the largest martial arts academy in the country. He also managed pharmaceutical and health product conglomerates. Among his children, the most famous was Liu Zihao, who had been learning martial arts since childhood. He entered the entertainment industry and became famous at just 12 or 13 years old with a martial arts film. Every film he starred in since then had been a hit, quickly catapulting him to stardom. In addition to acting, Liu Zihao also competed professionally, winning championships in numerous international free fighting tournaments and even defeating several world-renowned champions. These accomplishments boosted his fame even further. On top of all this, Liu Zihao was also a business prodigy. He founded his own film and investment companies, amassing immense wealth and becoming a prominent figure in the business world. If life were a novel, Liu Zhao would undoubtedly be the overpowered CEO protagonist. He's preparing to shoot a large-scale martial arts film, and the location is his alma mater, Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Zhao said as he walked over, his eyes filled with admiration as though he were gazing at a deity. I checked the Academy website yesterday, and they're recruiting extras. I'm about to go. If I get selected and can act alongside Liu Zhao, that would be nice. Gee, here he actually says, which sound like "ni" and "c" equals nice. Nice was the phonetic translation of the English word nice, which had become a popular internet slang for something enjoyable or great. Su Jie had also seen Liu Zhao's action movies. His skills were indeed sharp, and his acting was impressive. He could be fierce and wild like a beast when playing tough roles, or tender and affectionate when portraying soft-spoken characters. Unsurprisingly, he had a massive female fan base. All right, since Liu Zhao is here and the production crew is casting extras, you can all sign up if you're interested. Gu Yang clapped his hands. If you're selected, it could be a good opportunity. Instantly, the training class dispersed, with everyone rushing off like birds scattering. Su Jie, are you going? Zhang Man and Josh asked. I'm not interested in the hype. Su Jie shook his head. He wasn't particularly excited about this, and preferred to use the remaining days before the semester began to learn as much as he could. Gu Yang's techniques were proving to be very useful, giving him deeper insights into traditional martial arts and improving his combat skills. He also felt a greater understanding of the halt-strike technique. How about we practice together again? Su Jie suggested to Zhang Man. Forget it. I'm going to check it out. Zhang Man waved her hand. My family has business dealings with Liu Zhao. If I can make a connection here, it'll help with a lot of things. Then I'll practice on my own, Su Jie nodded. He followed a strict training schedule every day. Once everyone had left, Gu Yang smiled. You're not one to follow the crowd, are you? It seems you've mastered the long-armed ape reach technique. Do you want to learn something new? You're willing to teach me? Didn't you say we should only learn one move a day? Su Jie asked, somewhat surprised. That's for the other students. You're different. Since you learn quickly, it doesn't matter. The saying, don't bite off more than you can chew, refers to people who, without fully mastering one thing, rush off to learn something else. You've already absorbed the halt-strike move into your bones. So the more moves you learn in the future, the more they'll blend into this one, and the more variations will emerge. Gu Yang asked with interest, do you now understand the essence of the halt-strike move? The essence of this move isn't the drill, nor raising the hand, and certainly not the pounce, fall, flip, or strike. The real internal training lies in that sudden burst of reaction. It's about mastering the moment of explosive response when startled. With any move, you can capture that shock and burst of energy. Every animal, and human too, has an amazing reaction when startled. Our training core is to enhance this reaction and enhance it again. Su Jie explained his view. You've already reached the point of getting the meaning, not the form. Gu Yang sighed. That's right. The true essence of halt-strike is to train this response. Whether it's a person or an animal in a relaxed state, the mental state is calm, but when startled, the mind becomes extremely tense, and the burst of power is astonishing. However, the body often can't withstand this explosive power and might get injured or even suffer from exhaustion. Through training, we aim to normalize this explosive power so that the body can handle it and gradually strengthen it. The more we increase both the explosive power and physical condition, the more this move will improve. Once that's achieved, the technique itself doesn't matter much. I've never seen a genius like you. Coach, I'm not a genius. Su Jie said, somewhat speechless. Actually, I find martial arts much easier than studying. If you ask me, a single math course is far more difficult to learn than martial arts. Also, subjects like physics, chemistry, and biology are much more profound than martial arts. Hearing Su Jie's comment, Gu Yang was at a loss for words. He realized that Su Jie had a point. Natural sciences like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology were all profound, the foundation of human civilization. People could live without learning martial arts, but not without studying these sciences. Even someone who had immersed their whole life in martial arts, like Gu Yang, felt that martial arts could never surpass any of the subjects in natural science. I originally prepared 18 moves representing the essence of various martial arts academies. Since you learn quickly, I'll teach you all of them today, Gu Yang said. The first move is long-armed ape reach from the monkey style. Next is tiger's roar and crane's call from Hong Kong. Then there's Mandarin duck chain kick from spring leg, breaking bones from eagle claw, cannon fist from Shaolin, little ghost grind in the mill from Baba Kapam, hard and soft horizontal cut from karate, and body throw from judo. Wait, karate and judo too? Su Jie interrupted. All martial arts and combat techniques in the world have their own core signature move, Gu Yang replied. Each has its own unique force generation techniques and core philosophies. For example, Muay Thai's essence is a sweeping kick. I also have boxing's slipping and weaving drills. All right, I won't go on introducing. Once you've learned the moves, you can think them over and look them up online. Of course, the internet is full of mixed information that can lead you astray, but our Academy's official website has videos, lessons, and explanations, so it's quite reliable. Su Jie nodded. In the past, he couldn't understand any martial arts manuals, but now after watching some videos online or reading classic old manuals, every word felt profound, and he could grasp the meaning deeply. Additionally, watching training and competition videos from world champions allowed him to intuitively learn, gaining practical knowledge. Martial arts were simple, Su Jie thought to himself. At least it was simpler than studying. The key was to endure the initial painful and confused period. After several hours of training with Gu Yang, he had learned all 18 moves before lunch. The moves were simple, but they contained deep techniques from various martial arts academies, which weren't easy to fully comprehend in a short time. Su Jie thought he needed to reflect on how to integrate all of these into the halt-strike move. After lunch, Su Jie waited for his food to digest, set an alarm, and took a 1-hour nap in his dorm. He used the Great Corpse State, then began his physical strength training. This training method was still guided by Odell, with strict rules about the order of exercises and which body parts to train. There could be no mistakes. Once his training was almost complete, he began using a large hoe to dig outside, then returned to smash flies on the glass with a large hammer. Once his body was exhausted, he rested, and it was already evening. After dinner, he continued with combat practice. To his surprise, he was placed in a position for the small arena competition. Because Liu Zihao had set up a crew at the academy, recruiting extra actors, many students went to watch the event. Su Jie felt quite at ease. He won 10 matches in a row, finally losing to a provincial-level professional Sanda athlete. However, he wasn't knocked out. He lost due to the score and passive fighting. In the fight, Su Jie was as clever as a ghost. When he found someone stronger, he immediately ran around the ring, passive in his approach, making the opponent furious but unable to land a single hit. He discovered a trick. In every competition, there were many rule loopholes that could be exploited, often allowing one to win a breather. Unlike street brawls where there were no rules and anything went. So as long as one knew how to use the rules in a match, victory was relatively easy. Did this student really win 10 matches in a row? Is he a professional? The small arena competition had quite a few spectators, including some big shots. Su Jie's impressive performance immediately caught people's attention. He's a temporary entrant. Someone quickly got a hold of Su Jie's information. After the match, Su Jie noticed that his account had an extra 20,000 yuan. He felt relaxed and happy. This meant his college tuition and living expenses were taken care of. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint. Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become of The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novelbin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects: Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. Making money is really easy. I used to see news about online streamers earning hundreds of thousands, even millions, a month, and thought it was an exaggeration. But now, in just about a month, I've made 150,000. I can hardly believe it, Su Jie said after finishing his match, heading straight to find Uncle Mang. The mere thought of the electric current stimulation made him want to leave, but his nature was inherently tenacious. He thrived on challenges, forging ahead against the current. So, gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he made his way to Uncle Mang. "I thought you wouldn't come today," Uncle Mang said upon seeing Su Jie. "Kid, your willpower is truly remarkable. Let's do this." Su Jie felt like he was walking to his execution. At this moment, he deeply empathized with the underground revolutionaries who endured torture before the nation's liberation. The process remained the same. First massage, then acupuncture, followed by nutritional supplements, and finally, the electric current stimulation. This time, the electric shocks were as excruciating as ever, utterly unbearable. When the pain reached its peak, he even thought he might be brain dead. Fortunately, the inner strength tonic he had taken seemed to have some pain-relieving properties. He didn't completely lose consciousness and instead used his iron body martial arts to relax, leveraging the electric stimulation to train his ability to switch between tension and relaxation, his internal energy control. Gradually, he began to understand the benefits of electric stimulation. Compared to physical impact training, electric currents could reach deeper, penetrating even the bone marrow and activating every neuron and muscle fiber. After enduring a hellish ordeal, Su Jie surprisingly managed to avoid losing control of his bodily functions, a clear sign that his physical endurance had improved significantly. Uncle Mang was even more thrilled than he was, continuously recording various data points. Once the session was over, Su Jie lay down for half an hour. When he finally got up, he felt incredibly light. His entire day's fatigue had vanished. "Incredible. Your muscle fibers have become significantly more resilient in just one day," Uncle Mang exclaimed after analyzing the data. "You must come again tomorrow. I can tell you with certainty that this electric stimulation not only does no harm to your body, but also greatly enhances your physical capabilities. Even deep fascia and tendons, which are nearly impossible to train, can grow stronger through this method. The human body has training blind spots. No matter what movements one performs, there are always areas that remain untrained. In ancient times, people attempted to address this by using meditation to circulate their qi and blood, hoping to stimulate these areas. But the effects were minimal. Now, with precise electric stimulation, every training blind spot could be effectively exercised. This was undoubtedly one of the most advanced and scientific training methods available. No wonder the U.S. used it to train their top agents. Later, Su Jie returned to his dormitory to sleep. Josh hadn't returned yet, probably off chasing after his idol, Lu Zhao. "Huh, my package arrived." He noticed a package in his mailbox, quickly retrieved it, and opened it to find what looked like an electronic wristwatch. After setting it up, he washed up and went straight to bed. Recently, as soon as he closed his eyes, he would use the great corpse state to stretch his body slightly, allowing him to enter deep sleep instantly. If someone were watching him at that moment, they would see him lying flat on the bed, his breathing fine, even and deep. With each inhale, his body would expand outward like an inflatable figure, from a deflated state to full expansion. Then, as he exhaled, his entire body would collapse inward, becoming as soft as cotton. Through this natural breathing rhythm, his body achieved optimal stretching and relaxation, following a perfectly tuned frequency. Strictly speaking, the great corpse state wasn't martial arts or a combat technique. It originated from Tibetan esoteric practices and yoga, representing a deep form of cultivation that integrated mind, body, worldview, and philosophy. It was a practice of self-exploration and enlightenment. Simply put, it was a spiritual cleansing. From a scientific perspective, it was a method of psychological training. Odell had traveled multiple times to Tibet, India, and other spiritual centers worldwide, seeking supernatural power. He believed that such power stemmed from the mind, so he searched far and wide for training techniques, testing them through his own practice and human experiments. Jie was one of his test subjects. Among all his experiments, Odell found that the great corpse state was the most effective and easiest to implement. However, truly mastering its essence remained incredibly difficult. It was extremely rare for someone like Jie to enter the right state on their first try. Because of this, Odell took the time to train him, recognizing him as a valuable talent. Guiyang was the same, as were Nieshuang and Uncle Mang. However, Jie found it perfectly normal. After all, studying and learning were much harder than this. While Jie was in deep sleep in a secret training room at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, Zhao was also training. He was tall, handsome, and had a perfectly toned body with no excess fat. His muscles trembled slightly with each breath, producing a faint buzzing sound. Bang, bang, bang. He furiously pummeled the sandbag, which weighed over 1,000 pounds, yet his punches made it sway as if it were a mere scrap of paper. His arm span was astonishingly long, and each punch was so fast that it left only a blur. Every strike carried a deep penetrating force. Snap! Suddenly, he kicked the sandbag, sending it flying before it burst apart, scattering its contents all over the floor. Training complete. A mechanical voice echoed through the training room. On a large screen in the room, a virtual female face appeared. It was an artificial intelligence training system. Zhao stepped onto a machine, which immediately began analyzing his data: heart rate, pulse, muscle density, bone structure. Numerous statistics were compiled together. After several minutes of calculations, the screen displayed a set of recommendations. You can still replenish your nutrition today. The recommended meals and supplements are as follows. A complete nutritional plan appeared on the screen, followed by suggested body treatments: trapezius muscle, soleus muscle, biceps, lactic acid buildup detected, recommended treatment, alternating ice and heat therapy, along with the application of the following medications. A full recovery plan was laid out. How is it? A woman walked into the training area. It was Nieshuang. You went to a training camp in the U.S. How was it? She asked. Our academy's training system is outdated. Zhao shook his head. Our data analysis and physical assessment methods are far behind. Of course, it's also due to our academy's limited budget. We don't have the funds for advanced research. But on this trip, I met Feng Xiao from Haoyu Group. The movie we're shooting is funded by him. Haoyu Group? The top domestic company in AI, big data, and network industries. Nieshuang was visibly surprised. If they help us develop a training system, our academy's training would truly advance. Human coaches have limitations. They can't analyze and refine every detail of a student's training. But AI-assisted training eliminates errors, ensuring precise movements and significantly reducing injuries during practice. You have no idea how powerful AI has become. Zhao narrowed his eyes. Some systems can even control robotic arms for precise massage therapy, muscle relaxation, and impact resistance training, enhancing the body's resilience without causing internal damage. Their precision is far beyond human capability. Even Uncle Mang's massages can't compare. Additionally, martial arts techniques have been rigorously analyzed, making them more aligned with biomechanics. In the future, martial arts systems will undergo a complete transformation. That makes sense, Nieshuang agreed. Take Go, for example. Humans spent thousands of years refining its strategies, believing they had grasped the ultimate truths. But when AI appeared, it shattered those strategies, like a god revealing that everything we thought we knew was wrong. Martial arts will likely face the same revolution. Humans learn from every fight, creating better combat techniques over time. But AI can simulate billions, even trillions, of fights in mere seconds. What takes humans millennia to refine, AI can perfect in just a few hours. It's terrifying. There's something else, Zhao added. I heard a rumor that the world's #1 combat coach, known in the industry as the Godmaker, Odell, is here. Did anyone try to recruit him? No one noticed him. Shuang was shocked. That coach has trained numerous world champions and is a top-tier martial artist himself. But wasn't he with the Typhon training camp? That's the most secretive, brutal, and elite training camp in the world. Didn't you train there for a while? The Typhon camp relies heavily on AI training systems now, making Odell redundant. So he left. Essentially, he got laid off. The camp's leadership tried to retain him, but he felt insulted and still chose to leave, Zhao explained. I actually tried to recruit him myself, but he turned me down. I recently discovered a martial arts prodigy in the temporary martial arts class, Shuang said. I was planning to have him enter professional combat competitions, but he refused. He has a physique similar to yours. He might even serve as your stunt double or join the Liu family team in the future. Oh, Zhao showed little reaction and simply nodded. Since you recommended him, bring him to see me tomorrow when I have time. If he's talented, obedient, and willing to sign contracts with both the academy and the company, I might consider mentoring him. Shuang frowned slightly, but said nothing as she left the training room. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower, Stealing Master. Immortal Divine, Tribulation. Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. The next morning, Jie began his usual training routine. As he went through his exercises, he felt an increasing sense of comfort and flexibility. His body was much more agile than before. He started with some basic joint stretches in the open field, his body heating up as dopamine gathered in his system from the physical activity. It was that pleasant, slightly tipsy feeling, like the aftereffects of a drink. This was the perfect state to be in. This was the best warm-up before martial arts practice. According to Odell's theory, warming up before exercise with aerobic activities produces dopamine and endorphins in the body. Dopamine is stimulating, while endorphins serve as painkillers. It gives a feeling akin to being mildly drunk, the sense of being invincible, yet still clear-headed. This is the optimal state for martial arts training. Swish! Jie shifted his weight, and his body surprisingly performed a backflip, landing smoothly on the ground. What? I can do a backflip now? He exclaimed in surprise. He had always practiced practical movements, from digging and turning the earth to the later horizontal punches and strikes. He had never practiced flashy moves like backflips. These acrobatic stunts, like high kicks and flying kicks, had no use in real combat. If you used a backflip in a real fight, your opponent would exploit the opening and strike you down in an instant. Even in traditional martial arts, high kicks were forbidden. Martial arts sayings even advised not to kick higher than your knee. Of course, in competitions, high whips and sweeps can score points or knock out opponents. But Jie analyzed carefully and realized that the arena is a far cry from true combat. He had never practiced backflips before, but now, without effort, he could perform one. This was a result of his improved physical fitness and balance. It had all come naturally. Backflips are useful in performances and often earn applause. Some actors even rely on them to make a living. He continued testing his flexibility and balance, performing many acrobatic-like movements with ease. Could this be the result of the electrical stimulation? I've only been at it for 2 days, and my muscles are so relaxed. It's a shame this method can't be used by others. Seems like no one at the academy is doing it. Forget about electrical stimulation. Even Uncle Mang's massages are too intense for most. Is it my willpower that's naturally so strong? Or is it because of Odell's training? Su Jie thought for a moment, but concluded that his progress was most likely due to the foundation laid by Odell's training. After his martial arts practice, he started practicing the halt technique and integrated it with representative martial arts techniques from the ancient Yang school's 18 moves. Soon, he was able to perform the movements smoothly. With just a thought, his limbs moved in sync, and he could precisely activate various techniques, though the core remained the halt. The halt is the highest form of martial arts, a secret technique passed down in ancient martial arts circles, known as the heart and will technique. By mastering just this one form, comprehending its essence, you can seamlessly integrate all techniques into it, and they become second nature. Now, I truly understand the benefit of this technique, but something still feels missing, like I haven't reached perfection. Am I lacking in the mastery of the mind and will? My understanding of the mind is that it's like a jar of clear water, and will is the impurities that gradually appear in the water. Su Jie sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating. He imagined himself as a jar of clear water, and as various thoughts flooded his mind, the water became murky and foul-smelling. He shook his head to clear his mind, focusing on his breath until his mind returned to a state of clarity. In this clear water, one thought appeared, the core training of the halt technique. The thought grew stronger, and eventually, the entire jar was filled with the technique's practice and application, leaving no room for anything else. After practicing, it suddenly returned to clarity. That's it. Su Jie suddenly jumped up, holding a heavy iron hoe, and with a powerful swing, it dropped. He now wielded the hoe effortlessly, as if it had no weight. This is it. This is the harmony of mind and will, Su Jie realized. When not in use, the mind must remain pure, free of distractions. But once you activate it, all your focus converges into one strong thought. Only the technique exists, and everything else, including your opponent, ceases to exist. After stopping, the powerful thought returns to clarity. This transition allows you to unleash your greatest power, making your technique pure. But what is the scientific principle behind the harmony of mind and will? I should consult an expert. I know that too much thinking can lead to mental fatigue and shorten life. Many centenarians in rural areas have lived simple lives with few distractions, which is why they live so long. Su Jie finally grasped the true core of the technique, the harmony of mind and will. He began to practice it earnestly. Sure enough, as he practiced, it felt completely different from before. It seemed as though all his strength could be released, and his speed, accuracy, control, and impact were greatly enhanced. It was like a company that had once been poorly managed with no central figure. Everyone was unsure who to follow, resulting in low efficiency. But when a strong leader arrived, everything was reorganized, and the company's efficiency increased by 1,000-fold. Chinese martial arts seek a unified force, which is the efficiency of muscles working together. Even a weak body can unleash great power if the movements are coordinated. But this unity is physical. The true unity, however, lies in the harmony of mind and will. Su Jie finally understood the core of Chinese martial arts. He no longer had any doubts. Now he understood why Odell had trained him in the great corpse state. It was a way to cultivate a pure, undistracted mind. There is no more doubt. What's left is to train my inner self, making it pure, and then train my body, making it stronger. Su Jie knew that understanding the true essence of martial arts was one thing, but truly becoming strong was another. It still required constant forging and refining, where both mind and will had to be practiced until they could be triggered in an instant. At this moment, Su Jie was truly enjoying the flavor of Chinese martial arts. He was like a foodie who had worked hard to pursue fine cuisine, finally tasting the dishes made by a master chef. After his morning training, he went to academy to have breakfast, feeling completely satisfied. The road was already bright, and he was running back to academy. What's that ahead? Halfway there, he suddenly noticed someone lying by the roadside. There seemed to be blood around them, and they were groaning in pain. It was still early, so there weren't many people around. Su Jie glanced at his newly bought watch, quickly ran over, and asked what happened. The person was a middle-aged man, around his 40s, and seemed seriously injured. "I've been beaten. Please, help me get to the hospital." "I'll help you," Su Jie said, quickly helping the injured man to his feet and taking him to the nearest hospital. They had only walked for a minute when Su Jie found himself covered in blood. Suddenly, a group of people appeared from a distance, riding motorcycles and making a loud, roaring noise. They blocked Su Jie's path. "Brother Chong, what happened?" The group immediately approached and asked the injured man, "How did you get hurt? Who did this to you? Was it this kid?" "I was just helping him. When I found him, he was already lying on the road," Su Jie calmly explained. "Bullshit." At this moment, a strong man wearing sanda shorts jumped off one of the motorcycles and was about to slap Su Jie. "How could someone beat Brother Chong?" "It was you. You beat him, and we're trying to take him somewhere else." "Were you trying to kill him and silence him?" Su Jie quickly dodged. By this time, people nearby had already started recording on their phones. "It's him. I was out running this morning and bumped into him. He attacked me without warning, beat me up badly, and tried to drag me to a remote place to bury me. He's a murderer." The middle-aged man, Brother Chong, suddenly screamed, completely different from his earlier gasping and weak demeanor. "Grab this kid and take him to the police station. What a murderer!" At this moment, the man in sanda shorts with his shirt off lunged towards Su Jie and threw a powerful punch at his chest. It was a hook punch, very forceful, indicating that the man had trained for a long time. Without thinking, Su Jie swiftly moved to the left side of the man. He didn't strike. Instead, he lightly swept his leg in a technique from the ancient Yang family's 18 forms, the Mandarin duck chain kick. This move primarily involved hooks and sweeps, designed to quickly trip an opponent by hooking their foot, causing them to lose balance and fall. Compared to other moves, it wasn't as damaging, but it was clean, swift, and stealthy. The enemy wouldn't even realize what hit them, making it a useful technique to subdue an opponent and make them reconsider. Thud! The man fell flat on his face, covered in dirt, but wasn't injured. He was, however, dazed and couldn't get up for a while. At this moment, fists started raining down from the others nearby. Su Jie received several punches to his head and body, but fortunately his internal martial arts training was strong, and he didn't suffer any injuries. With a few more blows, he created an opening and pushed through. Of course, at this point, he could have struck harder, knocking out a few of them. But Su Jie knew that if he went too far, the others would surely get hurt, maybe even seriously, and that would lead to legal trouble. "Kid, if you try to run, I've already recorded everything. As soon as you move, we'll call the police. You won't get away." One of them hopped on a motorcycle, ready to chase after Su Jie. "What are you doing?" Just then, a loud shout came from a distance, and someone ran over quickly. "Is it him?" Su Jie realized that the person running toward him was none other than Coach Zhao Chun. It was because of him that Su Jie had caused him to lose a jar of precious internal strengthening wine. "Stop right there." Zhao Chun walked over. His tall stature and imposing presence immediately intimidated everyone present. "This is a student from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Why are you attacking him?" Zhao Chun questioned loudly, then turned to Su Jie. "Don't be afraid, come stand behind me." Su Jie obediently moved behind Zhao Chun. "Coach Zhao, your student attacked someone. He beat up Brother Chong like this. Look, he's even got Brother Chong's blood on him. What do you plan to do about it?" A motorcyclist stepped forward, his voice even louder, almost a roar. This group of people all looked tough and well-trained, seemingly fighters from a boxing gym. "You really hit Brother Chong?" Zhao Chun turned to Su Jie. "Who told you to attack people? Even though you're a temporary student, you still have to follow academy rules. If outsiders bully you, the academy will stand up for you. But if you assault someone without reason, the academy won't protect you." Su Jie remained calm. "Coach, I only helped someone up, but I was framed." "Framed? Do you have proof?" "There are no surveillance cameras here, and all these people are pointing fingers at you." Even if you go to the police station, you won't be able to explain yourself clearly. You might even get detained. Why don't you just take a step back? I'll negotiate with them, and we'll treat this as a lesson learned. Otherwise, if you're detained, your parents will be notified, and so will your former academy. This will turn into a big mess. Chun deliberately tried to intimidate him. An ordinary student would have been scared out of their wits. Then, coach, please talk to them, Jie said quickly. I guess I was just unlucky for helping someone. That's more like it. Chun stepped forward, walked a short distance away, and had a discussion with the group. Then he returned and said to Jie, good thing I have some influence. These guys don't want to make trouble with Mingluan Martial Arts Academy, but they also refuse to leave empty-handed. Since you're a student, you probably don't have money to compensate them. Here's the deal. They all belong to the same boxing gym. You'll sign a contract with them and fight in competitions to pay off your debt. Once that's done, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you'll be detained, maybe even sent to prison, and your future will be ruined. It's not worth it. Oh, really? Jie looked at Chun for a moment before suddenly laughing. Coach Zhao, that boxing gym, it's either owned by you or you have a stake in it, right? What did you say? Chun's expression darkened, his face twisting into a sinister look. I went out of my way to settle this for you, and now you're accusing me of orchestrating this whole thing? Do you think you're some big shot worth all that effort? Since you don't appreciate my help, go ahead and get detained. Coach, do you know what this is? Jie raised his wrist, showing an electronic watch. What are you trying to say? Chun's face turned grim. This is a watch with a hidden camera. It records in high resolution. I bought it online for just 998 yuan. From the moment I helped that person up, I recorded everything. Why don't we take this to the police station and see for ourselves? Jie spoke as if he had just woken up from a nap, completely at ease. Smack! Suddenly, Chun lunged forward, trying to smash the watch. Jie quickly pulled his hand back and said, Coach, when was the last time you used the internet? This watch connects to my phone's mobile hotspot. The footage is automatically uploaded to the cloud. Even if you take my watch now, it won't do you any good. Unless you're a hacker who can break into a major company's servers to delete the video, I'm afraid you're out of luck. You little be asterisk starred, Chun snarled, his expression revealing that Jie had hit the nail on the head. This whole setup had indeed been his plan, to trick Jie into signing a contract with his boxing gym and fight for him. He had assumed that Jie was just a student who would cave under a little intimidation. But he never expected Jie to remain so composed, handling the situation even better than most adults. Instead of being scared, Jie had turned the tables, making Chun suffer a major setback. Coach, you thought I was just some high academyer who could be easily scared into compliance. But I'm not just any student. I was the top scorer in the high academy entrance exam and got into the province's top academy. Right now, I'm ranked among the top 3 students there. Even without this camera watch, do you really think the academy leadership would let you get away with this scam? Jie looked at Chun as if he were a fool. You might be a professional fighter, but your brain doesn't seem to work very well. Don't get angry, though. Calm down. If you hit me now and I upload this video online, what do you think will happen to you? You got lucky this time. What will it take for you to delete the video? Chun narrowed his eyes, exuding a murderous aura. But it was just for show. Jie had already seen through his bluff. I'm not deleting the video. If I did, you just try to frame me again later. Jie waved dismissively, not wanting to waste any more time with Chun. Every minute and second was precious. He needed to focus on his training. Stop right there. As Jie tried to leave, the group of motorcyclists shouted again, attempting to block his way. Jie didn't even look at them. Though they seemed aggressive, he didn't consider them a threat. Even if they all rushed him at once, he was confident he could escape without a problem. And if he really fought back, he might even seriously injure a few of them. This was the confidence that martial arts training had given him. I'll count to 3. If you don't step aside, I'll post it online immediately, Jie said to Chun. You little be asterisk starred. Chun was so furious that he nearly exploded. I want to see how you leave today. Never mind whether your watch's pinhole camera is real or fake. Even if it is real, you're here, and once we catch you and make you sign a contract, do you think you can just walk away? Put your fingerprint on it now. Sorry, but I'm leaving. Suddenly, Su Jie exerted force, darted outward, hooked his foot, and then pushed. The three men surrounding him were sent flying and collapsed onto the ground. He then broke through the encirclement and sprinted away. Immediately, everyone shouted and chased after him. However, Su Jie's speed and endurance were beyond what these people could handle. After a few minutes of pursuit, he was already nearing the academy. Zhao Chun hurriedly signaled for the others to stop. "Brother Chun, what do we do?" asked the middle-aged man who had staged the accident, known as Brother Chong. "That kid is way too cunning. Should we chase him into the academy?" "Are you stupid?" Zhao Chun almost slapped him. "If that kid really recorded us, and this blows up, we'll be in serious trouble. I think he's just bluffing. He probably didn't record anything. We shouldn't let him fool us," said a well-built man wearing Sanda shorts, his tone vicious. "But I have to admit, that kid is impressive. I've been practicing Muay Thai for 5 years, and he took me down with just one kick. Brother Chun, you were right. If we can trick him into signing a contract with our boxing gym, he'll be a gold mine for us. At first, I thought it was overkill for you to go to such lengths for a kid, but now I see he's no ordinary person. What do we do next?" Hearing their discussions, Zhao Chun waved his hand. "Go back to the gym and don't say a word about what happened today. I'll handle this. I need to find out if he really recorded anything. If he didn't, I'll make him pay." After saying this, a new scheme formed in Zhao Chun's mind. "What a hassle," Su Jie muttered as he returned to academy. He took a shower to wash off the blood on his body. Zhao Chun is supposed to be a professional fighter who has competed in numerous national-level tournaments. Yet his character is this rotten. But I guess it's not surprising. He's not actually part of the national team, just a club fighter. The modern fighting scene was divided into official national tournaments and large-scale commercial competitions. Official national tournaments were rare, and members of the national Sanda and fighting teams were formal athletes. According to regulations, they couldn't participate in commercial matches and were only allowed to compete in sports events. However, after retirement, they could enter commercial competitions. Commercial fights, on the other hand, were thriving. Many corporate-sponsored tournaments, like the XX Cup or King of Kings, offered lucrative prize money and even attracted global participation. Several major corporations in the country organized free fighting tournaments, with championship prizes exceeding 5 million yuan. Of course, this was still nothing compared to international boxing. Top international boxing champions could earn hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars from a single fight. Nie Shuang from Mingluan Martial Arts Academy saw Su Jie's potential and wanted to sign him. But Zhao Chun had also set his sights on him and resorted to underhanded tactics to scare him into signing. "Looks like I've become a hot commodity," Su Jie chuckled, twisting his watch. He wasn't bluffing. His watch really did have a pinhole camera, and the footage was already uploaded to a cloud storage server. After Guiyang warned him about Zhao Chun last time, Su Jie had stayed on alert and bought this device online. Sure enough, it came in handy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to clear his name, no matter how justified he was. In reality, there had been many cases of people helping elderly folks only to be falsely accused. Not to mention, this incident had taken place in a remote area without surveillance cameras. The injuries and blood on those men were real, and he had gotten some on himself as well, making things even harder to explain. "The world is a dangerous place," Su Jie, a high school student, sighed. "Luckily, I spent a lot of time online and have seen all kinds of things. Better safe than sorry. I need to be even more cautious from now on." Shaking off the unpleasant encounter, Su Jie had breakfast and prepared for another full day of training. His current training regimen was immense, at least 3 times the intensity of what Odell had gone through in his time. But he enjoyed it. A day without training felt unbearable. Now that he had money, he could afford plenty of nutritional supplements to keep up with his regimen. On top of that, Uncle Mang's acupuncture, massage therapy, electric stimulation, and internal fortification wine had significantly improved his physical condition. He assumed his stance and trained for about an hour, sweating profusely. That morning, in the wilderness, he had gained insight into the essence of unity of heart and mind in martial arts. His execution of the halt technique had reached a near-mastery level, aligning with the old manual's description of true intention arising from unintentional movements. He repeatedly refined this move, his body naturally flowing into countless variations. The 18 freestyle combat techniques Guiyang taught were indeed masterpieces. Anyone with real skill who practiced them thoroughly could seamlessly integrate them into actual combat. Su Jie, having real battle experience, understood their depth and value. Good. Just as Su Jie was practicing, a voice came from the side. It was Nie Shuang. At that moment, Nie Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was an expert, and she could clearly see the state Su Jie was in. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint. Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Duel Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror. It's Sister Nya. Are you looking for me? Su Jie stopped and asked. Your martial arts? Nie Shuang was still in shock. How is this possible? What's wrong? Su Jie asked. It's nothing. Nie Shuang quickly said. Speaking of which, I need to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have won that jar of internal strength wine from Zhao Chun. By the way, Zhao Chun is a narrow-minded person, and he has some influence outside. He didn't send anyone to trouble you, did he? Last time, I told Guiyang to warn you to be careful. Have you been on guard? I actually have something to tell you. Su Jie sent the video to Nie Shuang and briefly explained what had happened that morning. *M*. Zhao Chun is actually this despicable. After watching the video and listening to the recording, Nie Shuang's face turned red with anger. It took her a while to calm down before she stared at Su Jie. How do you want the academy to handle him? You now have evidence, and if you report this to the police, he could be charged with extortion. I don't really care. Su Jie shook his head. Even if he were convicted of extortion, the sentence wouldn't be long, especially since he didn't succeed. Besides, he never directly got involved. He just played the role of a mediator. Even if I reported him, at most, he'd receive a warning or some disciplinary action. Of course, there's another way. I could post this video and an article exposing the situation online, making it a trending topic. That would ensure he gets the punishment he deserves. But if I do that, Minglun Martial Arts Academy's reputation would take a huge hit. Imagine the headlines. Coach at the nation's top martial arts academy tries to frame a student. Wouldn't that tarnish the academy's name? But if Zhao Chun keeps pushing his luck, I won't have a choice. One more thing, I don't want to gain fame this way. This kid has a sharp mind, Nie Shuang frowned. He presents logical arguments, analyzes the situation thoroughly, and even implies something deeper. Su Jie's words suggested that the academy was responsible. If he exposed the incident, it would damage the academy's reputation. Though he seemed to be considering the academy's best interests, his underlying message was clear. In the end, Zhao Chun is still a coach at this academy. For him to do something like this, the academy cannot escape responsibility, Nie Shuang said decisively. So, on behalf of the academy, I'll make 3 promises. First, Zhao Chun will be dealt with strictly. Second, we will compensate you. Third, we will ensure that Zhao Chun never troubles you again. Now, tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? Compensation? I don't need any for now. Su Jie thought for a moment. In about 10 days, I'll be leaving the Martial Arts Academy to return to high school. Without Uncle Meng's acupuncture therapy and electrostimulation, my progress will definitely slow down. Do you have any suggestions? I still say the same thing. Nie Shuang sighed with regret. You should just enroll in our martial arts academy, officially. You can still take the college entrance exams, and it won't interfere with your training. Not only will you get free tuition, but you'll also receive a scholarship. Plus, we'll provide you with resources to help you become a professional fighter. Even geniuses need consistent, intensive training. Otherwise, they're just wasted potential. If you go back to a regular high academy, you won't have as much time to practice. You also won't have the same environment, training partners, or real combat opportunities. No one succeeds alone. In ancient times, Shaolin Temple gathered countless martial artists who trained and exchanged techniques daily, which led to the creation of many martial arts styles. The same goes for Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Martial arts, like scientific research, can never be developed by just one person. I'll think about it. Anything else? Su Jie remained unmoved. All right, Nie Shuang shook her head. How about this? I'll give you a jar of our specially made medicinal balm. Combined with Uncle Mang's massage, it'll help your body stabilize its conditioning. Also, I want to introduce you to someone. It took a lot of effort for me to recommend you to him. If he takes a liking to you, you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Ooh, Su Jie asked. Lu Zihao. Nie Shuang tried to see some sign of idol worship in Su Jie's eyes, but there was none. Lu Zihao was an international action superstar with countless devoted fans wherever he went. In fact, 99% of the students at Mingluan Martial Arts Academy had enrolled after watching his movies. Yet, Su Jie didn't seem the least bit interested. From his movements, I can tell he has deep martial arts skills, Su Jie thought to himself. I don't worship idols or chase after celebrities, but observing a master isn't a bad thing. Josh, on the other hand, was fanatical about Lu Zihao. He always said that he admired only two Chinese people, Bruce Lee and Lu Zihao. Getting to meet Lu Zihao and asking for an autograph would probably make Josh go crazy with excitement. Thank you, Sister Shuang, Su Jie said politely, showing his appreciation. Follow me. Nie Shuang led the way, but she was still thinking, this Su Jie. He doesn't seem like a high academy student at all. He's way too mature. Most high schoolers at this age are obsessed with celebrities or gaming. Even top students would be trembling with excitement at the thought of meeting a superstar. But he acts like it's just another ordinary event. Usually, only kids from poor families mature early because they have to take on responsibilities sooner. But Su Jie's family, before long, Nie Shuang brought Su Jie to a secluded building deep inside the academy. Security guards were stationed outside, preventing outsiders from entering as if they were guarding an important official. However, seeing Nie Shuang, the guard did not stop her and allowed her to bring Su Jie inside. The building was quiet and entirely made of wood, giving it a peaceful and refined atmosphere. It was likely designed by a professional architect to promote relaxation and focus. The academy generally kept this area off limits, and the outer gates were always closed. At the highest level of the building, there was a large square study, about 200 square meters in size. The room was spacious, filled with bookshelves and a large desk. A young man, dressed in loose-fitting clothes, was practicing calligraphy with a brush. Beside him stood a female secretary in professional attire, carefully grinding ink for him. Is that Lu Zihao? Su Jie observed the young man. He looked somewhat different from his on-screen persona, handsomer, with a more well-proportioned physique and an even stronger presence. In movies, Lu Zihao usually played tough and cold-blooded roles, but in reality, he exuded an air of refinement and scholarly elegance. At first glance, he didn't seem like a mere martial artist, but rather a cultured intellectual. I brought the student. Take a look, Nie Shuang said to Lu Zihao, who was writing. Lu Zihao didn't look up. He spent 10 full minutes finishing his calligraphy piece before finally glancing at Su Jie. Then he nodded. Not bad. Take him out to sign the contract. Sign a contract? What contract? Su Jie was stunned and looked at Nie Shuang. I never agreed to sign any contract when I came here. Congratulations. At that moment, the female secretary assisting Lu Zihao with his ink came over. Our company is currently recruiting actors from the academy. and many people have applied. But so far, no one has caught our eye. You're the first one the boss has taken a liking to. You should do your best. Of course, it's also thanks to Sister Nie Shuang's recommendation. Work hard. Come with me. As she spoke, the female secretary led Su Jie downstairs and handed him a contract. This is a S1 Ave contract. Su Jie had only come here as a favor to Nie Shuang. He wasn't a fan of celebrities, nor was he particularly interested in meeting Lu Zihao. Of course, if he could get an autograph photo for Josh, his idol, that would be fine. But now, they were expecting him to sign a contract as if it were some great favor. Looking through the contract, Su Jie saw that it required him to work for Lu Zihao's company for 20 years. Moreover, for the first 3 years, he wouldn't receive any salary and would even have to pay a training fee. If he couldn't afford it, the amount would be deducted from his earnings in the future if he became famous through acting roles, commercial performances, or martial arts competitions. In other words, signing this contract would make him a bound artist under Lu Zihao's company, completely under their control. Su Jie wasn't interested in being an actor, a martial arts competitor, or a celebrity. But even if he were, he would never sign such a contract. Of course, other young men and women might have signed it without hesitation. But Su Jie had his own life plans and was far more mature than most adults. What? You have objections? The female secretary frowned when she saw Su Jie hesitating. Do you know how many people dream of signing this contract? If it weren't for Sister Nie Shuang's recommendation, you wouldn't even get the chance to see it. Sorry, Su Jie replied politely. I can't sign this contract right now. I need to discuss it with my parents first. His response was already quite tactful. Young man, you should cherish this opportunity. Our company won't wait for you, the female secretary said impatiently. I'll give you one last chance, 3 minutes. If you don't sign, you won't get another opportunity. Sorry, Su Jie said again, still maintaining his courtesy. Swish. The female secretary snatched the contract away and turned to leave. At the door, she stopped and said, By the way, please leave immediately. Su Jie shook his head and walked out of the building. Upstairs, the female secretary returned with the contract, her face full of disdain. That kid is still too young. He has no idea what kind of opportunity he just lost. What happened? Lu Zihao had been chatting with Nie Shuang and respected her quite a bit. Seeing the secretary come up, Nie Shuang asked the question. That kid refused to sign the contract and left, the female secretary said. Sigh. Nie Shuang sighed. What a waste of talent. Forget it. There's no shortage of talent out there. Lu Zihao didn't care at all. He's just a student with decent physical fitness. Why are you so fixated on him? I suspect that he has undergone training from the godmaker Odell, which is why his physical abilities have improved so quickly. On top of that, he's the only student in the academy who can endure Uncle Mang's massage techniques. Right now, Uncle Mang is giving him acupuncture and electrical stimulation. You know, that electrical stimulation is used by the U.S. military to train super agents, yet he can withstand it. I'm really curious about his extraordinary willpower. Either Odell trained him using some special methods, or he has an unusual level of resilience. Nie Shuang shared her suspicions. Oh, Lu Zihao was intrigued. Uncle Mang is a medical doctor and a computer science expert. He's also highly skilled in martial arts. If not for that unfortunate incident, he wouldn't have ended up at our academy. My father personally funds his research every year. I didn't pay much attention to Su Jie before, but he actually has such strong willpower. I wouldn't recommend someone recklessly, Nie Shuang said, waving her hand. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's a student. He's actually more capable than most adults. This contract of yours probably isn't suitable for him. No matter how talented a young person is, if they have the wrong personality, they're difficult to manage. I want obedient actors, not troublemakers. The more talented someone like him is, the more likely they'll turn against you in the future, Lu Zihao said dismissively. Ever since I returned from the Typhon training camp, I've realized that technology is the most important thing. With the right technology, even ordinary people can be trained into super soldiers. I'll try to convince this student first, Nie Shuang said as she stood up and left. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint? Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master, Immortal Divine Tribulation, Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon, Ask the Mirror. Today, Nieshuang actually brought out her family's secret ointment for you. While massaging Su Jie, Uncle Meng took out a jar of ointment. The ointment was a vibrant green, emitting a fragrant aroma. When applied to the skin, it gave a cooling sensation, as if one were bathing in an icy world, refreshing the mind and invigorating the spirit. What kind of ointment is this? Su Jie knew that Nieshuang had always treated him well. Although he had refused her offers multiple times, she still gave him the ointment as compensation for the Zhao Chun incident. This matter had nothing to do with her originally, but to protect the Academy's reputation, she still attempted to keep his mouth shut. The Nie family used to prepare dishes for the imperial court. You've heard of the famous Nie's private kitchen. Besides that, they also had ancestors who served as imperial physicians, responsible for the emperor's health. As the saying goes, culinary and medicine are inseparable. Even now, many medicinal dishes in the Academy follow Nie family recipes, Uncle Meng explained. Su Jie had indeed heard of Nie's private kitchen. The reason Odell came here was not just to find hidden masters and learn from them, but also to taste this renowned cuisine. The authentic Nie's private kitchen was exceptionally delicious and highly nutritious, truly a feast for the senses. After eating with Odell for a month, Su Jie had not only enjoyed every meal, but also noticed significant physical growth during that time. The medicinal dishes in the Academy, however, were not true Nie family recipes, just some modified versions. This ointment is for strengthening the tendons and bones, right? Su Jie asked. That's right, but that's only part of it, Uncle Meng replied. You know that during the Qing dynasty, apart from archery and horseback riding, the emperors also trained in buku, which was wrestling. Wrestlers always applied a layer of oil to their bodies to prevent injuries and protect their tendons and bones. Back then, a Nie family physician was responsible for creating the emperor's ointment, and it was incredibly effective. Now, the Nie family has thoroughly analyzed the ingredients of this ointment and refined it through numerous lab experiments. The current version focuses on rapid recovery, enhancing tendon and fascia elasticity, and protecting the joints. It penetrates through the skin into the tissue layers, working from the outside in, making it the best medicine for external body conditioning. This jar of ointment isn't available on the market. It's an experimental product from the lab and isn't ready for mass production yet. As Uncle Meng massaged him, the ointment spread across Su Jie's body, seeping into his pores. He felt as if an iron band had wrapped around him, compressing his entire body inward. It almost seemed like he had shrunk. Of course, it was just an illusion, but it indicated that the medicinal effects had started to take effect within his body. Su Jie knew that some tightening creams on the market made women's skin feel firmer after application. Over time, continuous use made the skin appear tighter and prevented sagging. Similarly, this secret ointment worked in the same way, but on a deeper level. It penetrated into the body, creating a sensation of tightening in the bones, tendons, and soft tissues. He felt as if he had become shorter and smaller, yet denser, like cotton being compressed into solid wood. But this was purely a sensation. To achieve real results, he would need to use it for a long time. After the massage, acupuncture followed, and then electrical stimulation. Today, Su Jie seemed to have adapted more to the electrical stimulation. Though it was still painful, it wasn't as unbearable as before. Moreover, the ointment's medicinal effects were kicking in. His bones tingled from within. Instead of being pure torture, The electrical current actually felt satisfying, like scratching an unbearable itch. With the ointment's effects, the electrical stimulation lasted much longer than usual. Yet, when it was over, Su Jie felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Not just comfort, but sheer exhilaration. As he left, satisfied, Nie Shuang appeared and asked Uncle Mang, "How did the trial go this time?" "The clinical trial results were excellent," Uncle Mang replied. "As expected, combining your family's secret ointment with electrical stimulation not only relieved pain, but also maximized the medicinal effects, achieving rapid body shaping. Based on our calculations, with daily stimulation like this, in 1 week, his tendon and muscle flexibility, elasticity, and overall strength could increase by 30%. I brought out this secret ointment, not just to keep him quiet, but more importantly to support your experiment," Nie Shuang said. Su Jie has strong external martial arts conditioning, making him the perfect test subject. If the experimental data proves effective, we can use this combination to train others or even enhance our own physiques. Exactly, Uncle Mang nodded. These past few days of experiments have provided us with valuable data. At the very least, we've determined how much pain a person can endure, how resilient the nervous system can be, and how muscle spasms from pain stimulation can enhance elasticity. We're also figuring out the right balance in the data. In fact, research on physical fitness is already well documented in training camps worldwide, Nie Shuang said. What's lacking is data on the interaction between mental resilience and physical strength. For example, what kind of endocrine response is triggered when a person is in extreme joy? Or what substances does the body release to protect itself in moments of extreme pain? These are the key subjects we need to study. You're absolutely right, Uncle Mang agreed. From Su Jie, I've gathered a lot of information on how psychological endurance affects physical endurance. Many psychological hypotheses have been confirmed through him. He's an excellent test subject. If I'm not mistaken, Odell has been conducting similar experiments on him since he arrived. Odell is pursuing the so-called supernatural abilities, Nie Shuang remarked. But in my view, it all comes down to achieving absolute mental tranquility, an insight that sees through everything, allowing the mind to influence the body in profound ways. That's why he went to Tibet and India, to observe those who cultivate their minds and see how far they can go. Physical conditioning is relatively easy, but mental conditioning is far more difficult. However, I can see that your research is already yielding some results. I made some progress. Before, I hadn't made much headway. I used massage as a cover to make bets, but in reality, it was all to find the perfect research subject. It wasn't until Su Jie arrived that I made a breakthrough and obtained some critical data. Right now, the biggest issue is that our academy's computers and artificial intelligence aren't very advanced. If we could introduce cutting-edge analysis systems, my research would advance by leaps and bounds. Just wait, Nie Shuang said. Zhao has secured an investment from Feng Yuxuan, the successor of Haoyu Group, which is the leading company in domestic artificial intelligence computing. The two of them have a good relationship, and Feng Yuxuan has agreed to join our academy's artificial intelligence human training project. Haoyu Group is indeed very strong in computing. If this project gets up and running quickly, my data and ideas, once researched, could significantly elevate our academy's training standards. Not only would we be able to produce more top-tier fighters, but we could also cultivate elite security personnel for the nation, Uncle Mang said. If things progress further, you might even have a chance to regain your sight, Nie Shuang remarked. Don't bring that up again. It's better this way. Being blind means I don't have to see the superficiality of the world, and my mind can remain at peace, Uncle Mang replied coldly. Inside the Martial Arts Academy, the training field was filled with students practicing, creating a heated and intense atmosphere, completely different from regular academies. In ordinary schools, especially high schools, physical education classes were often sacrificed in favor of academic subjects to prepare for college entrance exams. But here, martial arts took priority, and every student had exceptional physical conditioning. If a fight broke out between schools, Mingluan Martial Arts Academy could probably take on 100 regular high schools, Su Jie thought to himself while practicing alone on the training ground. The thought was somewhat amusing. As he trained, he browsed the academy's website. The website was well-built, clearly developed by a professional team. Its responsiveness and layout were on par with major web portals. It featured academy news, coverage of both domestic and international fighting tournaments, and numerous instructional videos from teachers covering traditional martial arts, various combat techniques, and jiu-jitsu. Additionally, there were many martial arts manuals. Yes, actual martial arts manuals, including old boxing records and modern fighting techniques compiled by the academy's instructors. The website also hosted various forums where students could exchange insights and learning experiences. In this region, Mingluan Martial Arts Academy had the best website. Even students from other martial arts academies and training centers were active in its forums. It was a well-established community with a strong martial arts culture. Su Jie spent an hour browsing the site daily, learning new things and staying updated on the latest trends. Mingluan Martial Arts Academy really does offer a lot of high-end medicinal treatments. For example, this special ointment called Tiger Ointment. It looks like a simplified version of what I've been using, but it's still insanely expensive. He noticed that a small bottle of the ointment cost thousands of yuan. In fact, the most valuable aspect of the Academy's website was its medicine section. It sold medicinal oils, ointments, and various supplements designed to enhance physical conditioning. The Academy's principal was originally a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so all the formulas were highly effective. Beyond that, the forum contained numerous testimonials from students, overseas martial artists, and professional athletes who had used these treatments. Many shared their experiences and improvements, giving Su Jie plenty of valuable information. Even after he left the academy, he could still purchase specific products for his own training. What? A contract with Haoyu Group. Just as he was about to browse further, he noticed a news update. Haoyu Group, that's where my sister works. Su Jie frowned deeply. Then, he saw a picture of Lu Zihao shaking hand with someone. The man was tall, handsome, and even more striking than Lu Zihao. His sharp features and imposing presence rivaled that of top celebrities. Haoyu Group's young successor, Feng Yuxuan. It's him. Su Jie's eyes flashed with a hint of cold determination. If Gu Yang were here, he would immediately recognize it as hatred. Good thing I didn't sign a contract with Mingluan Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, I'd be at their mercy. If Lu Zihao is teaming up with that guy, then there's no way I can work with this academy. Su Jie shook his head, closed the website, put away his phone, and resumed training. After a while, his mind finally calmed, and he regained focus. Normally, I can enter a focus state in just a few seconds, but after seeing that news, it took me a full 5 minutes to settle down. This proves that external factors can still greatly affect my mentality. I wonder when I'll be able to train myself to remain unmoved by outside distractions, to do what needs to be done with unwavering determination. Su Jie acknowledged his weakness. That guy still affects my state of mind. Enjoy reading The Way of Restraint. Then please show your support if you can. This chapter was released on Goblin Slate by Translator Goblin. Your support makes Goblin translate more. So do the right thing, please. Want to read more? Become a The Way of Restraint, $5 per month. Member at Goblin Slate Patreon and get 5 or more advanced chapters immediately. Then stay 5 or more chapter ahead of the regular release for the month. Or become a CNWN bundle, $10 per month. Member and have access to all the CN Novel Bin advanced chapters on Goblin Slate. Get more chapters by sponsoring at Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon shop. Check out my other projects. Flower Stealing Master. Immortal Divine Tribulation. Dual Cultivation with a Fox Demon. Ask the Mirror.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.